Chapter 1970. The Black Turtle's Barrier was a high-grade defensive divine ability. Not only was it the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum, but it was also the number one defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. As the number one defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier was very famous in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Of course, it was extremely difficult to successfully comprehend such a divine ability. Currently, there were less than 10 people who had successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in Zoroastrianism. Due to this reason, the group of 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene was shocked when they saw Sun De casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, because this was a very shocking thing. If news of this spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion in the 4 Symbols Sanctums. Senior brother Sunda has only just comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier? Many 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they heard Sunda's words to Duan Lingtian. I knew it. If senior brother Sunda had already comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier, he wouldn't have to stay here and mine Saint Stones today. As it turns out, he has only just comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier. Many 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples finally understood. Based on senior brother Sunda's words, it's all thanks to Duan Lingtian that he was able to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier. Sometimes, pressure can be transformed into motivation. Senior brother Sunda managed to find a suitable opportunity under the pressure from Duan Lingtian and successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier. Since senior brother Sunda has successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier, it means he doesn't have to stay in the first mine anymore. How enviable! Not only does he no longer have to stay in the first mine, but since he has successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier, he can directly enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. The group of 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Their gazes were filled with envy as they looked at Sunda. Becoming a Saint Land disciple was the goal of every 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciple. As for the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples who had been banished to the first mine for service, they had no choice but to accept it. Becoming a Saint Land disciple would not only allow him to achieve his goal of many years, but he would also be exempted from punishment and would no longer have to serve in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. He could even leave for the Holy Land of Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of the Holy Land. Because of this, they were very envious of Sunda. Congratulations, senior brother Sunda. Hearing Sunda's words, Duan Lingtian immediately came to a realization and congratulated Sunda. Junior brother Lingtian, since I've already mastered our Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, this means that I can be exempted from punishment and leave the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine to head to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. From today onward, the Primus House in the punishment zone of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine belongs to you, Sunda said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, he smiled wryly and added, naturally, even if I didn't leave, I wouldn't be able to keep this Primus House in front of you, junior brother Lingtian. I know very well that although I've successfully mastered the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, and managed to block your attack earlier, junior brother Lingtian, you still haven't used your full strength. Junior brother Lingtian, you haven't unleashed your full strength yet. Once you cast your high-grade offensive divine ability, even if I cast the Black Turtle's Barrier, I won't be able to block your attack. Sunda was very self-aware after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. He said bluntly that even if he had mastered the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, he would still not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Sunda's words, the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene agreed. Senior brother Sunda, you must be joking. You're very strong as well. If it wasn't for the assist-type divine ability, I wouldn't be a match for you. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke politely and modestly. Assist-type divine ability is also a part of one's strength, junior brother Lingtian. I look forward to meeting you in the Saint Land. Sunda shook his head as well. When he reached the end of his sentence, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and turned around to leave. Since he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier, the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum, there was no need for him to continue staying in the Four-Symbol Sanctum's first mine. He could directly enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. I will. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked at Sun Da's disappearing figure, and he muttered in his heart. However, it's an unexpected gain to be able to witness senior brother Sun Da casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he felt a little excited. Although Sun Da had only managed to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, due to his oppression, Duan Ling Tian had given him a chance. However, Sun Da's casting of the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, had given him a chance to personally experience the Black Turtle's Barrier. Now that he had witnessed Sun Da casting the Black Turtle's Barrier with his own eyes, he was enlightened. I'm confident that I'll be able to comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in half a year at most. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Four-Symbol Sanctum's disciples, Duan Ling Tian entered the Primus house that originally belonged to Sun Da. From now on, this would be Duan Ling Tian's residence. Initially, I thought I'd have to stay in the Four-Symbol Sanctum's first mine for another half a year before I can head to the Saint Land. After all, the Saint Land assessment is in half a year. However, now that I've witnessed senior brother Sun Da casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, there's no need to wait for another half a year. As long as I successfully comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, just like senior brother Sun Da, I'll be able to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as soon as he entered the Primus house. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with determination. I'll soon enter the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. I know you're in the enforcement hall of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Wait for me. It won't be long before you and I meet again. Also, our daughter. I'm an incompetent father, but I'll be able to see her soon. As Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, a hint of gentleness could be seen in his eyes. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his gentle gaze. From now on, I'll wholeheartedly comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, the number 1 divine ability of Zoroastrianism. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he immediately entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. His mind was completely immersed in comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Since he had personally witnessed Sun Da casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, today, Duan Ling Tian had a much easier time comprehending the divine ability. Many of the problems he had in the past had been solved. It could be said that he had inadvertently helped Sun Da master the Black Turtle's Barrier, and he had also helped himself. Otherwise, he would not have known where he could go to observe others casting the Black Turtle's Barrier. Now that he had personally witnessed Sun Da casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, it was as though he had received divine help. With the help of his heart that had been tempered by the Sovereign Heart Sword, he was confident he would be able to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier in a short period of time. Duan Ling Tian was cultivating in the Primus house. However, he was unaware that the group of Four-Symbol Sanctum's disciples outside had not dispersed for a long time. Currently, the Four-Symbol Sanctum's disciples were gathered together. Their conversation did not stray away from Duan Ling Tian. I can't believe Duan Ling Tian is so powerful. That's right. Even senior brother Sun Da, who has mastered the number 1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier, is no match for him. Senior brother Sun Da is an intermediate quintessential Saint stage powerhouse. Moreover, he's about to head to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. He only has a yellow innate spiritual root. His cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage is the limit of his innate talent. He'll only be like this for the rest of his life. High-grade divine abilities are really terrifying. A mere martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage has mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. His strength is not inferior to an ordinary mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse. If only I can master a high-grade divine ability as well. As the saying went, all good things must come to an end. After the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed for a while, they dispersed and returned to their own residences. The next day, a shocking piece of news swept through the Four Symbols Sanctums of Zoroastrianism. This shocking piece of news was Sunda, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was banished to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine for 20 years, was exempted from his previous punishment because he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Someone has actually successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle's barrier. The Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and the Black Turtle Sanctum were filled with similar discussions. It pressured the disciples of the three sanctums. After all, the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum was widely acknowledged as the most difficult one among the Four Symbols Sanctums. Now that someone had successfully comprehended the most difficult divine ability, if the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum did not make any progress, would they not be looked down upon? Would people not think the three sanctums were inferior to the Black Turtle Sanctum? At this moment, many people began to gather around the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Black Turtle Sanctum. All of them were trying their best to comprehend the treasured divine ability of each sanctum. Well done, Senior Brother Sunda. Aha! Our Black Turtle Sanctum has another person who has comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Senior Brother Sunda, you've really made our Black Turtle Sanctum proud. Unlike the other three sanctums, the Black Turtle Sanctum was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people were even celebrating the fact that the Black Turtle Sanctum had another person who had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability. At the same time, another piece of news from the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine also spread like wildfire in the Four Symbols Sanctums. Chapter 1971. The name Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar to the people from the Four Symbols Sanctums. How could it be unfamiliar? First, he had offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, as soon as he arrived at the Zoroastrianism Sanctum. Then, he had even killed Li An's grand disciple, Yuan Hong, a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Not only did he kill Yuan Hong, but he had also killed Yuan Kuang, Yuan Hong's younger brother. Just when everyone thought he had intentionally killed Yuan Kuang and would be sentenced to death, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guixiong had protected him. Even the Saint Land Enforcement Hall had protected him. All these reasons were enough to make the name Duan Lingtian a legend in the Four Symbols Sanctums. However, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, had caused trouble again. Moreover, the trouble he caused was related to Sunda, who had caused a commotion in the Four Symbols Sanctum. Duan Lingtian defeated Sunda as soon as he arrived at the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. You must be joking. When the people from the Four Symbols Sanctums, whether it was the people from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, or Black Turtle Sanctum, most of them did not believe it. However, when the news was confirmed by some of the Four Symbols Sanctum's elders, they had no choice but to believe it. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage? Then, does this mean he didn't use his full strength when he fought with Yuan Hong earlier? Isn't he hiding his strength a little too well? Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Four Symbols Sanctums. It was apparent the people from the Four Symbols Sanctums had also learned about Duan Lingtian displaying his saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. For a moment, they were certain Duan Lingtian had been hiding his cultivation base from the beginning. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage because he's intentionally hiding his cultivation base? Many people had the same thought. However, their doubts were quickly rejected by the others. Impossible. Don't forget that he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. On the other hand, mediocre people with yellow innate spiritual roots would usually reach the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Breaking through to the quintessential saint stage is harder than ascending the heavens. The news that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root had long spread in the Four Symbols Sanctums. Due to this reason, everyone in the Four Symbols Sanctums knew about it. For a moment, most people felt that Duan Lingtian's current cultivation had reached his limit. In the future, it would be difficult for him to advance even an inch. However, these people thought this way because they were certain Duan Lingtian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. It was only natural for them to assume that he had a yellow innate spiritual root. In the Four Symbols Sanctums, some people knew Duan Lingtian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. One of them was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. Lian had also heard about how the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Sunda, had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Regarding this matter, at the same time he was surprised, his heart was also filled with jealousy. Even he, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, had yet to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. How could he not be jealous when an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, before him? Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage? He defeated Sunda? Li An's attention was diverted by this piece of news. Horror dawned on him. That little bastard. Has he been at the peak of the exemplary saint stage for a long time, or has he just made a breakthrough? Lian could not help but wonder about Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. This was because even he was not certain if Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage or not. However, regardless of whether Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage, Duan Lingtian's existence made him feel threatened. He knew this very well. Since Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, it meant Duan Lingtian's achievements in the future would not be inferior to his. Not only that, but with Duan Lingtian's innate talent in comprehending divine abilities, he would most likely become a Golden Flame Elder in the future. A Golden Flame Elder was an existence that was superior to him. Lian, if Duan Lingtian really went that far, Lian, would be finished. Completely finished. No, I can't let this drag on any longer. Duan Lingtian must die. Li An's breathing quickened when he regained his senses. As he muttered to himself, his eyes gleamed coldly like a venomous snake that was looking around, ready to pounce at any time. Li An did not think much of Duan Lingtian, who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. He knew Duan Lingtian's innate talent in comprehending divine abilities was heaven-defying. However, Duan Lingtian, who possessed a blue innate spiritual root, and had a heaven-defying innate talent in comprehending divine abilities, made Lian wary and fearful. He was almost certain an existence like Duan Lingtian would definitely become a huge threat when he grew up in the future. However, it won't be easy to kill him in the first mine. Moreover, his current strength is comparable to an ordinary mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Li An's expression turned grave when he thought of this. In the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, apart from the elders of the first mine, only the Enforcement Elder and the sinners brought by the Enforcement Elder were allowed to enter. It was impossible for Li An to enter the first mine, let alone kill someone there. Duan Lingtian, do you really think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the first mine? Li An sneered before he left his residence. He continued to move forward rapidly. When he finally came to a halt, he had already arrived at the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. He stopped in front of a Primus house. Elder Lian. It's Elder Lian. Li An's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Hong Su. After Lian came to a halt, he glanced at the Primus house in front of him and extended his divine consciousness. He easily entered the Primus house and sent a voice transmission to the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple inside. Who's there? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, who was cultivating in the Primus house, was suddenly awakened. His expression turned grave immediately as flames of fury burned in his eyes. He wanted to slap the person who had awakened him a few times. It's me, Li, and the voice transmission rang again, causing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's expression to turn grave again. However, this time his expression was no longer grave. Instead, he forced a smile that was uglier than crying. That was not all. Even the blazing fury in his eyes had completely vanished at this moment. Creak. Under Li An's gaze, the door of the Primus house opened. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple walked out and bowed respectfully at him. Greetings, Elder Lian. This Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was a middle-aged man. He had an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He was extremely ordinary. In fact, he was so inconspicuous that he could not be found in the group. It's Senior Brother Hong Su. Why is Elder Lian looking for Senior Brother Hong Su? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who did not return to their own residences immediately saw the middle-aged man who was called out by Lian. When they saw the middle-aged man, their eyes were filled with respect. Hong Su was widely acknowledged as the great senior brother by the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. The reason he was widely acknowledged as the great senior brother was because he was very powerful. Moreover, his cultivation base had already broken through to the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage more than a year ago. Hong Su was also the only Mastery Quintessential Saint stage disciple in the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, when they saw Lian looking for Hong Su, they found it strange. They did not know why Lian was looking for Hong Su. As far as they knew, there was no relationship between the two of them. While the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples was still feeling puzzled, Hong Su's voice rang out. Come with me, Lian said to Hong Su indifferently before he flew out of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence. His silhouette gradually disappeared before the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' eyes. When Lian's silhouette disappeared into the distance, Hong Su followed him even though he was still puzzled. Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. He would still be a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple before the next Saint Land assessment. Due to this reason, he did not dare to offend Lian. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples saw Lian and Hong Su leaving one after another, they finally withdrew their gazes. Naturally, due to Lian's deterrence, nobody dared to follow him. Outside the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence, Lian came to a halt in a remote bamboo forest. Elder Lian, you're looking for me? Hong Su, who was following behind him, came to a halt. At the same time, he looked at Lian, who had turned around and asked in confusion. Hong Su, I want you to go to the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine and kill someone. Lian's eyes flashed coldly as he said bluntly. Swoosh! Upon hearing Lian's words, horror dawned on Hong Su's face. Elder Lian, you want me to go to the first mine to kill Duan Lingtian? Although Hong Su had been in closed-door cultivation most of the time, he would still come out sometimes. For this reason, he knew everything about Duan Lingtian. For this reason, when Lian directly asked him to go to the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine to kill someone, the first person he thought of was Duan Lingtian. That's right. Lian nodded when he heard Hong Su's question. Elder Lian, I'm afraid I can't do as you say. After taking a deep breath, Hong Su rejected Lian in the end. Put aside the fact that he was not confident he could kill Duan Lingtian, so what if he could kill Duan Lingtian? In the end, he would still be executed for violating the Zoroastrianism's rule. Hong Su, have you thought this through? If I'm not mistaken, your clan, the Hong clan, is in the western region. Lian was not surprised by Hong Su's rejection. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Hong Su meaningfully. Hong Su's expression turned grave immediately. Elder Lian, are you threatening me? You can take it as a threat. Chapter 1972. Hong Su's expression changed again when he heard Lian's words. In this world where only the strong were respected, most people were selfish. However, to Hong Su, his family was even more important than his life. This was because he had relied on his clan's support to achieve what he had today. If it was not for his clan's support, he would not have been able to achieve what he had at such a young age, since his innate spiritual root was only light green. In other words, he had relied 30% on himself and 70% on his clan to achieve what he had today. Elder Lian, Duan Lingtian is so strong that even Sunda, who has mastered the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, was defeated by him. Although my cultivation base is at the mastery quintessential saint stage, I might not be a match for him. Hong Su looked at Lien with bloodshot eyes as he said with a grave expression, "Even if I'm stronger than him, I won't be able to defeat him by much. It's difficult for me to kill him in such a short time without giving the elders in the punishment zone of the four symbol sanctums first mine a chance to interfere." It was apparent Hong Su had compromised when faced with Li An's request. However, he had no choice but to compromise. In his heart, the importance of his family was even more important than his own life. He even suspected that it was precisely because of this that Li An had used his clan to threaten him. He had thought of resisting Li An's threat and seeking justice from the enforcement elder. However, he knew that even if he managed to seek justice, Li An would only be lightly punished at most. After all, Li An had only threatened him. He had not harmed or killed him. As for his clan and the lives of his family members, before he grew to the point where the Zoroastrianism valued him, the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism did not care about him at all. Even if Li An destroyed his clan, the Zoroastrianism would not interfere. In the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism, this was merely Li An's personal grudge. It had nothing to do with the Zoroastrianism. When Hong Su thought of this, he dismissed the idea of seeking justice from the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guxiong. He chose to compromise. "I've thought about what you just said. You don't have to worry. As long as you make your move in the four symbol sanctum's residence in the first mine's punishment zone, even if the elders in the punishment zone want to rush over, they'll need some time. All you need to do is to kill him before the punishment department elder arrives." Li An continued to speak when he heard Hong Su's words. "Even if we take a step back and you find it difficult to kill him with your current strength, or even if you're not a match for him, I've already made preparations for this." As soon as he finished speaking, Li An raised his right hand and an exquisite pill bottle appeared in it. "With your strength, as long as you consume the pill inside, you'll be able to kill that Duan Ling Tian in one move." As he spoke, Li An's gaze landed on the pill bottle in his hand. Hong Su's expression changed slightly when he saw Li An's gaze on the pill bottle. When he heard Li An's words, he knew the pill bottle contained a pill that could raise one's strength. Naturally, in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only pills that could raise one's strength for a short period of time. The effect of this pill was similar to the assist-type divine ability that could raise one's strength for a short period of time. However, the side effects were much more severe than the after-effects of the assist-type divine ability. The after-effects of the assist-type divine ability were usually temporary. One would be able to fully recover after a certain amount of time. However, it was difficult to fully recover from the after-effects of the pill. Even if it was possible to fully recover from it, the conditions were very strict. For this reason, when Hong Su heard Li An's words and saw the pill bottle in his hand, horror dawned on him. "Elder Li An, what pill is this?" After a long while, Hong Su took a deep breath and shook his stiff neck. He looked at Li An with a fearful expression on his face. "Kismet rejoining pill," Li An replied indifferently. Gasp! As soon as Li An's words left his mouth, Hong Su's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened, and he could not help but gasp. He had heard of this pill before. As its name implied, the Kismet rejoining pill was a type of pill that would cause one to perish together with one's opponent. It was also one of the few forbidden pills in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Usually, only quasi-celestial grade saint refinement masters who specialized in medicine refinement were able to refine it. Moreover, the medicinal efficacy contained in it was extremely powerful. It was said that a high-grade Kismet rejoining pill could even raise a saint celestial stage powerhouse's strength in a short period of time. Moreover, the increase in strength was not weak at all. However, there were pros and cons. Although consuming the Kismet rejoining pill could raise one's strength in a short period of time, the side effects were also very severe. If it was light, one would be severely injured. If it was severe, one would die. Due to this reason, Hong Su had such a huge reaction when he heard Li An said the pill in the pill bottle was a Kismet rejoining pill. The Kismet rejoining pill was not an ordinary forbidden pill. Even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Kismet rejoining pill was a very famous forbidden pill. Naturally, it was also very expensive. Hong Su did not expect Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, would not hesitate to use such a precious forbidden pill like the Kismet rejoining pill just to kill Duan Lingtian. He knew very well, even if Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, he might not even have a second Kismet rejoining pill. The Kismet rejoining pill was too precious. Naturally, Hong Su was unaware that in Lian's eyes, Duan Lingtian was someone who could threaten his life. Once Duan Lingtian grew stronger, it would be impossible for him to stay in Zoroastrianism even if he wanted to live. At that time, with Duan Lingtian around, there would be no place for him in Zoroastrianism. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not a mediocre person who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Instead, he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Moreover, his innate talent in comprehending divine abilities was also heaven-defying. When he grew stronger in the future, his status in Zoroastrianism would definitely surpass Hong Su. For this reason, in order to get rid of Duan Lingtian, Lian did not hesitate to use the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, that he had kept for many years. Judging from your expression, you must have heard of the Kismet rejoining pill. In that case, I won't explain it to you anymore. Lian raised his hand and passed the pill bottle to Hong Su as he said nonchalantly. When Hong Su saw Lian passing the pill bottle to him, his hand froze in midair. At the same time, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he looked at the pill bottle. It was as though the thing in front of him was not a pill bottle but a ferocious beast. Humph! When Lian snorted coldly, Hong Su's body trembled. He reached out and took the bottle of pills from Lian. It was a small pill bottle, but in Hong Su's hands, he felt as if it weighed thousands of kilograms. I don't think I need to teach you how to get to the four symbols sanctum's first mine, right? Lian glanced at Hong Su indifferently before he left without waiting for Hong Su's reply. Hong Su was left standing on the spot with a gloomy expression on his face. He had put the pill bottle away and clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Lian's departing figure. There was only unwillingness in his eyes. If he had a choice, he did not want to be led by the nose by Lian. However, he no longer had a choice. Unless he did not care about his clan, he could only follow Lian's instructions. In the punishment zone of the four symbols sanctum's first mine. In the mine, the four symbols sanctum's disciples had stayed far away from Duan Lingtian due to their fear of him. This allowed Duan Lingtian to easily mine the first-grade saint stones in the surroundings. If this continues, it won't be long before I'll be able to collect a large number of first-grade saint stones. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he threw the first-grade saint stones into the extra-large basket on his back and put them into the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Unless someone was standing next to Duan Lingtian and staring at him, it would be impossible for them to notice his movements. Duan Lingtian's movements were so subtle. First-grade saint stones were useless to Duan Lingtian who practiced Zoroastrianism. However, without Zoroastrianism, these saint stones were undoubtedly a source of wealth. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, saint stones were the common currency. Ha! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's sword was obstructed. Immediately, he looked over and extended his divine sense. Soon after, he discovered a saint stone that was emitting rich heaven and earth spirit energy was embedded in a large piece of first-grade saint stone. The heaven and earth spirit energy was much richer than a first-grade saint stone. A quasi-celestial grade saint stone. Duan Lingtian instantly realized he had encountered a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. His eyes lit up as excitement filled his face. However, his expression quickly returned to normal as he continued to work as though nothing had happened. During this time, Duan Lingtian threw a large piece of first-grade saint stone that contained a quasi-celestial grade saint stone into the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. His movements were so subtle that it was difficult for others to notice. It seems like I'm quite lucky. I've encountered a quasi-celestial grade saint stone on the second day. Moreover, the quasi-celestial grade saint stone is quite big. Although Duan Lingtian's expression had returned to normal, he was still excited. As far as he knew, An ordinary four-symbol sanctum's disciple would need an average of 10 days to come across a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. The mineral reserve in the four-symbol sanctum's first mine was a first-grade saint stone reserve after all. Although there were quasi-celestial grade saint stones in there, they were extremely rare. Moreover, some people would not even come across a quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserve for a whole month. However, the four-symbol sanctum's first mine is also a scam. Even if we manage to mine a quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserve, there's no special treatment. To us, there's no difference between mining a quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserve and a first-grade saint stone reserve. Chapter 1973. Currently, it was Duan Lingtian's second day in the four-symbol sanctum's first mine. Due to this reason, he was much more daring. While Duan Lingtian put the first-grade saint stone ores he mined into the basket on his back, he also secretly threw many first-grade saint stone ores into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As a result, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda accumulated more and more first-grade saint stone ores. In terms of quantity, the number of first-grade saint stones Duan Lingtian sent into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda on the second day was more than double the number of first-grade saint stones he sent in on the first day. Soon after, Duan Lingtian finished his work for the day and returned to the only Primus house in the four-symbol sanctum's first mine's punishment zone. Currently, Duan Lingtian was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the four-symbol sanctum's disciples in the first mine's punishment zone. When he walked outside, many four-symbol sanctum's disciples would respectfully address him as Senior Brother Lingtian. In this world, the strong were revered. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed during his battle with Sunda had won the respect of many four-symbol sanctum's disciples. The quasi-celestial grade saint stones inside should be able to be divided into 100 standard quasi-celestial grade saint stones. After returning to the Primus house, Duan Lingtian took out the piece of first-grade saint stone that contained the quasi-celestial grade saint stones and cut it open. He took out the basketball-sized quasi-celestial grade saint stones. Next, he divided the quasi-celestial grade saint stones. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, the basketball-sized quasi-celestial grade saint stones were divided into 123 quasi-celestial grade saint stones. As expected of a quasi-celestial grade saint stone, what rich heaven and earth spirit energy! Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the heaven and earth spirit energy contained in the quasi-celestial grade saint stones. I remember, when I was still in the Moon Illumination sect, I obtained 3 formation discs. They were the array discs that contained the offensive array, the defensive array, and the illusory array. I wonder what kind of power they'll be able to display if they're activated by a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian took out the spatial ring that he had hidden in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. This spatial ring was the spatial ring that he usually wore. However, the spatial ring he handed over after arriving at the four-symbol sanctum's first mine's punishment zone was empty. However, if he didn't remove the ownership of the storage ring, no one would be able to discover that it was empty. When Duan Lingtian found out the four-symbol sanctum's first mine was going to confiscate his spatial ring, he had secretly changed his spatial ring. At that time, even the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong, who came with him, did not notice his little trick. With a thought, Duan Lingtian took out the 3 formation discs that had been covered in dust for many years. After taking out the 3 formation discs, he casually picked up the formation disc that contained the illusory formation. With a raise of his hand, he placed the 9 quasi-celestial grade saint stones into the formation disc's groove. After putting the holy stone in, Duan Lingtian immediately activated the array disc. Crack! However, as soon as Duan Lingtian activated the formation disc, a crisp sound resonated in the air. The formation disc in Duan Lingtian's hand shattered immediately. It's destroyed by the energy of the saint stones? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect the energy of the 9 quasi-celestial grade saint stones would be so domineering to the point of destroying the formation disc. It seems like this formation disc isn't a high-grade formation disc. Even the activation of the quasi-celestial grade Saint Stones overload it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I wonder what the limit of the formation disk is. Soon after, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the other two formation disks. After experimenting for a while, he discovered the limit of the formation disks was 2 first-grade Saint Stones. The offensive formation disk had also been destroyed after using 3 first-grade Saint Stones. Only the defensive formation disk was left. However, the defensive formation cast by the defensive formation disk using 2 first-grade Saint Stones was useless to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he put the defensive formation disk away without hesitation. I can't believe I've destroyed 2 formation disks with this experiment. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he looked at the 2 piles of shattered formation disks on the ground. However, he did not feel any heartache at all. Perhaps, he felt that even if the formation disks were not destroyed, they would not be of much help to him. I'll continue to comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Initially, I thought I'd need half a year to comprehend it. However, after comprehending it for 10 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'm certain I'll be able to comprehend it in 3 months at most. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he did not waste any time. He immediately entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. After witnessing Sunda casting the Black Turtle's Barrier yesterday, Duan Lingtian's understanding of the Black Turtle's Barrier had increased by more than 1 level. He only spent 1 day in the outside world and 10 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda before he managed to comprehend the profundity of the Black Turtle's Barrier. According to Duan Lingtian's calculations, at this rate, he was confident he would be able to successfully comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in less than 3 months. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. While he was comprehending the Black Turtle's Barrier, another person in the Black Turtle Sanctum had committed a crime and was sent to the punishment zone in the 4-symbol Sanctum's first mine. This person's crime had shocked the entire Black Turtle Sanctum. Although this person was only an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, he was publicly acknowledged as the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Due to this reason, even if it was just a small matter, it was enough to cause a commotion in the Black Turtle Sanctum. This person was none other than Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. When Hong Su arrived at the punishment zone in the 4-symbol Sanctum's first mine, it was already afternoon. Due to this reason, he did not have to mine Saint Stones today to complete his mission. Soon after, he arrived at the residence of the 4-symbol Sanctum's disciples. As soon as he arrived at the residence of the 4-symbol Sanctum's disciples, he attracted the attention of many 4-symbol Sanctum's disciples who were carrying baskets back. Senior Brother Hong Su? It's really Senior Brother Hong Su. Senior Brother Hong Su has been sent to the first mine as well. Many people recognized Hong Su. Apart from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, there were also disciples from the other 3 sanctums. As the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum, Hong Su was very famous even in the 4-symbol sanctums. Due to this reason, many disciples from the other 3 sanctums knew who he was. What crime did senior brother Hong Su commit? He's actually been sent to the 4-symbol Sanctum's first mine as well. No matter what crime senior brother Hong Su committed, he won't be able to stay in the 4-symbol Sanctum's first mine for long. He's already at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. He only has to participate in the Saint Lands assessment soon, and he'll be exempted from his previous punishment. He'll be able to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. Indeed, although they were surprised to see Hong Su here, most of the 4-symbol Sanctum's disciples felt Hong Su would soon leave the 4-symbol Sanctum's first mine and head to the Saint Land. Where's Duan Lingtian staying? When Hong Su saw more and more 4-symbol Sanctum's disciples gathering around him, he asked a 4-symbol Sanctum's disciple who was standing nearby. Primus House. When the 4-symbol Sanctum's disciple saw Hong Su looking over and asked where Duan Lingtian was staying, he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately pointed at the floating island hovering at the highest point. On the island in the air, there was a grand and imposing mansion. The mansion was divided into a front and back courtyard. There was a spacious room in the middle. It was none other than the Primus House. It was the only Primus House in the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind's punishment zone. Whoosh! As soon as Hong Su obtained his answer, he soared up into the air and arrived in front of the Primus House in just a blink of an eye. Senior Brother Hong Su, are you trying to snatch the Primus House? I don't think so. Didn't you hear Senior Brother Hong Su asking where Senior Brother Duan Lingtian is staying? If he wants to snatch the Primus House, he can just do it. Why would he ask where Senior Brother Duan Lingtian is staying? Senior Brother Hong Su has just arrived at the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine today. Perhaps he has heard about Duan Lingtian defeating Senior Brother Sunda, but he doesn't know Senior Brother Sunda is staying in the Primus House. For this reason, he probably doesn't know Senior Brother Duan Lingtian is staying in the Primus House. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked that question earlier. Does this mean Senior Brother Hong Su is specifically looking for Senior Brother Duan Lingtian? Or perhaps, he made the mistake of coming to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine because of Senior Brother Duan Lingtian? That's possible. Regardless of how the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples guessed, Hong Su, who was standing near the Primus House, suddenly spoke. His domineering voice resonated in the air. Duan Lingtian, I, Hong Su, will be taking your Primus House. As soon as he spoke, he wanted to snatch the Primus House that Duan Lingtian was staying in. Of course, Hong Su had an ulterior motive as well. The reason he said that was to prevent others from knowing his true intentions. He had made a mistake and was banished to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine because he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Apart from himself, the only person who knew this was Lien, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder who had threatened him with his clan. As expected, when the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples heard Hong Su's words, realization dawned on them. As it turns out, Senior Brother Hong Su is really here to snatch the Primus House from Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Only a few Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples frowned slightly. They felt something was amiss. This was because Hong Su had asked where Duan Lingtian was staying and not where the Primus House was. Although they felt something was amiss, they did not expect Hong Su's purpose of coming here was to kill Duan Lingtian. Hong Su? I seem to have heard of this name before. Duan Lingtian, who was comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard Hong Su's voice. His eyes shone brightly. I remember now. Hong Su is the great senior brother of our Black Turtle Sanctum. Chapter 1974. I heard that Hong Su's cultivation base has already entered the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. He's also the only Mastery Quintessential Saint stage powerhouse in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Lingtian had heard about Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Due to this reason, he was not unfamiliar with Hong Su. I wonder what crime he committed to be banished to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. However, with his strength, he'll definitely be able to pass the Saint Land's assessment and enter the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. Hong Su won't be staying in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine for long. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. However, I'll have to see if he's capable of snatching my Primus House. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After leaving the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian put the pagoda away and pushed the door open. He soared into the air and shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and faced the aloof figure outside the Primus House. He's Hong Su. At the same time, Duan Lingtian studied the middle-aged man in front of him carefully. The middle-aged man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was very inconspicuous. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was studying Hong Su was also studying Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian was the purpose of his trip. At the same time, the words that the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian had said to him before he came to the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mind rang in his ears again. Hong Su, I know you'll definitely die no matter what the outcome is. However, I still have to warn you. If Duan Lingtian doesn't die, I'll take it that you've shown mercy to him even if you die. I'll still annihilate your entire Hong clan. Li An's words completely destroyed the last bit of hope in Hong Su's heart. Originally, he was still thinking. He was threatened by Li An to kill Duan Lingtian. No matter what the result was, he would definitely die. If that was the case, could he choose to stop at the critical moment and let Duan Lingtian kill him? This way, he wouldn't have to bear the burden of sin before he died. After all, he had no enmity with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he hated Li An very much in his heart, so he naturally didn't want Li An to get what he wanted. However, Li An's words made him completely give up on this idea. Duan Lingtian must die. Otherwise, even if he died, his family would be implicated. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. For the sake of my family, I can only kill you. Don't worry. After you die, I will accompany you. If there is a next life, even if I have to work like a cow or a horse, I am willing to do everything I can to compensate you. Hong Su thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, Hong Su was widely acknowledged as the great senior brother. Apart from his powerful strength, another reason was that he was kind and never had a falling out with anyone. He was famous for being a nice person. However, it was precisely such a good person who had been forced into a desperate situation by Li An today. At the same time, a hint of pity could be seen in the depth of Hong Su's eyes. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes. What's Hong Su feeling sorry for? He can't bear to snatch my Primus house? If that's the case, why does he still want to snatch my Primus house? This was how Duan Lingtian understood the hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes. That was the only way he could understand it. After all, it did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum whom he had never met before, would want to kill him the first time they met. Duan Lingtian, Hong Su said bluntly, today, regardless of whether you're willing to give up your Primus house or not, I hope you'll be willing to fight me. I'd like to see the 3 high-grade divine abilities you've mastered. Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel stunned. Wasn't Hong Su a little too confident? Did he really think Duan Lingtian would admit defeat and give up his Primus house? Senior brother Hong Su is really confident. At the same time, the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples present on the scene understood Hong Su's words. With the 3 high-grade divine abilities, senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength is not inferior to a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Senior brother Hong Su seems to be looking down on senior brother Duan Lingtian. I agree. Do you think senior brother Duan Lingtian will give up his Primus house on his own accord? How's that possible? With senior brother Duan Lingtian's character, it's impossible for him to give up his Primus house on his own accord unless senior brother Hong Su can defeat him. The group of Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, none of them felt Duan Lingtian would admit defeat or give up his Primus house on his own accord. Cheng Ji, it's you? Why are you here as well? What did you do? A Four Symbol Sanctum's disciple suddenly appeared next to another Four Symbol Sanctum's disciple and asked in surprise. The Four Symbol Sanctum's disciple standing before him was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, they knew each other and had a good relationship. Due to this reason, he decided to join in. We'll talk about it later. The latter shook his head. His eyes did not leave Hong Su, who was standing in the distance. Let's watch the show first. Perhaps we'll be able to get some inspiration from their fight. Upon hearing this, the former nodded in agreement before he shifted his gaze to Hong Su and Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, the latter suddenly narrowed his eyes and transmitted his voice to Hong Su. Senior brother Hong Su, I'm someone sent by Elder Lian. If you can kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength, give me the Kismet reuniting pill after you kill him. When Hong Su heard the voice, he glanced at a Four Symbol Sanctum's disciple in the distance from the corner of his eyes. Although he did not know this Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple, he had some impression of him. He was certain he was from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Upon hearing the other party's voice transmission, Hong Su nodded subtly even though he was infuriated. Before he came to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, Lian had looked for him and told him this. Hong Su, if you can kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength, then kill him with your own strength. After you kill him, think of a way to pass the Kismet reuniting pill to the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple I sent without attracting any attention. At that time, he'll contact you. At the same time, he'll also determine if you can kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength. If he finds out you're able to kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength, but you still used the Kismet reuniting pill. If that's the case, don't blame me for making a move on your clan. When Hong Su recalled Lian's words, he felt aggrieved and resentful. However, this proved one thing. Just as he had guessed, a forbidden pill like the Kismet reuniting pill was extremely precious even to Lian. For this reason, Lian did not hesitate to send a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple to follow him to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Hong Su, do you really look down on me, Duan Lingtian? Do you think I'll admit defeat and give you the Primus House? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently as he looked at Hong Su. I'm just worried you won't let me enjoy myself to the fullest. Duan Lingtian. Hong Su replied nonchalantly. You don't have to worry about this. I'll definitely let you enjoy yourself to the fullest today. As soon as Hong Su finished speaking, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body surged out through his 99 Saint veins and formed a faint whirlpool. Elementary devouring tactic. At the same time, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was absorbed by the whirlpool at a terrifying speed. All of it surged into Duan Lingtian's body and strengthened the Sun Saint energy in his body. After a while, the whirlpool disappeared. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. However, in just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area around Duan Lingtian was completely absorbed and became a part of the Sun Saint energy in his body. Naturally, this energy was only temporarily for him to use. He needed to use his spiritual energy to support it. Once his spiritual energy was almost depleted, the energy that he had absorbed would also disappear without a trace. At that time, his Sun Saint power would be beaten back to its original state. What a brilliant assist-type divine ability! Hong Su narrowed his eyes when he sensed the change in Duan Lingtian's Saint energy. Initially, the Saint energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body was only comparable to the Saint energy at the peak of the exemplary Saint stage. However, in just a blink of an eye, the aura on Duan Lingtian's body had changed again. It was now comparable to the Saint energy at the intermediate quintessential Saint stage. Golden Crow's wings. As Duan Lingtian cried out in his heart, a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. As they flapped gently, the air in the surroundings seemed to have heated up. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as Duan Lingtian flapped the Golden Crow's wings on his back and took the lead to charge toward Hong Su like a cannonball that had been fired. He did not dare to be careless in the face of Hong Su, who was a Mastery Quintessential Saint stage disciple. For this reason, he decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. Hong Su, take this. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared near Hong Su. He cried out loudly as he raised his hand. His Sun Saint energy surged out immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and formed a palm before he slammed it down on Hong Su. The palm that was accompanied by the majestic Sun Saint energy seemed to have transformed into a gigantic mountain as it pressed down on Hong Su. It was as though it was trying to suppress Hong Su. Just in time, Hong Su cried out loudly in the face of Duan Lingtian's palm that was slamming down like a mountain. He borrowed the force from the palm and shot out. Boom! Faced with Duan Lingtian's majestic palm, Hong Su did not dodge at all. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist as Saint energy surged out. Then, he swung his fist out violently to meet Duan Lingtian's ferocious palm. Chapter 1975. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian's palm collided with Hong Su's punch. Following that, the two energies collided violently. Instantly, the void shook. With the collision of the two forces as the center, a vast and distorted wave of air swept out in all directions, setting off gusts of violent wind. The gusts of wind were as sharp as knives, forcing many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who had a weaker cultivation base to retreat. Boom! 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 When the two energies collided, a series of deafening explosions reverberated in the air. It was as though the sky was about to collapse. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Hong Su stood there motionlessly like a statue. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, who had made the first move, was pushed back by the vast energy. It took him a while before he managed to dodge the remaining force of Hong Su's punch. Hong Su was a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse after all. His punch contained the mastery quintessential saint energy. Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint energy, on the other hand, was only comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse's saint energy even after the boost from the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Due to this reason, he was at a disadvantage in this direct collision of energy. The strength of a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse is so terrifying. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian was at a disadvantage. They did not expect Hong Su to be so powerful. Although they were shocked by Hong Su's strength, they were not certain Hong Su would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had mastered 5 high-grade divine abilities. One of the high-grade divine abilities was an offensive divine ability. It was the only high-grade divine ability that Hong Su had not cast yet. I'm still inferior to him in terms of pure strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Hong Su in the distance. However, he was not discouraged. He was not discouraged because he still had more powerful techniques that he had not cast yet. Use your high-grade offensive ability. Otherwise, you're no match for me. After sending Duan Lingtian flying with a punch, Hong Su, who did not continue to pursue, said in a cold voice. It wasn't that he didn't want to give chase. If Duan Lingtian used a high-grade movement divine ability, his speed would be incomparable. When Duan Lingtian cast his high-grade movement divine ability to charge at him, he discovered Duan Lingtian's speed was definitely at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. He might even be faster than most powerhouses at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Because of this, he could only passively defend. Because he couldn't catch up with Duan Lingtian. As long as he could hold on until the effect of Duan Lingtian's support god art wore off, his chance would come. At that time, it would be extremely easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian. As you wish. Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. After replying to Hong Su softly, he flapped his golden crow's wings again and charged at Hong Su at an extremely fast speed. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Hong Su's expression turned grave as well. Saint energy was faintly visible on the surface of his body as he prepared for battle. Currently, Duan Lingtian was an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator before the effect of his support divine ability wore off. Even Hong Su did not dare to underestimate an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator who cast a high-grade offensive divine ability. Boom! As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived near Hong Su, a loud noise rang in the air. He stomped his feet on the air and soared into the sky. Golden crow's wings. Otherworldly celestial. The high-grade movement divine ability coupled with the high-grade offensive divine ability caused Duan Lingtian's body to disappear before Hong Su's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Hong Su's expression turned grave when he saw this. Senior brother Duan Lingtian cast a high-grade offensive divine ability? At the same time, the eyes of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples brightened as they stared at the sky. He's out. Suddenly someone called out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian appeared. It was as though he had come out from the clouds. However, the Duan Lingtian who came out from the clouds was not one person, but 5. It's just as the rumors say. Upon seeing this, many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples' eyes lit up. Prior to this, they had also heard about the characteristics of the high-grade offensive divine ability that Duanling Tian had mastered. At this moment, they realized Duanling Tian had indeed cast the high-grade offensive divine ability he had mastered when faced with the 5 Duanling Tians that they could not tell the real from the fake. At this moment, Duanling Tian descended from the sky. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his aura was graceful as though he was a celestial. Moreover, there were 5 celestials. Apart from the graceful aura, the 100 inscription saint swords in the hands of the 5 Duanling Tian emitted a chilling aura. At this moment, it was as though Duanling Tian had transformed into a sword celestial. Moreover, he had split into 5 before he charged toward Hong Su and launched an attack. Apart from casting the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, his attack also contained the profundity of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, that was close to the 3rd stage. The latter was equivalent to a brilliant sword technique. Buzz! The Saint Saber that Hong Su was holding began to tremble violently when Duanling Tian emerged from the clouds and split into 5. Naturally, it was not trembling on its own. It was trembling violently because Hong Su was injecting more and more saint energy into it. The Saint Saber in Hong Su's hand was 100 inscriptions Saint Saber. The Hong clan had spent a lot of money to find an advanced saint inscription master to make it for him. It was extremely powerful. Due to this reason, he would definitely not be at a disadvantage in terms of saint weapons in his battle with Duanling Tian today. Saber King Manifestation. Hong Su yelled inwardly when he saw Duanling Tian casting the advanced divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. Immediately after, the saint energy in his body skyrocketed and spread out, causing a huge illusory figure to appear around his body, shrouding him within. It was a huge illusory figure. One could vaguely see that it was a burly man who exuded a domineering aura. He held a huge saber in his hand. The sharp aura on the saber was a perfect match with his domineering aura. When the aura spread out, it caused the surrounding void to resound with faint but continuous explosions. It was as though the saber god had descended. This was Hong Su's intermediate offensive divine ability, the Saber King Manifestation. It was a saber-type offensive divine ability. This mystique could congeal the Saber King Phantom and control it to attack. Its power was much stronger than if he were to attack himself. Ghastly Shadow Thousand Slash. As soon as Hong Su cast the divine ability, the Saber King Manifestation, Duanling Tian roared in his heart and made his move. The 100 inscriptions Saint Saber flashed and moved in a mysterious trajectory. In the end, it was swung around like a gust of cold wind. Of course, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Slash! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hong Su yelled. As he swung the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber in his hand, the Saber King Manifestation moved as well. The Saber King Manifestation's movement was exactly the same as Hong Su's. After a while, the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber in Hong Su's hand swept out toward Duanling Tian, who was not far from him. At the same time, the Saber King Manifestation's saber slashed toward Duanling Tian. Buzz! 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 Streaks of solid and powerful saber rays were accompanied by a series of wails and howls as they charged toward Duanling Tian, who looked like 5 sword celestials who had descended to the mortal world. There were hundreds and thousands of saber rays that formed a saber net in the air. It was as though they were going to envelop Duanling Tian. The 4 symbols Sanctum's disciples were still dazzled by the scene before them when Duanling Tian suddenly yelled, "Break!" In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the 4 symbols Sanctum's disciples, the 100 inscriptions Saint Sabers in the hands of the 5 Duanling Tian, who looked like sword celestials, suddenly lit up. From afar, it looked like 5 blazing suns in the sky. The saber net seemed to be shrouded in darkness. However, when the 5 blazing suns rose into the sky, 5 enormous rays of light illuminated everything and broke through the darkness. Boom! 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 Another series of deafening explosions reverberated in the air, causing the 4 symbols Sanctum's disciples' eardrums to vibrate. However, they continued to watch the scene unfold before their eyes. Even those who had a weaker cultivation base were gritting their teeth and persevering. They did not want to miss out on any of the exciting scenes. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian, who looked like a sword celestial, destroyed the saber net with his 500 inscriptions saint swords. At the same time, the 5 Duan Lingtian and the 500 inscriptions saint swords merged into one. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand like an invincible sword celestial. His sword was invincible. Barf! After the saber net was destroyed, the Saber King manifestation disappeared as well. Hong Su also suffered quite a bit of backlash. His face was flushed as he threw up a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the congested blood, his face quickly turned from red to pale white. It was as though he had lost all color in his face. Senior brother Hong Su lost? I think so. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too powerful. That high-grade offensive divine ability is invincible. Even if senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength has yet to reach the peak of the quintessential saint stage, he's not far from it. At the very least, not many mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouses are on par with him, let alone defeat him. When the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian again, the respect in their eyes was even more intense. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed had not only shocked them, but it had also won their respect. Hong Su, you've lost, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he looked at Hong Su calmly. However, in his heart, he was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. I didn't expect the otherworldly celestial to be so much more powerful after being upgraded. Hong Su's attack was not weak, but it was easily broken by me. Chapter 1976. Hong Su's earlier attack contained an extraordinary saber technique and saber technique divine ability. Duan Lingtian could see and feel this. Of course, he was certain that Hong Su's previous attack was his strongest attack. Even his most powerful attack had been defeated by him. What else could Hong Su use to fight him? Just when most of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, thought Hong Su would retreat in the face of overwhelming odds. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hong Su took out a pill bottle from his bosom. Crack! As Hong Su exerted force in his hand, he crushed the pill bottle. In the next instant, a blood-red pill that emitted a gloomy aura appeared before everyone's eyes. Hong Su flipped his hand, and the pill entered his mouth. Gulp! In just a blink of an eye, Hong Su had swallowed the pill. The sound of his gulp could be heard clearly. This is not a healing pill. Duan Lingtian's expression changed, and his eyes widened. He could tell it was a healing pill, but the pill Hong Su took out was definitely not a healing pill. Moreover, it gave him a dangerous feeling. Boom! While the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples were still puzzled, Hong Su's saint energy surged again. However, the saint energy that surged out of Hong Su's body was on a completely different level compared to before. His current saint energy gave everyone, including Duan Lingtian, a feeling of invincibility. At the same time, Hong Su's eyes turned red, and the saint energy that spread out of his body was shrouded in a layer of gloomy black chi. It was a bone-chilling sight. Forbidden pill. It was unknown who cried out, but it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, causing an uproar. Senior brother Hong Su. He actually consumed a forbidden pill? Isn't it just for a Primus house? Is there a need to do this? Although the effect of the forbidden pill is similar to the effect of the assistive divine ability, the side effect is far greater than the side effect of the assistive divine ability. Is senior brother Hong Su out of his mind? For the sake of an A-class house, he didn't hesitate to consume a forbidden pill. Even if he uses the forbidden pill to defeat Duan Lingtian, once the effects of the pill wear off, Duan Lingtian can easily take back the Primus house. I really don't understand what he's thinking. After Hong Su consumed the medicinal pill, his body began to change. The 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples were in an uproar. They couldn't understand why Hong Su would do such a thing. Forbidden pill? When Duan Lingtian heard the words of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, a look of deep fear immediately appeared in his eyes. He had naturally heard of the forbidden pill before. He knew that it was an extremely terrifying pill that could allow a person's strength to rise to an extremely terrifying level in a short period of time. Of course, the side effects were also very strong. After Hong Su consumed the forbidden pill, his saint energy seems to have risen to the peak of the quintessential saint stage. What kind of forbidden pill did he consume? As far as Duan Lingtian knew, the higher one's cultivation base was, the rarer the forbidden pill was. A forbidden pill that could raise a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse's cultivation base to the peak of the quintessential saint stage was rare even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Huh? He wants to kill me? At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that Hong Su was glaring at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Moreover, Hong Su emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent. It was as though he would not rest until he killed Duan Lingtian. In the next instant, Hong Su made his move. So, under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes, Hong Su was charging toward him at an extremely fast speed. He felt extremely threatened by Hong Su. Golden Crow's wings. Duan Lingtian instantly mobilized his Sun Saint energy and transformed it into a pair of Golden Crow's wings. As soon as the Golden Crow's wings flapped, he shot into the distance at an extremely fast speed in an attempt to increase the distance between him and Hong Su. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian cast the Golden Crow's wings, he discovered that Hong Su's speed was much faster than Hong Su's. Hong Su's speed was much faster than Duan Lingtian had imagined. In fact, he was even faster than Duan Lingtian. Hong Su was closing the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. Naturally, the four symbol sanctum's disciples present on the scene also noticed this. Heavens! What's senior brother Hong Su doing? Is he trying to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian? What a terrifying killing intent! When did senior brother Duan Lingtian offend senior brother Hong Su? Why would senior brother Hong Su consume a forbidden pill just to kill him? No wonder senior brother Hong Su asked about senior brother Duan Lingtian's whereabouts instead of the Primus house. As it turns out, he has an ulterior motive. He doesn't want the Primus house. He wants senior brother Duan Lingtian's life. I knew senior brother Hong Su wouldn't consume a forbidden pill just for a mere Primus house. As it turns out, he wants to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the four symbols sanctum's disciples present on the scene had also noticed Hong Su's intention to kill Duan Lingtian. A few four symbols sanctum's disciples hastily left to report this to the elders in the first mine's punishment zone. Usually, there were no elders stationed in the four symbols sanctum's residence in the punishment zone. Duan Lingtian, there's no need for you to run anymore. Your greatest advantage is your speed. Compared to your speed, your attack is much weaker. Now that I've caught up to you, do you think your high-grade offensive divine ability will be able to block my attack? Hong Su said coldly as he chased after Duan Lingtian. He was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. My current strength is extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage. It can be said that I'm invincible below the Saint Celestial stage. Unless you've entered the Saint Celestial stage, you won't be able to escape death today. Hong Su spoke once more, and his tone was emotionless. Hongshu, you're willing to consume the forbidden pill just to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Waves of shock surged in Duan Lingtian's heart. Although he knew Hong Su's strength would increase tremendously after consuming the forbidden pill, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. It was extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage. No wonder Hong Su's speed was even faster than him even after he cast the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. What kind of forbidden pill did senior brother Hong Su consume? So exaggerated. He's only a mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivator, but his strength increased to such a terrifying level after consuming the forbidden pill. The forbidden pill he consumed is definitely not an ordinary forbidden pill. That's right, an ordinary forbidden pill wouldn't have such a terrifying effect. When the group of four symbols sanctum's disciples heard Hong Su's words, an uproar broke out immediately. All of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Senior brother Hong Su shouldn't possess such a forbidden pill, right? That's right. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, such forbidden pills are extremely rare. Usually, only quasi-celestial grade saint refinement masters who are skilled in medicine refinement Tao would be able to refine them. I heard senior brother Hong Su has a third-rate force behind him. If it's his clan, they might be able to obtain such a pill. Many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves in shock. At this point, I'm not afraid to admit it. I consumed the forbidden pill to kill you, Duan Lingtian. Hong Su growled. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time I've seen you. There's no enmity between us, so why do you want to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked again. I'll tell you all this when we're on the road to hell. Hong Su growled again. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's expression changed completely at this moment. He could tell. Hong Su was determined to kill him even at the cost of his own life. In other words, Hong Su was even willing to sacrifice his own life to kill him. How great was the enmity between them for Hong Su to be so desperate. Upon hearing Hong Su's growl, the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples fell into an uproar again. They understood what Hong Su meant. Heavens! Did senior brother Duan Lingtian kill senior brother Hong Su's father or snatch senior brother Hong Su's wife? He's actually willing to sacrifice his own life to avenge senior brother Hong Su. That's right. Only the enmity of killing one's father and snatching one's wife would make senior brother Hong Su act so crazily, right? Many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked. Saber King Manifestation. When Hong Su was still a distance away from Duan Lingtian, he suddenly shouted and cast his intermediate offensive divine ability, the Saber King Manifestation. Immediately, a Saber King phantom that was as large as a mountain appeared around him. The illusionary figure of the Saber Emperor was more than twice the size of the one Hong Su had previously produced. Moreover, the aura of this Saber King manifestation and the gigantic saber in his hand was much more terrifying than the one he had conjured earlier. They were not on the same level at all. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. At this moment he realized something. Hong Su, whose strength was extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage, was not only faster than Duan Lingtian, but his attack had also completely surpassed Duan Lingtian's most powerful attack. Even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he might not be able to fight Hong Su on equal footing. Ghastly Shadow Thousand Slash. With another shout, the 100 inscriptions Saint's saber in Hong Su's hand shone brightly. It seemed to have transformed into a bright moon as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Saber King manifestation made its move as well. Following Hong Su's example, he swung his saber and targeted Duan Lingtian. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to change color in the wake of the saber ray. The sun and moon dimmed. Oh no! Duan Lingtian, who was being targeted, watched as the saber ray that seemed to be able to cut through everything split into thousands of saber rays and interweaved into a saber net before charging at him. It made him feel suffocated. At this moment, he felt as though a huge rock was pressing on his chest. Unbearable. It was too unbearable. Chapter 1977. The saber net swept out accompanied by waves of ghastly ghost cries, and its target was locked onto Duan Lingtian. One could imagine Duan Lingtian would definitely die if he was enveloped by the saber net. With my current strength, it's impossible for me to block Hong Su's saber. It seems like I can only transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Faced with the menacing saber net, the vast Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body instantly stimulated the dragon energy that was hidden in every part of his body, causing the dragon energy to spread all over his body. Wherever the dragon energy passed, Duan Lingtian's body would undergo tremendous changes in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's hands and feet had transformed into dragon claws in just a blink of an eye. Dragon scales that shone with a cold light appeared all over his body, causing his body below his chin to transform into a humanoid divine dragon. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he stretched his dragon claws that had 9 claws and felt the explosive energy in his body. He lifted the 100 inscriptions Saint's sword and charged toward the saber net that was coming at him menacingly. It was as though he was going to fight it head-on. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to do so. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his speed did not increase much. Instead, his defense and brute strength had increased the most. With the combination of his brute strength and the Sun Saint energy in his body, he could unleash more powerful attacks. At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer hid the fact that he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After all, there was no way he could hide it. Faced with Hong Su, who had consumed the forbidden pill, Duan Lingtian only had two choices. If he did not choose between the two choices, he would definitely die. One of the two choices was to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The other was to use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. With his current Sun Saint energy, he was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword, let alone Hong Su, whose strength was close to the Saint Celestial stage. However, to Duan Lingtian, exposing the Jasper Celestial Sword or his transformation into a 9-clawed dragon warrior was more troublesome. Once the Jasper Celestial Sword was exposed, even the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would be tempted. For this reason, he decisively chose to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Lingtian's defense and brute strength was much stronger. If Hong Su came 7 or 8 days, I wouldn't be afraid of him even if I didn't transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. This thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind when he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. If he had another 7 or 8 days, he would be able to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for another 70 to 80 days. Moreover, he was confident that he would be able to successfully comprehend and master the Black Turtle's barrier within 70 to 80 days. However, Hong Su did not give him any time and rushed over. After Duan Lingtian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he lifted his sword to meet the saber net formed by Hong Su's attack. The 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples widened their eyes as they stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked completely different in their eyes. He had transformed from a human into a variant with a dragon's body. It's the technique of transforming into a dragon warrior. Many of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene had sharp eyes. They could tell Duan Lingtian's technique with just a glance. Dragon warrior? It's said that every dragon warrior is a human who has been granted the ability to transform into a dragon by a divine dragon with more than 7 claws. Every divine dragon with more than 7 claws can only create 1 dragon warrior in their lifetime. I can't believe senior brother Duan Lingtian is a dragon warrior. I wonder which 7-clawed divine dragon created him to become a 7-clawed dragon warrior? The 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples did not forget to whisper among themselves as their eyes widened. At this moment, their attention was completely focused on Duan Lingtian. They did not notice that Duan Lingtian had 9 claws on each of his dragon claws. Otherwise, they would have been shocked. This was because a 9-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary existence to them. Otherworldly celestial. Duan Lingtian, who had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, split into 5 as he charged toward the saber net. The 4 clones were extremely lifelike. Moreover, the 100 inscription saints' swords in their hands were extremely lifelike as well. It was impossible to tell if they were real or fake. The otherworldly celestial was a high-grade offensive divine ability. It did not require one to dive down to cast it. Duan Lingtian, who had split into 5 clones, charged toward the saber net at an extremely fast speed with the help of the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. If Duan Lingtian, who had not transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior before he cast the otherworldly celestial, he looked like 5 celestials. However, now that Duan Lingtian had cast the otherworldly celestial, he looked like 5 devils from the bottomless abyss. Moreover, he looked like a devil with a dragon's body. Whoosh! 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 5 short-lived sword cries rang in the air as the 100 inscription saints' swords in the hands of the 5 Duan Lingtian intertwined with each other and charged toward the saber net. At this moment, not only did Duan Lingtian release the Sun Saint energy in his body that had been boosted by the elementary devouring tactic, but he did not hold back his powerful physical strength as a nine-clawed dragon warrior at all. Finally, Duan Lingtian charged toward the saber net. Wherever the 5 sword gleams passed, over 100 of the thousands of saber gleams that interweaved into a net of saber gleams were instantly shattered. After Duan Lingtian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his strength was extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, he was not afraid of the thousands of saber rays that were released by the Saber King Phantom that had left Hong Su's body. Whoosh! 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 However, the thousands of saber rays that had formed the saber net were just too many. Although some of them were shattered by the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, many of them still landed on Duan Lingtian's body. After a while, the 4 clones of Duan Lingtian could no longer withstand the attacks and were the first to collapse. Roar! At the same time, Duan Lingtian let out a roar that sounded like a beast's roar. Whoosh! At the same time, a thick and sharp dragon tail appeared behind him. It lashed out and easily shattered the saber rays that were attacking him. Even so, many saber rays still landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Clang! 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 Accompanied by the sound of metal colliding, the saber rays landed on Duan Lingtian's body one after another, causing sparks to appear due to the friction between the saber rays. The dragon scales on Duan Lingtian's body blocked the saber rays. However, there were still many deep saber marks on the dragon scales. If the saber rays went deeper, they would be able to break the dragon scales. Hong Su, after successfully breaking the saber net, Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Hong Su, who was standing in the distance. His throat bobbed as he suddenly shouted. At the same time, the golden crow's wings on Duan Lingtian's back flapped rapidly. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. With the help of the golden crow's wings, Duan Lingtian, who had a dragon's human form, charged toward Hong Su at an extremely fast speed. Hong Su's expression changed drastically. This was because Hong Su had used his full strength in the attack earlier. The full strength he used referred to his full strength after consuming the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill. Initially, Hong Su thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die under his powerful attack. Although he was surprised that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon warrior, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to block his full strength attack that contained the divine ability, the Saber King manifestation, and the saber technique, the Ghastly Shadow Thousand Slash. Naturally, like the other 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, he thought Duan Lingtian was only a 7-clawed dragon warrior. If Duan Lingtian was only a 7-clawed dragon warrior, it would be impossible for him to block Hong Su's full strength attack, let alone neutralize it. How can a 7-clawed dragon warrior be so powerful? The moment Hong Su thought of this, he instinctively glanced at Duan Lingtian's dragon claws. This glance was enough to scare him out of his wits. 9 claws. This was because he could clearly see that after Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon warrior, each of his dragon claws had 9 sharp claws. These were the claws of a 9-clawed divine dragon. 9-clawed divine dragons were legendary dragons. They were also known as the 9-clawed ancestral dragon and the 9-clawed winged dragon. This Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Hong Su's expression was ghastly. He did not move at all in the face of Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. This was because the effects of the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill, had faded a lot. It was impossible for him to unleash the same attack again. For this reason, he no longer had any intention to fight Duan Lingtian. That's 9 claws. At the same time, many of the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples noticed the difference in Duan Lingtian's dragon claw when they saw Duan Lingtian charging toward Hong Su at an extremely fast speed after destroying the saber net formed by thousands of saber rays. Those are the claws of a 9-clawed divine dragon? A 9-clawed dragon warrior? Oh my god! Senior brother Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! The 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples regained their senses one after another. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on their faces as they stared at Duan Lingtian. How's this possible? Chapter 1978. A Nine-Clawed Dragon Warrior. To the disciples of the Four Symbol Sanctums, including Hong Su, this was undoubtedly a legendary existence. However, today, they had seen this legendary existence with their own eyes. The scene before their eyes felt surreal. Many of the Four Symbol Sanctums disciples felt as though they were dreaming. However, after some tests, they realized they were not dreaming. Everything before their eyes was real. Duan Lingtian was really a nine-clawed dragon warrior. I can't believe senior brother Duan Lingtian is actually a nine-clawed dragon warrior. After he transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, even senior brother Hong Su, who had consumed the forbidden pill and raised his strength to the Saint Celestial stage, is no match for him. That's right. Senior brother Hong Su's attack earlier could be considered as the strongest attack he could unleash after consuming the forbidden pill. Now, the effect of the forbidden pill must have faded a lot. It's impossible for him to unleash such a powerful attack again. Senior brother Hong Su is going to be defeated. Defeated? Do you think it's possible? Senior brother Hong Su wanted to kill Duan Lingtian earlier. Even if senior brother Duan Lingtian kills him now, it's only in self-defense. It won't violate the rules of Zoroastrianism. Do you think senior brother Duan Lingtian will let him go? The group of Four Symbol Sanctums disciples whispered among themselves. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. At the same time, they felt Hong Su was going to die in Duan Lingtian's hands. Currently, Duan Lingtian really wanted to kill Hong Su. Whoosh! With the help of his high-grade movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, Duan Lingtian charged toward Hong Su at his fastest speed. He was not worried Hong Su would be faster than him. This was because he knew the effect of the forbidden pill would not last for long. It wouldn't be long before the effects of the forbidden pill in Hong Su's body faded away. At that time, Hong Su would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of him. However, just as Duan Lingtian thought Hong Su would flee in a hurry when he saw him chasing after him, Hong Su suddenly stopped. He also noticed that Hong Su had no intention of fleeing. Hong Su stood there motionless like a piece of wood. What is he trying to do? Seeing Hong Su's reaction, Duan Lingtian became a little scared. When he was still some distance away from Hong Su, he stopped and looked at Hong Su with a frown. Even though he wished he could kill Hong Su. However, the current Hong Su was simply too strange. He did not dare to act rashly. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a clear voice transmission resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell that it was Hong Su's voice. Immediately, Duan Lingtian's face darkened, and his frown deepened. Why was Hong Su transmitting his voice at a time like this? Was he trying to beg for mercy? Duan Lingtian, I know you want to kill me. However, this is normal. After all, the reason I'm here today is to kill you. Hong Su continued to transmit his voice. I'm transmitting my voice to you for the sake of my clan. I know even if I've consumed the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, I'm still no match for you after you've transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Moreover, the effect of your assist-type divine ability is obviously longer than the Kismet rejoining pill. For this reason, it's impossible for me to kill you. Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Lingtian's frown eased slightly. At least this Hongshu was aware of his own limitations. The Kismet rejoining pill is a very famous forbidden pill in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Kismet rejoining pill I consumed is only a low-grade Kismet rejoining pill. A high-grade Kismet rejoining pill can raise a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse's strength in a short time. Apart from that, the Kismet rejoining pill can only be refined by quasi-celestial grade Saint Refinement Masters who specialize in medicine refinement Dao. It's a very precious forbidden pill. Hong Su continued to say. Duan Lingtian had no idea what the Kismet rejoining pill was. However, his eyes widened when he heard Hong Su's last sentence. A pill that can only be refined by a quasi-celestial grade Saint Refinement Master? I've told you so much. Mainly because I want you to do me a favor. I hope that after I die, you can think of a way to send a message to my family so that they can quickly move away. Hong Su continued to transmit his voice to Duan Lingtian. To repay your kindness, I'm willing to tell you a secret. Lian, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, used my clan to threaten me. That's why I'm here and want to kill you. He was also the one who gave me the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill. When Hong Su mentioned Lian, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Lian? Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. He believed Hong Su's words. This was because he still remembered when he first met Hong Su. There was a hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes when he looked at him. Previously, he did not understand the meaning behind the hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes. However, after listening to Hong Su's words, he finally understood. At this moment, he could clearly feel the helplessness in Hong Su's heart. Under Li An's coercion, Hong Su did not have a choice at all. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's killing intent that was directed at Hong Su had dissipated by quite a bit. He no longer wanted to kill Hong Su as much as he did before. Currently, he was much calmer. As it turned out, Lian was the mastermind behind all of this. You can report him to the Enforcement Elder. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hong Su and said through voice transmission, if you think it's useless to report him to the Enforcement Elder, you can report him to the Enforcement Hall after you've passed the Saint Land's assessment and entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. It's useless. Hong Su smiled wryly and replied through voice transmission, even if I successfully report him, he'll only receive a light punishment at most. After he's punished, he'll definitely hold a grudge. At that time, he might not dare to make a move on me because he's afraid of the rules of Zoroastrianism. However, my family will definitely be annihilated by him. If it wasn't for my clan, I wouldn't have been led by the nose by him. After all, he won't dare to make a move on me because of the rules of Zoroastrianism. Hong Su paused for a moment before he continued to say bitterly, before I came here, he told me that if I don't kill you, he won't let my clan go no matter what. For this reason, Duan Lingtian, I beg you, you must find a way to inform my clan. Ask them to move away so they won't fall into his evil hands. As long as you help me, I'm willing to do anything for you if there's an afterlife. When Hong Su reached the end of his voice transmission, he struck his head at lightning speed and committed suicide. Boom! When Hong Su's body fell to the ground, the group of 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, finally regained their senses. Duan Lingtian looked at Hong Su's body with a complicated expression before he reverted to his human form. On the other hand, the other 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked. Senior brother Hong Su actually committed suicide? It seems like he was worried that Duan Lingtian would kill him. Otherwise, why would he choose to commit suicide so decisively? It's good that he committed suicide. Since he's going to die anyway, he might as well commit suicide. Although the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked by Hong Su's suicide, they could understand his decision. Useless thing. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was sent by Lian to monitor Hong Su could not help but frown when he saw Hong Su committing suicide so decisively. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian in the distance, a hint of dread appeared on his face. Moreover, this Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I must inform Elder Lian about this as soon as possible. Naturally, he knew what a 9-clawed dragon warrior meant. Soon after, a few bronze flame elders from the punishment zone of the 4 Symbol Sanctum's first mine arrived. The 4 bronze flame elders were respectively from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the White Tiger Sanctum, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder. When they received the news, they rushed over anxiously. At the same time, they felt it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. Perhaps, Hong Su might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian if he was not in his usual state. However, after Hong Su consumed the forbidden pill, his strength had increased tremendously. It should not be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian. This was what they thought. They were anxious when they rushed over because they were worried something would happen to Duan Lingtian. They did not know what Duan Lingtian's background was. However, based on how the Saint Land Enforcement Hall protected Duan Lingtian, they could tell that Duan Lingtian's background was not simple at all. Otherwise, How could Duan Lingtian be protected by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall even though he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root? They were worried the Saint Land Enforcement Hall would vent their anger on them because of Duan Lingtian's death. For this reason, they traveled at full speed and were extremely anxious. However, when they arrived at the scene, they were dumbfounded. This was because the scene before their eyes was completely different from what they had imagined. Hong Su is dead? Soon after, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder discovered Hong Su's body. Shock was written all over his face. After a long while, he finally shifted his gaze away from Hong Su's body and began to look around. In the end, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Is Duan Lingtian? At the same time, the Bronze Flame Elders from the Punishment Zone from the other three sanctums also shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1979. This Hong Su. Duan Lingtian turned a deaf ear to the arrival of the 4 Punishment District's elders. At this moment, it seemed as though Hong Su was the only person left in his world. Everyone, please search for the complete picture. Dead. To be more precise, only Hong Su's corpse was left. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Hong Su. Hong Su's voice transmission to him earlier continued to reverberate in his ears. He could feel Hong Su's anger and displeasure when he mentioned the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lien. He could also feel Hong Su's frustration and helplessness when he mentioned how he was threatened by Lien. Hong Su's emotions had affected him to a certain extent. Hong Su was originally the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. He was about to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. He had a bright future ahead of him. However, Lien wanted to use him to deal with Duan Lingtian and forced him into a dead end. Duan Lingtian's feelings were complicated as he looked at Hong Su's corpse. Don't worry, I'll help you inform your clan. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and secretly made a promise to Hong Su. Naturally, he could not leave the 4 Symbol Sanctum's first mind now, and he had to inform Hong Su's clan as soon as possible. Due to this reason, he could only find someone to do it on his behalf. He already had a candidate in mind. Duan Lingtian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Duan Lingtian easily blocked Hong Su's attack when his strength was raised to the Saint Celestial stage, after he consumed a forbidden pill. Hong Su chose to commit suicide when faced with the pressure from Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was staring at Hong Su's corpse in a daze, the 4 Punishment District's elders learned about what had happened from the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples who were present on the scene. After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, their hearts involuntarily stirred up waves of shock and awe. Hong Su did not hesitate to consume a forbidden pill in order to kill Duan Lingtian. However, he did not succeed in the end. This was because he did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to transform into a legendary 9-clawed dragon warrior. If not for that, he would definitely have succeeded. All of a sudden, the 4 elders looked at Duan Lingtian in a completely different light. The person in front of him was someone who could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Such an existence, even if placed among the dragons, would be worshipped by the dragons like stars surrounding the moon. Of course, the dragons mentioned here were not dragons from the lower province, but dragons from the upper province. Could it be the Holy Lands Enforcement Hall is protecting him because of this? Thinking up to this point, the 4 Punishment District elders could not help but let their imaginations run wild. At the same time, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at the 4 elders of the Punishment District. He nodded slightly and greeted them. Greetings to the 4 elders. If it was any other time, perhaps they would feel displeased when they saw Duan Lingtian greeting them so casually. They would feel that Duan Lingtian did not take them seriously and was just brushing them off. However, when they learned that Duan Lingtian could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they completely dismissed this thought. A 9-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary existence. It was an extraordinary existence among the dragons. For elders, I'd like to look for Elder Peng Hua. Duan Lingtian did not forget that Hong Su had asked him for help. After greeting the 4 Punishment District elders, he immediately asked for help. Peng Hua was the first punishment district elder he saw when he followed the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guo Xiong to the punishment district in the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine. He was an elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum. He did not know anyone else in the punishment district in the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine. Now that he wanted to contact Guo Xiong, he immediately thought of him. "You're looking for Elder Peng Hua? I'll bring you there." Among the 4 punishment district elders, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder took the initiative to speak to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had long noticed this punishment district elder was wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder's uniform. When he heard his words, he immediately nodded his head. "3 elders, I'll leave this matter to you." After the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder spoke to the other 3 punishment district elders, he took the lead and flew out to lead the way. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind him. At this moment, only a group of 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples and the 3 punishment district elders remained in the area where the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples stayed. They only retracted their gazes when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from their sight. To the 3 punishment district elders, it was easy to deal with the following matter. Hong Su had consumed a forbidden pill in order to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if he did not succeed, it was still a heinous crime. Under such circumstances, even if Duan Lingtian killed Hong Su, Duan Lingtian would still be innocent. Let alone the fact that Hong Su had committed suicide. After the 3 elders from the punishment district dealt with Hong Su's corpse and left, the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples, who had been silent for a while due to the arrival of the punishment district's elders, could no longer remain silent. They whispered among themselves as they discussed among themselves. Their words never left Duan Lingtian's side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was led by the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder to meet the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder, Peng Hua, whom he had met when he first arrived at the punishment district of the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine. Duan Lingtian? When Peng Hua saw Duan Lingtian, he did not dare to put on airs and greeted him with a smile. "Elder Peng Hua, I've come to look for you because of one thing. I would like to ask you to bring our Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Elder Guo Xiong, here. I need his help with something." Duan Lingtian looked at Peng Hua and did not beat around the bush. "No problem." Peng Hua agreed immediately. He knew Duan Lingtian seemed to be in a hurry, so he immediately left the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine and went to the Black Turtle Sanctum. Soon after, Peng Hua returned. The Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guo Xiong had returned with him. "Duan Lingtian, you're looking for me?" Guo Xiong asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If it was an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who had come to look for him, Guo Xiong would not have bothered. He was the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder no matter what. How could he be someone who could come and go as they pleased? However, when he heard the person who was looking for him was Duan Lingtian, he immediately rushed over. The reason was none other than Duan Lingtian's innate talent. He had a bright future ahead of him. As long as he did not die prematurely, his future achievements would not be inferior to Guo Xiong's. Such a person was worthy of Guo Xiong's respect. "Elder Guo Xiong." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush when he saw Guo Xiong. He also told Guo Xiong everything that Hong Su had told him through voice transmission. Guo Xiong's expression turned graver and graver as he listened to Duan Lingtian's description. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was forced to such a state by Li En in broad daylight. This completely enraged Guo Xiong. "Don't worry, I'll seek justice for him," Guo Xiong said in a deep voice. "Elder Guo Xiong, seeking justice for him is secondary. I hope you can help to inform Hong Su's family as soon as possible and ask them to leave their homeland. If it's too late, I'm worried Lian will vent his anger on Hong Su's family for failing to kill me," Duan Lingtian said to Guo Xiong with a solemn expression. "Elder Guo Xiong, please help me. Take it that I owe you a favor for this matter." Duan Lingtian did not even hesitate to promise Guo Xiong a favor for this matter. Guo Xiong could not help but feel shocked. "According to what you said earlier, this is the first time you've met Hong Su. Although he has a favor to ask of you, is there a need for you to be so concerned about him?" "Elder Guo Xiong, please help me," Duan Lingtian continued with a serious expression. Shangxin? Perhaps. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian did not know why he was so concerned about Hong Su's matter. Perhaps it was because he pitied Hong Su. Or perhaps it was because he subconsciously felt that Lian had forced Hong Su into a dead end because of him. For this reason, he subconsciously felt guilty. Don't worry, I know Hong Su's family. After I leave the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine, I'll look for 2 friends and head to Hong Su's family with them. I'll warn his family to leave their homeland as soon as possible. Guoxiong promised solemnly to Duan Lingtian when he saw how serious Duan Lingtian was. Perhaps he could sue the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, for Hong Su's death. However, even if the Saint Land Enforcement Hall confirmed the truth, Lian would only receive a symbolic punishment since he was not the one who killed Hong Su. As for Hong Su's family, even if Lian killed them, it would not violate the rules of Zoroastrianism. Thank you, Elder Guoxiong. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Guoxiong bade him farewell and left in a hurry. After obtaining Guoxiong's promise, Duan Lingtian was relieved. He immediately returned to the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples' residence and entered the Primus house under the respectful gazes of the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples. He continued to comprehend the first defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in the Zoroastrianism. Meanwhile, the news of Duan Lingtian transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and defeating Hong Su without a fight had spread from the punishment zone of the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine. When this news spread to the Four Symbol Sanctums, it caused quite a commotion. Duan Lingtian is a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Heavens! A 9-clawed dragon warrior? Why did he come to the Zoroastrianism instead of enjoying life in the dragons? When the people from the Four Symbol Sanctums found out Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they were stunned. As far as they knew, a 7-clawed dragon warrior was equivalent to a 6-clawed divine dragon among dragons, while an 8-clawed dragon warrior was equivalent to a 7-clawed divine dragon among dragons. A 9-clawed dragon warrior was equivalent to an 8-clawed divine dragon among dragons. However, there was not a single 8-clawed divine dragon among the current dragons. Chapter 1980. To a certain extent, the dragon warriors were the spokespersons of the mystical dragons. To be more precise, he was the spokesperson of the divine dragon that gave him the ability to transform into a dragon. 7-clawed dragon warriors were the representatives of the 7-clawed divine dragons. 8-clawed dragon warriors were the representatives of the 8-clawed divine dragons. 9-clawed dragon warriors were the representatives of the 9-clawed divine dragons. Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It seems like there was a 9-clawed divine dragon in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. That's right. To us, a 9-clawed divine dragon is a legendary existence. In the past, we weren't even sure if a 9-clawed divine dragon had ever appeared in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, since Duan Lingtian can transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, this proves that a 9-clawed divine dragon had once appeared in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian must have obtained the inheritance of the 9-clawed divine dragon. That's why he can transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian's luck is really enviable. Everywhere in the Four Symbol Sanctums of Zoroastrianism, the news that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior was spread everywhere. This news was shocking. At the same time, they also vaguely realized, in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was once a 9-clawed divine dragon. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had obtained the legacy left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. That was how he mastered the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. They couldn't think of any other possibility. Senior brother Hong Su was forced to his death by Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the Four Symbol Sanctums, was not peaceful as well. Many people found it hard to accept the news that Hong Su had committed suicide in the face of pressure from Duan Lingtian. These people were all Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who idolized Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Humph! What did he mean by being forced to death by senior martial brother Duan Lingtian? If Hong Su didn't want to kill senior martial brother Duan Lingtian, would senior martial brother Duan Lingtian force him? Ridiculous. There were also many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who knew what had happened. They stood on Duan Lingtian's side and spoke up for Duan Lingtian. Exactly. In order to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian, Hong Su did not hesitate to consume a forbidden pill. What a big deal. It's a pity that he's no match for senior brother Duan Lingtian even though he's taken a forbidden pill. Compared to those who defended Hong Su, there were undoubtedly more Black Tortoise Tower disciples on Duan Lingtian's side. As the saying goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. In addition, Duan Lingtian was in the right. Therefore, those who supported him naturally outnumbered those who supported Hong Su. Humph! To think that I treated Hong Su as my eldest senior brother. I didn't expect him to be so cruel to his fellow disciples. He didn't even hesitate to consume a forbidden pill to kill his fellow disciples. I was really blind before. Me too. In the past, I used to treat Hong Su as my idol. Now that I think about it, I feel disgusted. Why would I treat someone like that as my idol? There were also many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who originally respected Hong Su who had turned against him. Hong Su's actions had hurt their hearts. Naturally, there were also a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who found it strange that Hong Su killed Duan Lingtian. Logically speaking, both of them don't know each other at all. However, why would senior brother Hong Su kill Duan Lingtian? Moreover, he did not hesitate to consume a forbidden pill. How deep is the enmity between them? If there's enmity between them, senior brother Hong Su would have made his move on Duan Lingtian long ago. Why would he wait until Duan Lingtian was banished to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine before he chased after him? You're right. I feel like something's strange about this matter. Do you still remember that Elder Lian came to the residence of our Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples 2 days ago to look for senior brother Hong Su? You mean senior brother Hong Su killed Duan Lingtian under Elder Lian's orders? Shoo! Lower your voice. Are you seeking death? These Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were smart. They knew Hong Su's pursuit of Duan Lingtian to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine to kill Duan Lingtian had something to do with their Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian. After all, the enmity between Lian and Duan Lingtian was not a secret in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the Four Symbols Sanctums. However, even though they knew about it, they did not dare to spread it. If they were caught by Lian, they would be severely punished even if they did not die. They were not Duan Lingtian, so they did not dare to go against Lian. While the Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar over the matter between Duan Lingtian and Hong Su, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, had just returned from outside. As soon as he returned, he received news from the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine before he could even warm his seat. The source of the news was the person he had planted in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Useless trash. Lian cursed when he found out Hong Su had committed suicide and Duan Lingtian was safe and sound. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the new stone table in the front yard of Lian's residence that had just been replaced was once again smashed into pieces by his palm, turning into powder that scattered all over the ground. The trash that Lian was cursing was, naturally, Hong Su. Initially, he thought it would be easy for Hong Su to kill Duan Lingtian since he had the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, that Hong Su's strength was close to the Saint Celestial stage. Who knew God would play a joke on him? Even Hong Su, who had consumed the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill, was not a match for Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. During the final moment of the death Duan Lingtian and Hong Su's battle, Duan Lingtian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. That was why he was able to withstand Hong Su's full force attack after consuming the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill. It was also the most critical moment. The failure of that attack meant Hong Su no longer had the chance to kill Duan Lingtian. And that Duan Lingtian, he's actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. What did he do to deserve the legacy left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon? Damn it! Damn it! Li An's expression turned grave when he thought about how Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian must be eliminated. He must be eliminated before he grows stronger. Li An said through gritted teeth after he took a deep breath. In the past, the innate talent in the martial Dao and divine ability that Duan Lingtian had displayed was enough to make him wary. Now that he found out that Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior, his heart could not help but tremble. He was even more wary of Duan Lingtian now. If the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian was only a minor one, perhaps he would have put down his pride and taken the initiative to seek peace with Duan Lingtian due to Duan Lingtian's identity as a nine-clawed dragon warrior. After all, he did not know if Duan Lingtian had contacted the dragons or not. Although the current dragons were only slightly stronger than an ordinary first-rate force due to the fact that they only had a few seven-clawed divine dragons, the strength of the dragons was something that he could not help but be wary of. Even though any one of the three great sects was much stronger than the Dragon Clan, they did not dare to provoke the Dragon Clan. Dragons were an ancient and mysterious race. This clan had existed in the Dao Martial Saint Land for a very long time. It had even surpassed the three great sects. Who would believe that such an ancient and mysterious clan did not have any trump cards? However, Li An knew very well what was going on. The conflict between him and Duan Lingtian had long since reached a point of no return. There was simply no room for negotiation. What he needed to do now was to kill the Duan Lingtian before the Duan Lingtian matured. Otherwise, once Duan Lingtian matured, he would be dead for sure. Before Hong Su committed suicide, he met eyes with Duan Lingtian for a while. I'm sure he must have communicated with Duan Lingtian via voice transmission during that period of time. Even though Li An wasn't present when Duan Lingtian and Hong Su fought, Li An didn't dare to offend Duan Lingtian. However, through the people he had planted in the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine, he had learned about the entire situation. He had not missed out on any insignificant details. Humph! Hong Su must have sold me out. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, he must have asked Duan Lingtian to help inform the Hong clan so that they can leave their homeland. However, does he really think I'll leave the Hong clan behind after he kills Duan Lingtian? I'm not so stupid that I don't even know the principle of eliminating the source of trouble. Li An snorted coldly as he narrowed his eyes. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Just 2 days ago, after Hong Su had entered the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine, he had made a trip to the Hong clan and annihilated the entire clan. The Hong clan was located in the western region, and it was not far from Zoroastrianism. If he traveled at full speed, it would only take him half a day to reach the Hong clan. As for annihilating the entire clan, it would not even take him half a day. Currently, he had just returned from the Hong clan. I'm afraid Hong Su didn't expect that even if Duan Lingtian really sent someone to the Hong clan to inform them, what awaited them was only a pile of ruins. When Li An reached this part of his sentence, the sneer on his face turned even more sinister. However, news of Duan Lingtian being a nine-clawed dragon warrior and suspected to have obtained the inheritance of a nine-clawed divine dragon must be spread to the Northern Plethora sect and Zhao Chong. Li An's thoughts suddenly changed. When he muttered again, he could not help but think about some things. Currently, what we can be sure of is that ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into the Upper Province and Lower Province, there has never been a nine-clawed divine dragon. In other words, even if Duan Lingtian obtained the nine-clawed divine dragon's inheritance, it's highly likely that he did not obtain it in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's very likely that he obtained it in the Lower Province. Duan Lingtian might be from the Lower Province as well. The moment Li An thought of this, he immediately took out an empty jade token and sent it to the first-rate force, the Northern Plethora sect, to pass it to Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. In the jade token, he also gave Zhao Chong a suggestion. If they could not find anything about Duan Lingtian in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, they could head to the Lower Province to search. Duan Lingtian did not expect Li An to be so smart. Just based on the fact that he was a nine-clawed dragon warrior, he was able to deduce that he was from the Lower Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 1981. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian, who was in the punishment zone of the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine, met the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong again. Damn! However, Guoxiong's expression was grave. Elder Guoxiong? A bad feeling rose in Duan Lingtian's heart when he saw Guoxiong's expression. When I arrived, the Hong clan was already in ruins. The entire Hong clan had been annihilated. Guoxiong said in a deep voice. Actually, before I arrived at the Hong clan, I already had my suspicions. As far as I know, Lian is a ruthless and meticulous person. Perhaps, from the moment he wanted to use Hong Su to deal with you, he had no intention of letting the Hong clan go. Even if Hong Su killed you, he wouldn't let the Hong clan go. This was because he was worried the Hong clan would seek revenge from him in the future. After all, there's no such thing as an absolute secret in this world. Sooner or later, the Hong clan would suspect him of Hong Su's death. As it turns out, my guess was right. Lian had already made his move and annihilated the Hong clan before I arrived. Guoxiong finished speaking in one breath. How ruthless! Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and his heart couldn't help but tremble as he deeply realized Lian's ruthlessness. The sense of danger he felt increased immediately. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Hong Su, I've already fulfilled your request. Unfortunately, Lian has already made his move on your clan. However, you don't have to worry. It won't be long before I send Lian down to reunite with you. As Duan Lingtian thought to himself, his eyes flashed coldly. He would kill Lian sooner or later. Suddenly, Guoxiong seemed to have thought of something. He said to Duan Lingtian, apart from that, I plan to go to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall today and sue Lian for threatening Hong Su and sending him to the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine to kill you. However, you must be mentally prepared. For this matter, the Holy Land Enforcement Hall will only punish Lian symbolically at most, and this matter won't spread. Can we spread the news ourselves? Duan Lingtian recalled the incident from before. It was precisely because he spread the news that Lian's eldest direct disciple, Wei He, was pushed into the limelight and caused Wei He to be executed. Don't be foolish. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he was rejected by Guoxiong. In the next moment, Guoxiong said solemnly, this matter is completely different from the previous matter. The previous matter was more of an attempt by the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall to protect their dignity. After all, Wei He's actions were a challenge to the authority of the Holy Land's Enforcement Hall. However, this matter is not as exaggerated as it seems. Even if news of this spread out, it's impossible for the Enforcement Hall to execute Lian. After all, Lian is a Silver Flame Elder, and he didn't kill you personally. The most important thing is that you are safe and sound. When Guoxiong reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Unless you can get the dragons to intervene in this matter, perhaps the pressure from the dragons might be enough to make the Saint Land Enforcement Hall consider executing Lian. When Guoxiong met Duan Lingtian previously, he did not know Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It was only when he returned today that he heard Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. With Duan Lingtian's identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his position among the dragons was not low. It was comparable to an 8-clawed divine dragon. Dragons? Upon hearing Guoxiong's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as he shook his head. Elder Guoxiong, I don't have any contact with the dragons. In fact, I don't even know where the dragons are. For this reason, it's impossible for me to ask the dragons to intervene in this matter. It seems like it's just as they guessed. You must have obtained the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon. Guoxiong sighed. Duan Lingtian remained silent. However, Guoxiong took this as a tacit agreement. If I'm not mistaken, you must have obtained the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, right? As far as I know, ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, the upper and lower province, there has never been a 9-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Guoxiong speculated. Ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, the upper and lower province, there had never been a 9-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Upon hearing Guoxiong's speculation, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. His expression turned grave immediately. Why didn't I think of this before? At this moment, the reason Duan Lingtian's expression was so grave was because of Guoxiong's speculation. He was not surprised when others guessed he had obtained the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon. However, what did Guoxiong say earlier? Guoxiong actually guessed he had obtained the technique to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior from the WCI Subterranean. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what this meant. If Guoxiong could guess it, how could Lian not? Moreover, Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, could not guess it as well? Damn it! Why didn't I think of this earlier? If I knew transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior would expose my origins in the WCI Subterranean, I'd rather use the Jasper Celestial Sword than transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian regretted it. He really regretted it now. He knew that by doing this, he had left behind a hidden danger for his family and friends. This was equivalent to him providing Li En and Yang Chong with clues about his background. Duan Lingtian, you... Guoxiong was puzzled when he saw the grave expression on Duan Lingtian's face. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled apologetically at Guoxiong. Elder Guoxiong, thank you for everything you've done for me. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor. It's nothing. Guoxiong shook his head and smiled. Then, his expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to pass the Saint Land's assessment soon and enter the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. However, you'll have to be careful when you become a Saint Land disciple. Now that you've exposed your identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, not only will Lian, who'll fight to the death with you, not be afraid of you, but he'll kill you at all costs. To him, as long as you're alive, he'll be in trouble sooner or later. For this reason, he won't show any mercy to you. Guoxiong reminded him solemnly. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew this, but he did not care about it at all. What he was most worried about was not his own safety, but his family's safety. Elder Guoxiong, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Duan Lingtian suddenly took a deep breath as though he had made up his mind. Then, he prepared a voice transmission jade token and asked Guoxiong to pass it to Zhu Luqi on his behalf. The content of the jade token was to ask Zhu Luqi to return to the WCI Subterranean and inform his family to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion as soon as possible to find a safe place to seek refuge. In the future, he would bring them out after he had dealt with all the threats. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also asked Guoxiong for help to secretly send Zhu Luqi to the inter-province transportation formation without Lian noticing anything. You're from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Although Guoxiong was slightly surprised by this, he was not too surprised. After all, he had already guessed that Duan Lingtian had obtained the technique to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior from the lower province, since the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon would usually only exist in the lower province. As for why Duan Lingtian asked him to send someone to the inter-province transportation formation, he could roughly guess the reason. You're worried that Li En and Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, will go to the lower province to deal with your family and friends? Yes. Duan Lingtian trusted Guoxiong. At the very least, he did not have any conflict with Guoxiong. Moreover, Guoxiong usually stood against Li En, so it was impossible for him to betray him. Please help me, Elder Guoxiong. If this matter is successful, I'll owe you a huge favor. Elder Guoxiong, I'll owe you a huge favor, Duan Lingtian said solemnly to Guoxiong. He especially emphasized the words big favor. Even Guoxiong did not know why, but when he heard the words huge favor from Duan Lingtian, he felt a little emotional. Perhaps it was because he could see that Duan Lingtian had a bright future, and the huge favor he promised Duan Lingtian would be more important in the future. To me, this matter is as easy as lifting a finger. I'll send him off right now. After Guoxiong took the voice transmission jade token from Duan Lingtian, He left the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine and headed to the White Tiger Sanctum to look for Zhu Luqi. Duan Lingtian watched as Guoxiong left. He only sighed in relief when Guoxiong's silhouette disappeared from his sight. With Palace Master Zhu's warning, "I'm sure Father knows what to do. It's a good thing that Elder Guoxiong reminded me earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that I've inadvertently caused such a disaster." When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If something went wrong, it would definitely cause a huge disaster. Actually, Duan Lingtian wanted to return to the lower province personally. However, when he recalled that he was currently serving in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine and could not leave, he dismissed this thought. Moreover, even if he managed to comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in a few more days, he would definitely be targeted when he entered the Saint Land. It was impossible for him to leave the Zoroastrianism and head to the lower province without alerting Lien. "I'll continue to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. I'll definitely be able to comprehend it in 5 to 6 days at most. At that time, I'll be able to leave the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine and head to the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple." The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he returned to the Primus House and the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The 5 to 6 days he mentioned referred to the time in the outside world. 5 to 6 days in the outside world was equivalent to 50 to 60 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In other words, Duan Lingtian was confident he could successfully comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in 2 months. Chapter 1982. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian appeared out of thin air in the only Primus room in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine's punishment zone. After putting away the 7 Treasures Jewel Pagoda, Duan Lingtian pushed open the door and came to the front yard of the huge mansion. He raised his head to look at the sky and took a deep breath. "The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. I finally succeeded in comprehending it." Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Boundless Sun Saint power immediately swept out of his body through the 99 saint veins in his body. When it spread out, it formed a huge shadow around his body. It was the silhouette of a black tortoise. At the same time, the light of the Sun Saint force was faintly discernible on the black tortoise's shadow. The gigantic shadow of the black tortoise protected Duan Lingtian within, leaving no gaps. Clearly, this was the most powerful divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle's barrier, that Duan Lingtian had successfully comprehended and mastered. It was also the number 1 divine ability of Zoroastrianism. Now, all the high-grade divine abilities I've mastered, offensive divine abilities, defensive divine abilities, movement divine abilities, and support divine abilities, are all gathered. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he withdrew the black tortoise silhouette. "Since I've successfully comprehended the black tortoise's barrier, there's no need for me to mine saint stones today. I can leave now." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He rose into the air and flew away from the residence of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the first mine's punishment zone. In the past few days, although Duan Lingtian had been comprehending the divine ability, the Black Tortoise's barrier, he still took some time out to mine saint stones to complete the missions given to the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples serving in the first mine. Of course, while completing the mission, he also threw a lot of first-grade saint stones into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He found another quasi-celestial grade saint stone mine, but it was not as big as the one he found before. He casually threw it into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Where should we go now? After leaving the residence of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the first mine's punishment zone, Duan Lingtian did not know where he could go to display his divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in order to be pardoned. Finally, he went to the registration area of the new disciples in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. What a coincidence! The one on duty today was the same elder from the punishment district whom he had met the other day. The eyes of the punishment district's elder, who was wearing the exclusive uniform of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder, lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian, what's the matter? He had heard that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, and that his strength was almost on par with a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse after he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Therefore, when facing the Duan Lingtian now, he was even more polite than before. Elder, I would like to ask, if I want to be pardoned by the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine, who should I look for? Duan Lingtian asked straightforwardly. Pardoned? The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian, I know you're very strong. However, if you want to be pardoned, you'll have to pass the Saint Lands assessment and become a Saint Land disciple first. When you participate in the Saint Lands assessment, you can apply to leave the punishment zone of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine temporarily. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder explained patiently. Elder, as far as I know, if one manages to comprehend the divine ability from one of the Sanctum's most treasured sanctums, one can be pardoned directly, right? I remember senior brother Sun did the same. Duan Lingtian said again. Gasp! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder narrowed his eyes immediately. At the same time, he gasped in shock. YUVE successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Yes. As Duan Lingtian nodded, the Sun Saint energy on his body surged out and transformed into the silhouette of a gigantic black turtle. It's really the Black Turtle's Barrier. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder could not help but gasp when he saw the Black Turtle's silhouette. In less than a month, 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier. The Black Turtle's Barrier. Did they not say that the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability was the most difficult to comprehend? Was this a joke? Since Duan Lingtian had comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, the rest was easy. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder at the registration office contacted another Punishment Zone's Elder and asked him to bring Duan Lingtian to the Saint Land's Silver Flame Elder, who was in charge of pardoning. As long as Duan Lingtian cast the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in front of the Silver Flame Elder, he would be pardoned and be able to leave the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine to head to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. Whoosh! Under the Silver Flame Elder's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, again. A gigantic black turtle's silhouette appeared and protected him. Upon seeing this, even the Saint Land's Silver Flame Elder could not help but gasp. Duan Lingtian, you really live up to your reputation. I heard that you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. Now that you've mastered a high-grade defensive divine ability, you've mastered 4 types of high-grade divine abilities. An envious expression could be seen on the Silver Flame Elder's face as he spoke. Even he had only mastered 2 high-grade divine abilities. However, the person in front of him had mastered a total of 4 high-grade abilities, and they were all different types of high-grade abilities. Offensive divine ability, defensive divine ability, movement divine ability, assist type divine ability. He was envious and jealous of Duan Lingtian for having all 4 of them. This is the pardon document. From now on, you no longer have to serve in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. The Silver Flame Elder raised his hand and handed the pardon document to Duan Lingtian. With this pardon document, Duan Lingtian would no longer be obstructed when he left the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Otherwise, he would have been stopped by the patrolling elders of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine before he could leave. Duan Lingtian, you've already successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, so you can head to the Saint Land directly. As long as you cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in front of the patrolling elders of the Saint Land, he'll bring you to the Saint Land to register as a Saint Land disciple. Before that, if you have any trivial matters to attend to in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it's best for you to return first. After all, once you become a Saint Land disciple, it'll be difficult for you to return to the Four Symbols Sanctums. The Silver Flame Elder reminded Duan Lingtian before he left. However, Duan Lingtian did not have any trivial matters to attend to in the Black Turtle Sanctum. For this reason, after he left the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, he directly made his way to the Saint Land. Soon after, he was stopped by the patrolling elders of the Saint Land. After Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, the patrolling elders brought him into the Saint Land. It was Duan Lingtian's first time in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He looked around curiously. The Saint Land of Zoroastrianism was a barren desert. There were mountains and rivers, but there was not even a hint of green. In this barren land, apart from the mountains and rivers, the most common thing one could see was red. From afar, the red color looked like red flowers. However, they were not real flowers. For humans, it was a very representative thing. Without it, survival would be a problem. Flames, the red flowers that filled the ancient and mysterious barren land, were the flames that humans relied on to survive. Especially in this desert, the flames were like a veil of mystery and supremacy. Spacious altars could be seen everywhere in this barren land. In the center of these altars, there were large braziers that were held up by brackets. Dazzling flames rose from the braziers, and a scorching aura swept out. It turned into heat waves that hit the people in the surroundings, causing many of them to break out in cold sweat. However, these people did not feel uncomfortable or disgusted. Instead, they prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed to the braziers. To be more precise, they were kowtowing to the flames that rose from the braziers. Upon closer inspection, one could see their eyes were filled with reverence when they looked at the flames. It was as though each of them was a devout believer of the flames, and the flames were their religion. This was indeed the case. These people were natives of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. They were ordinary people who were self-sufficient and lived in seclusion. They believed in the flames, and they were the most devout believers of the flames. In their eyes, the flames were everything. Only with the flames could there be a world. Is this how the Christian name of Zoroastrianism came about? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the group of people who were devoutly worshipping the flames. Duan Lingtian continued to follow the Saint Land's patrolling elder. Behind the barren land, a group of active volcanoes appeared. The peaks of the volcanoes continued to spit out scorching flames. Every time it spat out flames, it would fill the sky with a red glow, causing the surrounding environment to become extremely bright. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, due to the existence of these volcanoes, there's never night. Perhaps night will only truly descend when these active volcanoes no longer spit out flames. The Saint Land's patrolling elder explained. That volcano. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw a gigantic volcano. This volcano was surrounded by active volcanoes that continued to spit out flames. It was like a moon surrounded by stars. It was like an emperor. However, since it did not spit out flames, it formed a strong contrast with the active volcanoes around it. This volcano is also an active volcano. However, the frequency of its spitting flames is not high. It only spits out flames once a month. As though he saw Duan Lingtian's confusion, the Saint Land's patrolling elder explained. Chapter 1983. Upon hearing the Saint Land's patrolling elder's words, Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to look up. In the sky above the gigantic volcano, there were islands floating in the air. On these islands, there were sparse clusters of buildings. The floating islands surrounded a huge floating island in the middle, like stars surrounding the moon. This enormous floating island was the main island. That huge floating island is the main island of the fire worship sect's Saint Land. It's where you'll be staying. You'll be staying there as well, the Saint Land's patrolling elder explained to Duan Lingtian. As for the islands around the main island, they're the residences of the Bronze Flame Elders and true disciples of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Every bronze flame elder and true disciple has their own independent island. The Saint Lands patrolling elder continued to explain. True disciple? Duan Lingtian knew about the bronze flame elders. However, this was his first time hearing about true disciples. He could not help but look at the Saint Lands patrolling elder in confusion. Elder, what's the deal with true disciples? In response to Duan Lingtian's question, the Saint Lands patrolling elder replied in a timely manner, "True disciples are the most outstanding disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. They're also the future pillars of Zoroastrianism. There are two ways to become a true disciple. The first way is to possess an indigo innate spiritual root or above and have a cultivation base at the divine saint stage or above. The second way is to have a cultivation base at the saint celestial stage. A monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root or above. Have a cultivation base at the saint celestial stage?" Upon hearing the Saint Lands patrolling elder's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened immediately. He finally understood the significance of being a true disciple in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. A true disciple was equivalent to the future of Zoroastrianism. As such, it was understandable that each of them had an independent island around the main island as a place of cultivation. Elder. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He asked again, "Don't tell me the silver flame elders, golden flame elders, guardians, vice sect leaders, and sect leader of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism are all staying on the main island?" As he spoke, Duan Lingtian looked at the gigantic floating island in front of him. "Of course not." The Saint Lands patrolling elder shook his head and said, "In our fire worship sect, those who are silver flame elders and above usually stay on the otherworldly island." Otherworldly island? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. "Come with me." The Saint Lands patrolling elder called out to Duan Lingtian before he soared up into the sky. Duan. After a short while, Duan Lingtian discovered the Saint Lands patrolling elder had brought him up to the sky. They continued to fly even after they had surpassed the height of the main island. At the same time, the main island's full view appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In terms of size, the main island was not as big as the Black Turtle Sanctum that Duan Lingtian was in previously. There were mountains and rivers on the main island. Apart from that, one could also see many green plants. Apart from that, there were also various buildings. The buildings were scattered everywhere in an orderly manner. When one looked at it from afar, it gave off a comfortable feeling. Don't tell me the otherworldly island is above the clouds in the sky? Duan Lingtian could not help but wonder when he saw the Saint Lands patrolling elder flying through the clouds and reaching a higher altitude. When he saw the scenery behind the Saint Lands patrolling elder, he realized he had guessed correctly. These are the otherworldly islands? After flying through the clouds and reaching a higher altitude, Duan Lingtian's attention was focused on the floating islands in the distance. These floating islands were located above the clouds above the main island of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. They were located at 4 different levels. At the highest point, there was only one floating island. Below that, there were a total of 5 floating islands. Below that, there were a total of 10 floating islands. Below that, there were a total of 50 floating islands. That's right. These are the otherworldly islands. The Saint Lands patrolling elder nodded. Look at the otherworldly island at the highest point. That's where Lord Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism cultivates. Lord Sect Leader is currently in closed-door cultivation there. The Saint Lands patrolling elder had a respectful expression on his face when he mentioned the Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism. Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism? Upon hearing the Saint Lands patrolling elder's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Currently, it was precisely because the Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism had not come out of closed-door cultivation that his wife and daughter were only imprisoned in the Saint Lands Law Enforcement Hall. They were not executed. However, once the Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism came out of closed-door cultivation, his wife and daughter would face execution. The outcome of the execution would definitely be death. If possible, He really hoped that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would never come out of closed-door cultivation. However, he also knew that it was destined to be a delusion. The 5 otherworldly islands below are the cultivation places of the 2 deputy sect leaders and 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism. The Saint Lands patrolling elder continued. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also regained his senses. He had heard of the 2 deputy sect leaders of Zoroastrianism before. As for the 3 guardians, they were even more well-known. It was said that the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism were the senior powerhouses of Zoroastrianism. Their positions in Zoroastrianism were as high as the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Xiezong. When Duan Lingtian thought about the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, he could not help but recall the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder Xiezong, who had snatched his Devil Seal tablet and killed Elder Ku in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. As far as he knew, Xiezong was the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Duan Lingtian had long regarded Xiezong as his mortal enemy. However, since Xiezong was too strong, he could only bury this hatred in the depths of his heart for now. However, when he was strong enough, he would definitely look for Xiezong and kill him to avenge Elder Ku and take back the Devil Seal tablet. Xiezong, just you wait. It won't be long before I come looking for you. At that time, I'll let you know that even an ant in your eyes can take your life. Duan Lingtian swore as his eyes gleamed coldly. At the same time, the Saint Lands patrolling elder's voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. The 10 islands below are the cultivation grounds of the 10 golden flame elders of Zoroastrianism. However, most of the time, these 10 islands are empty since the 10 golden flame elders are either in charge of the 4 symbol sanctums or in the mines of the 4 symbol sanctums. Since you're from the 4 symbol sanctums, I'm sure you know how important the 4 symbol sanctums and the mines of the 4 symbol sanctums are to Zoroastrianism. The Saint Lands patrolling elder continued to speak. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew about this. In Zoroastrianism, the 4 symbol sanctums was not only a place that provided the Saint Land with new blood, but it was also the gateway to Zoroastrianism. If someone attacked the Zoroastrianism, the 4 symbol sanctums would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. It was reassuring to have the 4 golden flame elders in charge of such an important place. As for the mines of the 4 symbol sanctums, they were the second gateway to Zoroastrianism. Once the 4 symbol sanctums fell, they would have to fend off the next wave of attacks. Moreover, there were first-grade Saint Stones reserves in each of the mines. For this reason, the mines of the 4 symbol sanctums were guarded by the remaining 6 golden flame elders of Zoroastrianism. For this reason, it was rare to see golden flame elders in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Usually, the 10 golden flame elders would stay in the 4 symbol sanctums and the mines of the 4 symbol sanctums. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, the people in charge were mostly silver flame elders and bronze flame elders. The group of silver flame elders and bronze flame elders in the Saint Land was directly led by the 2 vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, after the sect leader and guardians, the 2 vice sect leaders were the most powerful. They were even stronger than the 10 golden flame elders. For this reason, having them guard the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism would form the 3rd line of defense for Zoroastrianism. If a strong enemy attacked, the 3 lines of defense would be able to hold on until the 3 most powerful guardians and the sect leader of Zoroastrianism personally made a move. Zoroastrianism is indeed one of the 3 most powerful forces in the Tao martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. As for the remaining 50 islands, I'm sure you can guess that those are the residences of the Silver Flame Elders. The Saint Lands patrolling elder continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, he had guessed it. It's all right to look at these islands from afar. However, if we get any closer, let alone you, even I will be severely punished if I'm caught. When the Saint Lands patrolling elder reached this point, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. The Saint Lands patrolling elder was merely a bronze flame elder in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He was not qualified to cultivate on the islands. Let's go. I'll bring you to register. The registration office for our Zoroastrianism's Saint Land is on the main island. the Saint Lan's patrolling elder called out to Duan Lingtian again. The moment his words left his mouth, he took the lead to descend from the sky and flew toward the main island in the distance. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian, naturally, followed suit. When they arrived near the main island, Duan Lingtian saw many figures passing by in a hurry. These people were wearing the Saint Lan's disciple uniform. It was obvious they were Saint Lan disciples. A fiery red flame was embroidered on the chest of the Saint Lan's disciple uniform. It was a seal. This was something that the four symbol sanctums did not have. The Saint Lan's silver flame elder in the punishment zone of the four symbol sanctums first mine and the Saint Lan's patrolling elder also have this seal on their uniforms. It seems like this is the symbol of the Saint Lan's elders and disciples. Chapter 1984. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already changed back to the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Naturally, he attracted the attention of many Saint Lan disciples when he appeared together with a Saint Lan Bronze Flame Elder. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? Some of the Saint Lan disciples' eyes landed on Duan Lingtian's exclusive uniform. They could see through his background. A few days ago, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple entered the Saint Land and became a Saint Lan disciple because he comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. It has only been 2 weeks. Why is there another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple here? A Saint Lan disciple said in surprise. Although they were far away, Duan Lingtian still heard his words. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew the Saint Lan disciple was talking about Sunda, who was also a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Sunda had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Not only was he pardoned in the four symbol sanctum's first mine, but he was even allowed to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Lan disciple. In fact, Sunda was the reason Duan Lingtian was able to appear here today. After all, if Sunda had not cast the Black Turtle's barrier in front of him, he would not have been able to comprehend it so quickly. Don't tell me this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple has also comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier? After all, the Saint Land assessment won't begin for a while. The four symbol sanctum's disciples who are allowed to enter the Saint Land must have comprehended one of the treasured divine abilities in the four symbol sanctums or be recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Another Saint Land disciple chimed in. However, many Saint Land disciples scoffed at this Saint Land disciple's words. He has also comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier? I think you're thinking too much. That's right. The Black Turtle's barrier is not as simple as the treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum. It's also the number 1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. Among the high-grade divine abilities in the fire worship sect, the difficulty of comprehending it is definitely in the top tier. It's not easy to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. In my opinion, this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple must have been recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum because of his high innate talent. I think so too. The group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they seemed to have confirmed that Duan Lingtian was recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. In the face of such a misunderstanding, Duan Lingtian only smiled calmly, not minding it at all. The patrolling elder of the Holy Land beside him shook his head inwardly when he heard the discussions of the Holy Land disciples. Because he knew very well in his heart, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple next to him was not recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Instead, it was because this disciple had displayed the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, that the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum had personally brought this disciple to the main island of the Saint Land for registration. This was also one of his duties as the patrolling elder of the Holy Land. So many people. When Duan Lingtian and the patrolling elder of the Holy Land passed by the square in the middle of the Saint Island, they noticed many people had gathered there. At first glance, there were at least 1,000 people. 1,000 people might not be a big deal in any of the four symbol sanctums. However, what was this place? This was the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Generally speaking, Zoroastrianism disciples who could enter the saint land of Zoroastrianism would be recommended by the sanctum leaders of the four symbol sanctums to become a disciple of the saint land unless they possessed monstrous innate talent as soon as they entered the Zoroastrianism. It was either that or they possessed monstrous innate talent and managed to comprehend the treasured divine ability of one of the four symbol sanctums before their cultivation base was at the mastery quintessential saint stage. Otherwise, they would need to have a cultivation base at the mastery quintessential saint stage or above to pass the saint land's assessment and become a disciple of the saint land. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was surprised to see 1,000 people in the Saint Islands Square. The 1,000 people in the Saint Islands Square were definitely not all the Saint Land's disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. Based on this, there must be at least a few thousand Saint Land's disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. What did it mean to have a few thousand people at the mastery quintessential saint stage or above? This is the central square of the main island of the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. It's usually the busiest place here. Apart from the various palaces, it's also the place where the Saint Land's disciples discuss their martial arts. Many Saint Land's disciples who have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation would gather here to join in the fun. Who knows? They might be enlightened and find an opportunity to improve their cultivation base. At the same time, the Saint Land's patrolling elder's voice resonated in the air, allowing Duan Lingtian to know where he was. The central square of the Saint Island. Elder, how many Saint Land's disciples are there in the Saint Land? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the 1,000 people in the central square again. What's wrong? Are you shocked to see that there are more than 1,000 people in the central square? The Saint Land's patrolling elder asked with a smile. Yes, Duan Lingtian did not deny it. If there are more than 1,000 Saint Land's disciples in the central square, there must be at least 3,000 to 5,000 Saint Land's disciples in the Saint Land, right? Duan Lingtian speculated as he waited for the Saint Land's patrolling elder's reply. It's not as exaggerated as 3,000 to 5,000. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Saint Land's patrolling elder shook his head. I've already told you that many Saint Land's disciples who have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation would gather in the central square. Their purpose is simple. They want to interact with the other Saint Land's disciples and be enlightened by the other Saint Land's disciples' words. From there, they'll find an opportunity to improve their cultivation base. The improvement mentioned here does not only refer to cultivation, but also martial arts techniques and even divine abilities. I'm sure you know that 99% of the Saint Land's disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land are at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage or above. Some of them are at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage, but most of them are at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage. Most of the Saint Land's disciples at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage have been stuck at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage for hundreds or even thousands of years. If they haven't broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, they won't be able to become a true disciple or a bronze flame elder. The Saint Land's patrolling elder said slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Regarding this, he could understand. After all, not all Saint Land's disciples at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage could break through to the Saint Celestial stage. One had to rely on innate talent and fortuitous encounters to break through to the Saint Celestial stage. Innate talent accounted for more than 90% of the time. Generally speaking, those with green innate spiritual roots or lower would not be able to break through to the Saint Celestial stage unless they had fortuitous encounters. Even for those with green innate spiritual roots, it was not easy for them to break through to the Saint Celestial stage. Only those with blue innate spiritual roots or higher would be able to break through to the Saint Celestial stage without facing any major bottlenecks. Naturally, this meant there were no major bottlenecks. Due to various reasons, one would more or less encounter a minor bottleneck. Take Duan Lingtian for example. Although he possessed a blue innate spiritual root, his cultivation base was only at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. However, due to the fact that his cultivation speed was too fast, it would be difficult for him to break through to the Exemplary Saint stage in a short period of time before his cultivation base at the peak of the Divine Saint stage stabilized. This was the small bottleneck. Actually, The thousands of Saint Lan's disciples gathered in the central square account for more than half of the Saint Lan's disciples. There are over 2,000 Saint Lan's disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. When the Saint Lan's patrolling elder spoke again, Duan Lingtian realized he had guessed wrongly. However, even if he guessed wrongly, the number of Saint Lan's disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism still shocked him. This meant there were about 2,000 people at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage or above in the Zoroastrianism. Most of them were at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage. As expected of one of the three most powerful sects in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, with such a foundation and strength, it's not something a first-rate force can compare to, let alone those forces that are weaker than a first-rate force. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, put everything else aside for now. According to the information he had obtained from the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guixiong, the Hong Clan's Hong Clan was in the Hong Kong clan. The Hong Clan behind Hong Su, whom Lian had threatened to kill him, was one of the third-rate forces in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, such a force was annihilated by a Silver Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism alone. Although the Silver Flame Elder who attacked was powerful and could be considered as one of the best among the Silver Flame Elders in the Zoroastrianism, this was enough to show the difference between a third-rate force and a Zoroastrianism. A slightly stronger Silver Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism is able to annihilate a third-rate force in the upper province on his own. Doesn't this mean a slightly stronger Golden Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism would also be able to annihilate a second-rate force in the upper province on his own? If they send out the vice-sect leader or the three great guardians, it wouldn't be difficult for them to annihilate a first-rate force. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but gasp inwardly. At the same time, he was deeply aware of how terrifying Zoroastrianism was. Put aside the Saint Lan disciples from the Zoroastrianism, just the high-ranking officials from the Zoroastrianism were all powerful people who could do whatever they wanted in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. As for the palaces around the central square, you can come and learn about them yourself after you've registered as a Saint Lan disciple. The Saint Lan's patrolling elder said to Duan Lingtian before he brought Duan Lingtian to the registration office for new disciples of the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. They did not stop along the way. What's your name? When they were about to arrive at the registration office for new disciples of the Zoroastrianism Saint Land, the Saint Lan's patrolling elder suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian and asked without any warning. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to the Saint Land and cast the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in front of him, the Saint Lan's elder was stunned. It was only now that he realized. Chapter 1985. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled in response to the Saint Lan's patrolling elder's question. He had a good impression of this patrolling elder, who had patiently introduced him to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian? However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the Saint Lan's patrolling elder suddenly came to a halt. His eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. You're Duan Lingtian? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, who can transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, went against the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder and offended the Northern Plethora sect's fifth Elder as soon as he entered the Fire Worship sect? Elder, you've heard of me? Duan Lingtian was equally shocked when he saw how shocked the Saint Lan's patrolling elder was. His name had even spread to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism? Of course, I've heard of you. The Saint Lan's patrolling elder nodded before he said with a wry smile on his face. Put aside the fact that everyone in the four symbol sanctums knows about you, Duan Lingtian. Even in our Saint Land, apart from those who are in closed-door cultivation and those who are oblivious to the outside world, I'm afraid there aren't many who haven't heard of you, Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who mastered the Black Turtle Sanctum's divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, would be you, Duan Lingtian. As far as I know, you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities before this. They're an offensive divine ability, a movement divine ability, and an assist-type divine ability. Now, you've even mastered the Black Turtle Sanctum's divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, as well as the number 1 divine ability in Zoroastrianism. You've mastered all 4 types of high-grade divine abilities. Put everything else aside in terms of divine ability comprehension, I'm afraid only Lord Sect Leader and the 3 guardians in Zoroastrianism can compare to you. Even the 2 vice leaders of our Zoroastrianism are not as good as you in this regard. When the Saint Lands patrolling elder reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Compared to Duan Ling Tian, he felt that he had wasted all these years of his life. As a bronze flame elder of the Saint Land, he had only mastered 1 high-grade divine ability. Compared to Duan Ling Tian, the difference was like heaven and earth. Fortunately, his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root, and his cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. I wonder if he'll be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage. At the same time, the patrolling elders secretly rejoiced. When he thought about how Duan Ling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, he felt much better. Although he was a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder, he possessed a green innate spiritual root. He was much stronger than Duan Ling Tian in this regard. However, the patrolling elders of the Saint Land did not expect Duan Ling Tian to possess a yellow innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian's innate spiritual root was no longer a yellow innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian's innate spiritual root was currently a blue innate spiritual root. It was a grade higher than the green innate spiritual root. In the entire Zoroastrianism, there were only a few dozen people who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Apart from that, as long as a person with a blue innate spiritual root did not die prematurely, he would be able to become a silver flame elder or even a golden flame elder in the Zoroastrianism in the future. Elder, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently when he sensed the envious and jealous gazes from the Saint Land Enforcement Elder. He appeared very calm. The Saint Land's patrolling elders had a better impression of Duan Ling Tian when they saw how calm he was. At the same time, they could not help but sigh inwardly. Duan Ling Tian has a monstrous innate talent for divine abilities, and he's a good person as well. Unfortunately, God didn't bestow him with monstrous innate talent for divine abilities but not for martial Tao. Otherwise, he would have definitely become a prodigy of Zoroastrianism in the future. A prodigy was also known as a prodigy. In Zoroastrianism, only young prodigies with indigo innate spiritual roots were qualified to be called a prodigy. Naturally, being a prodigy was only a title. Could be used anywhere. However, those who were given the title of prodigy were like cranes in a flock of chickens. They were either extremely talented or powerful. Previously, before the Tao Martial Saint Land was divided into the upper province and the lower province, there was only one prodigy in the world. During that time, there was only one person in the Tao Martial Saint Land who was qualified to be called a prodigy. He was none other than the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. It was also during that era that he was a legendary figure who stunned the entire era. Let's go. The Saint Land's new disciple registration area is just ahead. After the Saint Land's patrolling elders called out to Duan Ling Tian, they took the lead and descended. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian followed suit. The Saint Land's new disciple registration area was located in a side hall. It was very inconspicuous. If Duan Ling Tian were to look for it himself, he might not be able to find it. Elder Xiaozhen, aren't you supposed to be patrolling today? Why are you here? When Duan Ling Tian followed the Saint Land's patrolling elders into the side hall, he heard a loud voice coming from inside. It was a middle-aged man behind the counter in the side hall who was greeting the Saint Land's patrolling elders. This middle-aged man was dressed exactly like the Saint Land's patrolling elders. He was also a Saint Land's Bronze Flame Elder. Elder Xiaozhen? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally found out the name of the Saint Land's patrolling elders who had brought him here. Elder Ding Zhong, as the saying goes, one never visits a temple without a cause. I'm here to send him here. Now that he's here, it's time for me to return to my patrolling duties, Elder Xiaozhen said. The patrolling elder of the Holy Land, Xiaozhen, said. After he finished speaking, He first greeted the middle-aged man before looking at Duanling Tian and saying with a smile, "I'll be leaving first. Elder Ding Zhong will make the arrangements for you." "Thank you, Elder Xiaozhen." Xiaozhen left swiftly amidst Duanling Tian's thanks. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man behind the counter, the St. Lan's Bronze Flame Elder Ding Zhong, who was in charge of the new disciple registration, began to size up Duanling Tian, Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. When Ding Zhong saw the uniform Duanling Tian was wearing, he raised an eyebrow before a smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, since this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was sent here by the St. Lan's patrolling elders before the St. Lan's assessment, he must have been recommended by the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum and possessed the recommendation document from the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Such existences were generally extremely monstrous existences. They must have at least a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root or higher. Even if such a person had not matured yet, he was already worthy of Ding Zhong's respect and flattery. In fact, as long as such a person did not die prematurely, he would at least become a silver flame elder or even a golden flame elder in the Zoroastrianism when he matured in the future. There was a saying that went well. "You may ignore me today, but you won't be able to reach me tomorrow." Due to this reason, Ding Zhong wanted to build a good relationship with this genius disciple from the Black Turtle Sanctum before he matured. Ding Zhong immediately said to Duanling Tian warmly and politely, "Little brother, take out the recommendation document that Sanctum leader Wu gave you. I'll register it for you now." The Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum had the surname Wu. Duanling Tian knew about this. Initially, Duanling Tian was puzzled by Ding Zhong's enthusiasm. However, when he heard Ding Zhong's words, he realized Ding Zhong had misunderstood. Ding Zhong must have misunderstood him as a genius disciple recommended by the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Due to this reason, Ding Zhong was so friendly to him. "Elder Ding Zhong, I think you've misunderstood. I don't have the recommendation document." Duanling Tian said. "You don't have the recommendation document?" Duanling Tian's words not only stunned Ding Zhong, but even the two young men standing near Ding Zhong were stunned as well. After a while, Ding Zhong regained his senses and continued to say, "Little brother, stop joking. The fact that you're here before the St. Lan's assessment shows that you're qualified to enter the St. Land in advance and become a St. Land disciple. If you're not recommended by Sanctum leader Wu, don't tell me you've also successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier?" When Ding Zhong reached the end of his sentence, he began to laugh. Even he felt it was unrealistic. The other two young men nodded as well. They also felt it was unrealistic. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian did not say anything. Instead, he directly cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, as a response to Ding Zhong. Whoosh! At this moment, the Sun Saint energy on Duanling Tian's body suddenly rose before it spread out and transformed into the silhouette of a gigantic black turtle that shielded him. When Ding Zhong and the other two saw this, their expressions froze immediately. At this moment, they felt as though thousands of horses were galloping wildly in their hearts. How was this possible? In less than half a month before the St. Lan's assessment began, two Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had arrived. Both of them had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier? Since when was it so easy to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier? Was it still the number one defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism? Ding Zhong was stunned. The two young men were stunned as well. "Elder Ding Zhong, can you register me now?" It was only when Duanling Tian spoke that Ding Zhong snapped out of his daze. "Yes, of course." At this moment, a smile appeared on Ding Zhong's face again. Someone who could successfully comprehend the number one defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from Zoroastrianism was also worthy of his respect. As long as such a person's martial Tao innate talent was not too bad, his future achievements would not be inferior to his. "Little brother, what's your name?" Before registering Duanling Tian, Ding Zhong asked as a routine. Although it was just a routine, There was a warm smile on his face from the beginning to the end. It gave Duan Lingtian a feeling of being at home. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1986. The name Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar to Ding Zhong. Although this name had become famous in the fire worship sect recently, it did not mean that it would be impossible for the fire worship sect to become famous. However, since the owner of this name only had a yellow innate spiritual root, he did not take this person seriously. He had even told more than one person. Duan Lingtian was just a mediocre person who got lucky. A mediocre person would always be a mediocre person. Even if he was lucky for a moment, he would still be a pile of mud that couldn't be supported. So what if he was talented in divine ability? Without the support of martial arts talent, it would be difficult for one to achieve great things. So what if he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior? A mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root would not be treated as an 8-clawed divine dragon even if he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The 8-clawed divine dragon was not only a symbol of status, but also a symbol of strength. In fact, the reason why the 8-clawed divine dragon had such a lofty status among dragons was because of their martial talent and strength. In Ding Zhong's opinion, these were also things that the Duan Lingtian did not have. Among the dragons, only the strong were respected. The weak would never be recognized by the dragons. So you're Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, Ding Zhong's expression changed. The smile on his face was no longer there, replaced by indifference. Although he had heard that Duan Lingtian's strength was extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage, he still did not take Duan Lingtian seriously. In his opinion, that was the limit of the Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. His cultivation base was already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Even if he managed to break through to the quintessential saint stage, it would still be difficult for him. At the end of their lives, their strength would at most be comparable to the first form of the saint celestial stage. Such an existence was simply not worthy of Ding Zhong taking the initiative to curry favor with. Seeing the sudden change in Ding Zhong's expression, Duan Lingtian was at a loss. A moment later, as if realizing something, Duan Lingtian shrugged. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint, helpless smile. But in the end, he did not say anything. Duan Lingtian was not a fool. He could roughly guess the reason why Ding Zhong had tried to curry favor with him. Ding Zhong must have felt that his future was limitless and wanted to seize the opportunity to curry favor with him in advance, so that there wouldn't be any opportunities in the future. And now, Ding Zhong's change in expression came from him saying his name. Suddenly, he realized something. At this moment, in Ding Zhong's eyes, he was no longer worth fawning over. As for the reason, there were only two reasons. First, Ding Zhong, like most people in Zoroastrianism, thought he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Secondly, Ding Zhong did not think that he could defeat Lin. He felt that he would die in the middle of the battle. No matter what the reason was, there was a common fact. Currently, in Ding Zhong's eyes, he had lost the value of fawning over him. It was precisely because of this that Ding Zhong's attitude towards him had undergone such a drastic change. How realistic! Although Duan Lingtian had seen many similar situations along the way, he could not help but shake his head and sigh when he saw this. Naturally, he did not care. It did not matter if Ding Zhong's attitude toward him was friendly or not. It was fine as long as Ding Zhong obediently completed the registration process for him and did not cause any trouble for him. Fortunately, although Ding Zhong was snobbish, he did not make things difficult for Duan Lingtian during the registration process. After Ding Zhong finished registering Duan Lingtian, he looked at the young man on his left and said, "Bring him a few Saint Lan disciples' uniforms." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the other young man and said, "Prepare a Saint Lan disciple's identity token and a crystal card to store contribution points for him." Yes. The two young men were Ding Zhong's assistants at the Saint Lan disciple registration office. Naturally, they would carry out Ding Zhong's orders unconditionally. Perhaps it was due to Ding Zhong's influence. When they looked at Duan Lingtian from the corner of their eyes, There was a hint of disdain in their eyes. Duan Ling Tian acted as if he didn't see this. Everyone had their own way of living. Since they were snobbish, he would let them be as long as they did not cause him any harm. A Saint Land disciple has an identity token? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. When he was in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he only had the Black Turtle Sanctum's uniform and did not have an identity token. It seemed like the treatment of a Saint Land disciple was indeed extraordinary. Also, the crystal card to store contribution points must be the same as the crystal card used to store merit points in the Moon Illumination sect. The contribution points inside must be used to exchange for some precious items in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Soon after, the two young men prepared a few sets of Saint Land disciples' uniform, an identity token, and a crystal card for Duan Lingtian. Thank you for the trouble. Faced with Ding Zhong and the other two's cold gazes, Duan Lingtian politely nodded at them before he turned around and left. After he left, Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. He did not know where the Saint Land disciples lived. Duan Lingtian instantly wanted to return. However, when he recalled how the three of them looked at him coldly before he left, he dismissed the idea of going back. Forget it, I won't look for them. I'll just ask any disciple from the Saint Land outside. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he left. Elder Ding Zhong, don't you think it's inappropriate for us to not send him to the Saint Land disciples' residence? After all, it's his first time in the Saint Land. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, one of the young men looked at Ding Zhong and asked, "What? Don't tell me you want to curry favor with him?" Ding Zhong smiled disdainfully as he said disdainfully, "No matter how high Duan Lingtian's innate talent is in comprehending divine abilities, he won't have any great achievements in the future. After all, his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root." Put aside Ding Zhong's disdain, Duan Lingtian had also successfully stopped a Saint Land disciple and asked for the location of the Saint Land disciple's residence. "Thank you, senior brother." After obtaining the information he wanted, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, overjoyed. He quickly thanked the Saint Land disciple whom he stopped. The Saint Land disciple standing before Duan Lingtian was a tall and well-built middle-aged man. He had a simple and honest appearance. He quickly waved his hand in the face of Duan Lingtian's gratitude. "We're all brothers from the same sect. You're welcome." Based on his words and actions, the middle-aged man had the bearing of an honest person. "Junior brother." When the middle-aged man saw Duan Lingtian was about to leave, he called out to him. "Huh?" Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man with a puzzled expression on his face. "Why don't I send you there?" the middle-aged man asked. "No need." Duan Lingtian knew the middle-aged man was not going in the same direction. He could tell from the direction the middle-aged man was heading. For this reason, he immediately rejected the middle-aged man's good intentions. "You really don't need it?" The middle-aged man was still hesitant. "I really don't need it." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, he no longer bothered with the middle-aged man and continued to walk in the direction the middle-aged man had pointed out. "Guanxiu, do you know that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple?" At the same time, a young man who was passing by approached the middle-aged man and asked curiously. Based on the young man's attire, it was obvious he was also a Saint Land disciple. "No, I don't." The middle-aged man, Guanxiu, shook his head and smiled innocently. "He must be a new disciple who has just arrived at our Saint Land. He doesn't know the way to our Saint Land's disciples' residence, so he came to ask me." "Should be?" "He must be a new disciple who has just arrived at our Saint Land," the young man said confidently. "Moreover, he must have been personally recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. The Saint Land assessment for the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples will only begin after some time. Since he's here now, he must have extraordinary innate talent. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum." Personally recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum? So amazing? Guanxiu was a little slow. Although he noticed Duan Lingtian was wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's attire, he did not think too much about it. I really have to hand it to you. How can you miss such a good opportunity? If it were me, I'd want to get to know such a genius as well. You, on the other hand, didn't even show him the way when he asked for directions. Otherwise, you'll definitely benefit greatly if you get to know him. The young man looked at Guan Xiu and said in disappointment, "Are you still my friend when you're so calculative?" However, Guan Xiu was non-committal when he heard the young man's words. "Guan Xiu, hurry up and chase after him. There's still a chance." The young man glanced at the figure that was about to disappear from his sight before looking at Guan Xiu and reminding him, "I'm not going." Guan Xiu was very stubborn. "I won't make friends with calculative thoughts. A friend who makes friends with such a method isn't a friend at all." After Guan Xiu finished speaking, he left. "You're really a piece of wood. You can't carve rotten wood." The young man could not help but curse when he saw Guan Xiu did not appreciate his kindness. He had a look of disappointment on his face. About 15 minutes later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the residence of the Saint Lan's disciple. The residence of the Saint Lan's disciple was not divided into levels. Due to this reason, there was no competition. The residence of the Saint Lan's disciple was located in a vast valley. The residence of the Saint Lan's disciple was a small courtyard built around the valley. There were flowers, grass, a stone table, and a few stone stools in the small courtyard. Behind the small courtyard was an independent stone house. Chapter 1987. Not only were there no levels in the residence of the Saint Lan's disciples, but there were also 3,000 courtyards for the Saint Lan's disciples to stay in. The 3,000 courtyards were located in the vast valley. They were like terraced fields. However, due to the vastness of the valley, it did not feel crowded even though there were 3,000 courtyards. Currently, there were only 2,000 Saint Lan disciples in the Zoroastrianism. Even if all the Saint Lan disciples were to stay here, there would still be plenty of empty rooms. The cultivation environment here is similar to the Primus house in the Four Symbol Sanctum's First Mind's punishment zone. No, although there are also 10 spirit gathering formations set up here, the amount of heaven and earth spirit energy here is even more abundant than the Primus houses. After finding an empty courtyard and entering the room, Duan Lingtian discovered that the heaven and earth spirit energy here was much more abundant than the Primus house. The density of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the room was even higher than that of the primeval house he used to live in. It must be because this place is close to the quasi-celestial grade mine. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. "I hope I can comprehend the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword in one go this time." After closing the door, Duan Lingtian took out the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and entered the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He immersed himself in comprehending the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had reached a bottleneck. It was impossible for him to break through to the early exemplary saint stage in such a short time. Moreover, he had already mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. He was only lacking in mastering the divine abilities. For this reason, Duan Lingtian began to focus on comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword. Moreover, he was only one step away from entering the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. That person earlier seemed to be wearing the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? Duan Lingtian was unaware that some of the Saint Lan disciples had noticed him when he arrived at the residence of the Saint Lan disciples and found a courtyard to stay in. Naturally, these Saint Lan disciples did not know his identity. A day later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the holy land of Zoroastrianism. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. He was pardoned by the Four Symbol Sanctum's First Mind's punishment zone and came to the Saint Land to officially become a Saint Lan disciple. This news immediately caused quite a stir in the Holy Land. Duan Lingtian? That 9-clawed dragon warrior? that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder Lien and the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder Yang Chong, as soon as he arrived at the Zoroastrianism sect? That troublemaker? It's said that although his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root, since he's a 9-clawed dragon warrior and has mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities, his battle strength is comparable to a Saint Celestial. Now that he has successfully comprehended the number 1 defensive divine ability of the Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier, does this mean his strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage? Impossible! The Black Turtle's Barrier is only a defensive divine ability. It only grants him defensive strength. It doesn't increase his offensive strength at all. For this reason, his defensive strength is only comparable to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for offensive strength, he's definitely inferior to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. I heard his cultivation base is already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Unfortunately, his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root. It's hard to say if he'll be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage or not. Even if he breaks through, it'll be difficult for him to achieve anything with his innate talent. The Saint Land's central square and the residences of the Saint Land's disciples were filled with similar discussions. It seems like the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who stayed in the courtyard yesterday is Duan Lingtian. Many of the Saint Land's disciples were looking at the courtyard where Duan Lingtian stayed. These Saint Land's disciples had witnessed Duan Lingtian's arrival and stay in the Saint Land's disciples' residence yesterday. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Soon after, most of the Saint Land's disciples learned about Duan Lingtian's residence. Junior brother Lingtian has also comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier? Today, Sunda had just come out of his room and was about to go to the reward palace in the central square to see if there were any missions that he could complete to earn contribution points. However, he heard many people whispering in the Saint Land's disciples' residence. He instantly learned that Duan Lingtian had come to the Saint Land and had become a Saint Land's disciple. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's situation was similar to his. Both of them had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. I can't believe junior brother Lingtian and I have both entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land's disciple in less than half a month. Moreover, it's because both of us have successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier. I'm afraid everyone in the Black Turtle Sanctum has gone crazy because of this news, right? Sunda muttered to himself with an expression of shock on his face. This Sunda was none other than Sunda whose Primus house was snatched away by Duan Lingtian in the 4-symbol sanctum's first mind's punishment zone. Due to Duan Lingtian's challenge, he was pressured into comprehending the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Moreover, he was granted amnesty by the 4-symbol sanctum's first mind. After leaving the 4-symbol sanctum's first mind, he came to the Saint Land and became a Saint Land's disciple. It was just as Sunda had expected. Currently, the Black Turtle Sanctum was not calm. Perhaps the words not calm were not enough to describe the current Black Turtle Sanctum. The Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar because of the news from the 4-symbol sanctum's first mind and the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian has successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, and has been granted amnesty by the 4-symbol sanctum's first mind. He has entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land's disciple? Heavens! Was this real or fake? In less than half a month, 2 disciples from our Black Turtle Sanctum have successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Not only is the Black Turtle's Barrier our Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, but it's also the number 1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. The difficulty of successfully comprehending this divine ability is publicly acknowledged to be much higher than the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and the White Tiger Sanctum. However, this divine ability that is so difficult to successfully comprehend has been successfully comprehended by 2 people in just half a month. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is really monstrous. Indeed, naturally, if he doesn't have a yellow innate spiritual root, Even if he only has a green innate spiritual root, his future would be limitless. However, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to improve his strength now. That's right. His innate spiritual root is too much of a hindrance to him. Initially, I was wondering why a 9-clawed dragon warrior like him would be comparable to an 8-clawed divine dragon if he joined the dragons. Why would he come to Zoroastrianism? Now that I think about it, it must be because he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. With such an innate talent, why would those arrogant dragons treat him with respect like an 8-clawed divine dragon? I think so too. I think he must have been ostracized by the members of the dragons and can't stay in the dragons anymore. That's why he came to Zoroastrianism. The Black Turtle Sanctum was bustling with noise and excitement. The topic of discussion revolved around Duan Ling Tian. For a time, the news of Duan Ling Tian comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier, the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, and entering the Saint Land had spread throughout the 4 symbol sanctums. It caused quite a commotion in the 4 symbol sanctums. Bang! In a spacious mansion on the east side of the Black Turtle Sanctum, a loud noise suddenly sounded. An old man had raised his hand and smashed the stone table that had just been replaced into dust. This old man was none other than the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lien. How's this possible? He actually comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier and left the 4 symbol sanctum's first mind to enter the Saint Land. While muttering to himself, Lian's expression turned extremely ugly. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect this. Duan Ling Tian, whom he wished he could kill, had also successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum, just like Sunda. Not only that, but he had also entered the Saint Land and became a disciple of the Saint Land. It was also because of this news that Lien felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. In the eyes of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, Duan Ling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if Duan Ling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior and had mastered 4 different types of high-grade divine abilities, his future achievements would still be limited. However, Lien knew something. Duan Ling Tian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. In order to verify this news, his eldest direct disciple, Wei He, had been executed by the Saint Land's enforcement hall. After a long while, Lien raised his head with a dark expression on his face. His eyes were cold as he looked in the direction of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He muttered to himself, "It's good that he's in the Saint Land. This way, Yang Wen and my other 2 direct disciples can deal with him as well." Yang Wen was the elder brother of Yang Wu, whom Duan Ling Tian had killed when he had just arrived at the fire worship sect's Black Turtle Sanctum. He was also the eldest son of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Yang Wen had entered the Saint Land many years ago and became a disciple of the Saint Land. Currently, his cultivation base had already broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, making him a true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Yang Wen was furious when he found out his younger brother had been killed. He could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian in the Black Turtle Sanctum, although he was afraid of the rules of Zoroastrianism and could not kill Duan Ling Tian. He could not wait to beat Duan Ling Tian up and make Duan Ling Tian suffer a fate worse than death. However, Zoroastrianism had its own rules. Saint Land disciples were not allowed to enter the 4 symbol sanctums without the permission of a Golden Flame Elder. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the sect's rules and would be severely punished. Yang Wen must have received news that Duan Ling Tian has arrived in the Saint Land, right? Chapter 1988. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, there were 2 types of Saint Land disciples. The first type was the elite disciples. All the fire worship sect's disciples who could enter the Saint Land from the 4 symbol sanctums and become Saint Land disciples were all elite disciples. For this reason, all the Saint Land disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land were elite disciples of Zoroastrianism. The second type was the true disciples. Unlike the wide range of elite disciples, there were not many true disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. There were only slightly over 170 true disciples. Most of these true disciples were powerhouses who had entered the Saint Celestial stage. The rest of them were monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots. Those with indigo innate spiritual roots would definitely be able to enter the Saint Celestial stage and become a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Let alone those with indigo innate spiritual roots. There were only 10 people with indigo innate spiritual roots in the Zoroastrianism. Some of them were older powerhouses of Zoroastrianism. For example, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. 2 of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism and one of the vice sect leaders also possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. Although the other guardian and vice sect leader only possessed indigo innate spiritual roots, their innate spiritual roots were dark blue. It was almost as good as an indigo innate spiritual root. It was due to these monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots that they had the privilege of becoming true disciples in the Saint Celestial stage in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Although their cultivation base had to be at the Divine Saint stage or above, for monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots, breaking through to the Divine Saint stage was as easy as eating and sleeping. It was not difficult at all. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, the elite disciples lived in a vast valley that the Saint Land had built for them on the Saint Island. There were 3,000 small courtyards there for them to live in. Moreover, the cultivation environment there was much better than the Primus rooms in the 4 symbol sanctums. As for the true disciples, they did not live on the Saint Island. They lived on the independent floating islands around the Saint Island. Each of them occupied an island and each had an independent and spacious mansion. There was also a large open space in front of the mansion where they could practice their martial arts and divine abilities. Creak! A soft sound came from one of the independent floating islands. In the spacious mansion above, a young man pushed open the door of one of the rooms and walked out. This young man was tall and had a taut face. It was hard to tell if he was happy or angry. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this young man, he would definitely notice that this young man was 50 to 60% similar to Yang Wu whom he had killed in the past. This young man was none other than Yang Wu's older brother, Yang Wen. I'm still lacking a little. I should be able to successfully comprehend it the next time I enter seclusion. Yang Wen muttered to himself after he walked out of the room. As a true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, not only had his cultivation base broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he had also mastered a high-grade movement divine ability. In the past few years, apart from cultivating, he had also been focusing on comprehending a high-grade offensive divine ability. It was only during this closed-door cultivation that he finally saw the light of success. Unfortunately, little Wu won't be able to see me master the second high-grade divine ability. Yang Wen's expression turned grave when he thought of his younger brother, Yang Wu, who regarded him as an idol. Although 90% of the people in the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism who knew the cause of Yang Wu's death felt that Yang Wu had brought it upon himself, he had brought it upon himself. However, as Yang Wu's elder brother, he did not think so. In his opinion, his younger brother was always right. Even if his younger brother had done something that angered the heavens, as his elder brother, he would still support him to the end regardless of whether it was right or wrong. Due to this reason, Yang Wen treated Duan Lingtian as his sworn enemy when he learned about Yang Wu's death. He would not rest until he was dead. Duan Lingtian has come to the Saint Land? Yang Wen heard the conversation of a few Saint Land disciples when he was about to leave the independent floating island and enter the Saint Island and arrive at the central square. Based on the conversation, he learned that Yang Wu's younger brother, was Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but he also learned that the person who killed his younger brother, Yang Wu, had come to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism and had become a Saint Land disciple. He actually managed to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier? A hint of jealousy flashed in Yang Wen's eyes when he learned the reason why Duan Lingtian was able to come to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism to become a Saint Land disciple. Yang Wu was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums. He had tried to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the black turtle's barrier. However, after so many years, he still did not manage to comprehend it. In the end, he could only choose to give up and began to comprehend another high-grade movement divine ability. It was the high-grade movement divine ability that he had already mastered. Even if I can't kill or cripple you openly, I'll still let you taste a fate worse than death. Yang Wen's eyes flashed coldly as he left the central square in a flash. He made his way to the Saint Land disciples' residence. As his figure moved, his aura was also very aggressive, giving people a feeling that he had come with ill intentions. He was not Lien. As a Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, it was only natural that he would not attack a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, let alone torture him to the point where he would wish he was dead. This was because not only was he bullying the weak, but it would also have a huge impact. If news of this spread out, Zoroastrianism would definitely be humiliated. Moreover, many martial Dao geniuses who originally intended to join Zoroastrianism might choose to join the other two great sects instead. This would undoubtedly be a huge loss to Zoroastrianism. For this reason, Lien was worried the high-ranking Zoroastrianism official would kick him out of Zoroastrianism in a fit of rage. That said, while Lien was worried, Yang Wen was not. He was not a Zoroastrianism elder. He was only a Zoroastrianism disciple just like Duan Ling Tian. He had killed Duan Ling Tian in a fit of rage to avenge his younger brother. Even if news of this spread out, it would not affect Zoroastrianism's reputation at all. Not only that, as long as he did not cripple or kill Duan Ling Tian, it would not be considered a violation of Zoroastrianism's rules. In fact, this could be considered a loophole in Zoroastrianism's rules. However, this loophole had always been there. It was as though it was intentionally left behind. Due to this loophole, there would be people who would be tortured to the point where they would wish they were dead every once in a while. These people who were tortured to the point where they would wish they were dead would work hard in the end. Some of them managed to avenge their younger brother in the end. Some of them did not manage to avenge their younger brother in the end. However, when they looked back, they realized they had improved a lot during this period of time. There were losses and gains, but the gains were greater than the losses. One could say that this loophole in Zoroastrianism's rules had motivated many Zoroastrianism disciples to a certain extent. Naturally, in Zoroastrianism, unless one really hated someone to death and was unwilling to sign a life and death pact with them, one would not torture another person to the point where they would wish they were dead. Its senior brother Yang Wen. When Yang Wen's figure appeared at the residence of the Saint Land disciples in the vast valley, he immediately attracted the attention of many Saint Land disciples. Yang Wen was also a Saint Land disciple who used to live here. However, due to the fact that his cultivation base had broken through to the Saint Celestial stage and he had become a true disciple, he had left this place. However, there were still many Saint Land disciples who remembered him. Moreover, they recognized him with just a glance. Whoosh! Yang Wen's figure flashed, and he arrived at the side of the valley in just a few moments. There were 5 disciples of the Holy Lands gathered together. They were originally chatting, but their attention was drawn over by Yang Wen's arrival. When they saw Yang Wen standing next to them, they immediately felt a little awkward. Senior brother Yang Wen. Senior brother Yang Wen. The 5 Saint Land disciples felt a little awkward and nervous when they faced a true disciple like Yang Wen. Where's Duan Ling Tian staying? Yang Wen glanced at the 5 Saint Land disciples with an arrogant expression on his face. He asked as he looked at the 5 of them like a superior looking at a subordinate. Upon hearing Yang Wen's words, the 5 Saint Land disciples realized Yang Wen was not targeting them. For a moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief and pointed in one direction. Yang Wen looked in the direction the 5 Saint Land disciples were pointing at. His gaze quickly locked onto a small courtyard, and he immediately flew over. However, when he arrived outside the small courtyard, he did not force his way in. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to meditate. As he cultivated, he waited patiently. It was not that he did not want to force his way in. However, if he forced his way in, he might not be able to bear the consequences. Firstly, the stone houses behind the small courtyards of the Saint Land disciples' residences were soundproof. Moreover, there was a formation set up to block the probing of divine consciousness. If one wanted to wake the person inside, apart from pushing open the door and entering, the only other way was to destroy the formation that blocked the divine consciousness or destroy the stone house. However, if one did that, there was a high possibility that the person inside would suffer from chi deviation. According to the rules of Zoroastrianism, those who disturbed the cultivation of their fellow disciples and caused them to suffer from chi deviation would be sentenced to death by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, regardless of their innate talent or identity. Naturally, Yang Wen wanted Duan Lingtian to suffer from chi deviation. However, he felt it was not worth it if he had to sacrifice his life for this. Otherwise, he would not have come here to torture Duan Lingtian until he wished he was dead instead of killing Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1989. Naturally, even if Yang Wen did not kill Duan Lingtian now, it did not mean he would not kill Duan Lingtian in the future. The reason he did not kill Duan Lingtian now was because he was afraid of Zoroastrianism. In the future, as long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his younger brother, Yang Wu. What's senior brother Yang Wen doing? It seems like he's waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out. At the same time, Yang Wen's actions had attracted the attention of many Saint Lan disciples. They knew Yang Wen had come for the new disciple, Duan Lingtian. However, they could tell Yang Wen was not here to have a heart-to-heart talk with Duan Lingtian. This could be seen from his aggressive manner. At this moment, the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene were certain Yang Wen did not come with good intentions. There's enmity between Duan Lingtian and senior brother Yang Wen? I've never heard of it before. I've never heard of it before as well. Moreover, one of them was in the Saint Land while the other was in the Four Symbols Sanctums. They don't seem to have any interactions, right? What's going on? Many Saint Lan disciples were puzzled when they saw Yang Wen had come with ill intentions. Confusion could be seen in their eyes. Really? All of you don't know there's enmity between senior brother Yang Wen and Duan Lingtian? At this moment, a Saint Lan disciple asked in surprise. It was as though he had heard something shocking. What? You know about it? The group of Saint Lan disciples immediately shifted their attention to this Saint Lan disciple. Do all of you still remember how Duan Lingtian became enemies with the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lien, when he first arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism? The Saint Lan disciple kept them in suspense as he asked this question. Of course, as soon as the Saint Lan disciple finished speaking, another Saint Lan disciple nodded and said, "It's because Duan Lingtian killed the son of Elder Li An's best friend." The other Saint Lan disciples nodded as well. They had heard of this matter before. For this reason, they admired Duan Lingtian very much. After all, no one would dare to openly go against a Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism when they had just joined Zoroastrianism. Since all of you know about this matter, then do all of you know who Elder Li An's best friend is? The first disciple asked again. Who? Don't keep me guessing. Tell me who it is. Exactly. Do you believe that we will beat you up if you continue to keep us in suspense? Many of the Holy Land's disciples were enraged when they saw the Holy Land's disciple trying to keep them in suspense again. All of them glared at him as though they would beat him up if he dared to keep them in suspense again. Although the other Holy Land's disciples didn't do the same, their gazes towards this Holy Land's disciple were filled with hostility. It's Yang Chong. At this moment, another Holy Land disciple muttered to himself for a moment before exclaiming in surprise. It was obvious that he had just remembered. Yang Chong? I remember now. It's Yang Chong. I remember now. The person Duan Lingtian killed that day was Yang Wu, the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. When the first Holy Land's disciple spoke, another two Holy Land's disciples finally realized what was going on. Don't tell me senior brother Yang Wen is related to Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. At the same time, the Holy Land's disciples present on the scene began to speculate. At the same time, most of the Holy Land's disciples shifted their attention to the Holy Land's disciple who liked to keep them in suspense. All of them wanted to get an answer from him. Since this Holy Land's disciple had angered everyone earlier, he did not dare to go overboard this time. He said bluntly, "Senior brother Yang Wen is the eldest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. As for Yang Wu, who was killed by Duan Lingtian, he's senior brother Yang Wen's younger brother." Whoosh! As soon as the Holy Land's disciple finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. However, a commotion broke out again in the next moment. Senior brother Yang Wen is the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? Heavens, there's such a thing? I've never heard of it before. Me too. I've never heard of it before. After learning that the true disciple of their Zoroastrianism Holy Land, Yang Wen, was actually the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, the Saint Land's disciples present on the scene were shocked. In fact, they had never heard of Yang Wen being the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, before this. Senior brother Yang Wen really hid his identity well. He's actually the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. In the past, I've only heard that senior brother Yang Wen is very arrogant. However, I've finally seen it for myself now. To think that senior brother Yang Wen is so arrogant that he's unwilling to use his father's name to intimidate others. Many Holy Land's disciples were filled with emotions when they learned of Yang Wen's identity. If that's the case, then it's easy to explain why senior brother Yang Wen targeted Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian killed his younger brother. It'd be strange if he's willing to let the matter rest. That's right. Perhaps senior brother Yang Wen doesn't dare to kill Duan Lingtian or cripple him because of the sect's rules. However, he still dares to torture Duan Lingtian. After all, it's allowed by the sect's rules. Then, doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian is going to be in trouble? Of course. Although he's quite strong and has few opponents below the Saint Celestial stage, his strength is nothing compared to senior brother Yang Wen, who's at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's right. There's a huge gap between the Saint Celestial stage and the quintessential Saint stage. Duan Lingtian's strength is no match for senior brother Yang Wen. It seems like even if Duan Lingtian doesn't die or become crippled, he's going to lose a layer of skin. After learning about Yang Wen's identity, the group of Saint Land disciples was no longer surprised by Yang Wen's hostility toward Duan Lingtian. Instead, they began to sympathize with Duan Lingtian. Although they had heard that Duan Lingtian's strength was very close to the Saint Celestial stage, it was still not close to the Saint Celestial stage. However, even if he was very close to the Saint Celestial stage, he was still not at the Saint Celestial stage. Due to this reason, in their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Yang Wen. He was destined to be tortured by Yang Wen. Due to the good soundproofing of the stone house behind the Saint Land disciples' residence, Duan Lingtian, who was in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, did not notice anything at all. He did not know there was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse waiting for him outside. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air of the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was as straight as a javelin. Duan Lingtian stood there motionlessly like a statue. No one knew what he was doing. Time continued to pass by. A day went by. 2 days went by. After a month had passed, Duan Lingtian finally made a move. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a simple and unadorned 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. At first glance, the Jasper Celestial Sword looked like an extremely ordinary sword. Whoosh! However, when Duan Lingtian held it in his hand and swung it, it emitted a terrifying aura as though it could destroy heaven and earth. A semi-transparent sword energy flashed around the Jasper Celestial Sword as it emitted an oppressive aura. With the sword in my heart, the shadow of the sword follows my heart. Controlling the sword with my heart, the heart of the sword is illuminated, the heart and sword become one. At some point, Duan Lingtian began to mutter to himself without opening his eyes. No one knew who he was talking to. He kept repeating the names of the 5 stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword as though he did not know the meaning of exhaustion. He did not stop for a long time. Time continued to pass by. Another month had passed. After swinging the Jasper Celestial Sword once a month ago, Duan Lingtian, who had not made a move since then, began to make a move again. A month ago, he swung the Jasper Celestial Sword horizontally. Whoosh! However, this time, he swung the Jasper Celestial Sword vertically and did not make a move after that. In just a blink of an eye, another month had passed. However, this time, Duan Lingtian still did not make a move. He stood there with the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand as though he was a statue of a sword cultivator. What a powerful sword chi! Unknowingly, Elder Hua's figure appeared on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. His eyes landed on Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air with a sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed as shock filled his face. Duan Lingtian stood there with the sword in his hand and looked ordinary. However, Hualao could clearly sense that the sword chi emanating from Duan Lingtian was extremely powerful. It was so dense that it seemed as though it could tear through everything. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that the air around Duan Lingtian's body was being divided into many parts. It was so dense that it seemed as though it was being affected by thousands of invisible forces. He's just one step away. I hope he can succeed. Once he takes this step, his achievement in the Sovereign Heart Sword is enough to reach the peak of offensive martial arts in this mundane realm. It's even stronger than most of the top offensive martial arts in this mundane realm. Hualao mumbled to himself. Then, he disappeared from the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was as though he had never appeared. After Hualao left, the air around Duan Lingtian's body was further divided. On the 10th day, the air around Duan Lingtian's body was divided into thin threads. It was as though it was being cut into layers by an invisible force. Using the heart to wield the sword. I see. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes that were as bright as the stars. The gaze in his eyes was like a sword gleam. At the same time, the air around Duan Lingtian's body that was divided began to gather again. It was no longer affected by the invisible force. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian let go of his hands. At the same time, the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand turned into a sword ray and shot out. Its speed became faster and faster. In the end, it disappeared into the air as though it had become one with the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. However, when Duan Lingtian's Jasper Celestial Sword disappeared into the air, the sound of the sword whistling did not stop. It continued to resound in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After about 15 minutes, the sound of the sword whistling finally stopped. Chapter 1990. It's exactly 100 days. As Duan Lingtian put the Jasper Celestial Sword away, he muttered to himself for a moment before his eyes lit up. He recalled the time he spent comprehending the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart. After all, he was not in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had a sense of time. 100 days in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is equivalent to only 10 days outside. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he raised his hand, and a crystal card appeared in his other hand. It was the crystal card he had obtained from the Saint Land's new disciple registration office. I wonder what I can exchange the contribution points in this crystal card for? I'll go to the central square to have a look. If there's anything I need, I'll see if there's any way I can earn contribution points. After he inserted the Sun Saint energy into the crystal card in his hand, it showed that he still had 100 contribution points. The 100 contribution points could be obtained by any 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciple who entered the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple. This was a welcome gift from the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism to every Saint Land disciple who had just entered the Saint Land. Since he decided to go to the central square of the Saint Island of Zoroastrianism's Saint Land, Duan Lingtian put the Jasper Celestial Sword and the crystal card into his spatial ring. Then he walked up to the heavy stone door and pushed it open. Rumble. The stone door slowly opened when it was pushed open. The sound it made was slightly muffled. When the stone door was pushed open, the true disciple, Yang Wen, who was sitting cross-legged in the air outside the small courtyard where the stone house was located, suddenly opened his eyes that were as bright as stars. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. Duan Lingtian has come out. Many Saint Lan disciples heard the commotion and shifted their attention to the small courtyard where Duan Lingtian was staying. Most of these Saint Lan disciples had a pitiful expression on their faces. In their opinion, since Duan Lingtian had come out, it meant that Duan Lingtian was in trouble. After all, the true disciple, Yang Wen, had been waiting for him for 10 days. Looking at Yang Wen's attitude, there was no way he would let him off so easily. Perhaps Yang Wen did not dare to kill Duan Lingtian or cripple Duan Lingtian because he was afraid of the rules of Zoroastrianism. But he could torture Duan Lingtian and torture Duan Lingtian until he wished he was dead. Although Yang Wen did not say what he planned to do to Duan Lingtian, the people present were able to deeply sense Yang Wen's hatred for Duan Lingtian from the killing intent emitted from his body. The enmity of killing one's brother was not a small enmity. Before the stone door was completely pushed open, Duan Lingtian sensed a terrifying killing intent sweeping in from the outside, causing him to involuntarily become vigilant. Even the movement of pushing the door open had slowed down a little. At the same time, a series of discussions resonated from outside and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Senior brother Yang Wen is a true disciple. He's a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Saint Origin form. It'll be easy for him to deal with Duan Lingtian. That's right. Duan Lingtian is destined to be in trouble today. It's useless even if he doesn't come out now because senior brother Yang Wen is certain he's not in closed-door cultivation. Even if he destroys the stone house, he won't have to worry about chi deviation. So what if his strength is close to the Saint Celestial stage? So what if he has successfully comprehended the number 1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier? So what if he has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities? He's like a dog in front of a true Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He can only blame himself for killing senior brother Yang Wen's younger brother, Yang Wu. Otherwise, why would senior brother Yang Wen make things difficult for him? The waves of discussion entered Duan Lingtian's ears without missing a single word. It also allowed Duan Lingtian to know who the killing intent from earlier came from. It was none other than the true disciple, Yang Wen. I've long heard that Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, has 2 sons. His younger son, Yang Wu, was killed by me. His elder son is in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism and is a disciple of the Saint Land. However, I didn't expect Yang Chong's elder son, Yang Wen, is actually a true disciple whose cultivation base has entered the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian was secretly surprised by this. Naturally, it was limited to being surprised. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as usual. There was no hint of fear on his face at all. Even if Yang Wen doesn't dare to kill me because of the fire worship sect's rules and cripples me, I'm sure he'll do everything he can to torture me and make me wish I was dead. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his eyes flashed coldly. The rules of Zoroastrianism don't prohibit disciples from torturing and humiliating them. Perhaps, this is one of the ways Zoroastrianism motivates its disciples to work harder. Duan Lingtian thought to himself at the same time. Rumble. The sound of the stone door being pushed resonated in the air again. Duan Lingtian quickened his movements. In just a short while, the stone door was pushed open. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, including Yang Wen, after the stone door was pushed open, a tall and handsome young man appeared before their eyes. His calm appearance was deeply engraved in their hearts. Although the young man's clothes were exactly the same as theirs, it could not conceal the aura he exuded. It caused them to feel a sense of inferiority. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Almost as soon as the young man stepped out of the stone house and entered the small courtyard, Yang Wen instantly stood up in the air and stared at the young man fiercely before he asked in an interrogating tone. Yang Wen's gaze was unusually sharp. If looks could kill, the young man before him would have been killed many times over. Yangwen, the son of Northern Plethora Sect's fifth elder, Yangchong? When Yangwen stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely and questioned him, Duan Lingtian did not answer him. Instead, he asked in return. When Yangwen heard the young man before him was still so calm after learning his identity, he was certain the young man before him was indeed Duan Lingtian. This was his first time seeing a Saint Lan's disciple who dared to be so arrogant in front of a true disciple like him. No wonder you dare to go against Elder Lian. You're really arrogant. After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, the killing intent in Yang Wen's body intensified. His eyes shone fiercely. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to cut Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, do you think I'm Elder Lian? Do you think I won't make a move on you because of my identity? As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he made his move. He was prepared to make a move on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Saint Lan's disciples who were watching felt their hearts in their mouths as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's words caused Yang Wen gang, who was about to make a move, to come to a halt. Moreover, the Saint Lan disciples who were watching from the side were shocked and in disbelief. Yang Wen, you must be itching to kill me right now, right? Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to kill me without violating the rules of Zoroastrianism. These were Duan Lingtian's words. Yang Wen stopped moving when he heard these words. He asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by that?" When Yang Wen asked this question, he couldn't help but frown. "What else can I mean?" Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently when he saw the frowning Yang Wen. He said nonchalantly, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be a place in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism for disciples to sign a death pact, right? I'll give you a chance now. Lead the way." Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he reached the end of his sentence. Yang Wen, who was frowning, frowned slightly when he heard this. "Lead the way." Yang Wen's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After his expression changed greatly, there was another wave of change. He stared at Duan Lingtian and remained silent for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. Whoosh! At the same time, the Saint Lan disciples who heard Duan Lingtian's words finally regained their senses and broke into an uproar. Heavens! Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he wants to have a death pact with senior brother Yang Wen? One of the Saint Lan disciples who was watching could not help but exclaim, "A death pact? With senior brother Yang Wen? Where did he get his courage from?" Many Saint Lan disciples narrowed their eyes in disbelief. He's just a Saint Lan disciple who has just entered the Saint Land. Although he's quite strong, he can only show off among those below the Saint Celestial stage. It's impossible for him to be compared to a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Another Saint Lan disciple said confidently, "Even if that's the case, why is he doing this? Look at how calm he is. It doesn't seem like he's seeking death." Some Saint Lan disciples felt something was amiss. Didn't you notice? Ever since Duan Lingtian appeared, his expression did not change at all. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. This is either a display of confidence or a deliberate act. One of the Saint Lan disciples speculated. Confidence? Don't tell me you think he can kill senior brother Yang Wen? The Saint Lan disciple's words instantly aroused disdain from more than one Saint Lan disciple. Humph! He must be deliberately acting mysterious. More and more Saint Lan disciples said confidently. They did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Yang Wen, the true disciple whose cultivation base had already entered the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian must be deliberately acting mysterious to scare Yang Wen away. Look! Senior brother Yang Wen seems to be slightly hesitant when faced with his suggestion of a death pact. Don't tell me he really thinks he's weaker than Duan Lingtian? Soon after, a Saint Lan disciple glanced at Yang Wen and noticed his hesitation. "You're right. Chapter 1991. Duan Ling Tian really has some tricks up his sleeve. He's just deliberately mystifying him, and he managed to scare senior brother Yang Wen. Don't tell me senior brother Yang Wen really doesn't dare to accept Duan Ling Tian's suggestion for a death duel? The Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Yang Wen. Their words were filled with mockery. They were mocking Yang Wen's cowardice. Deliberately mystifying? Naturally, Yang Wen had thought of the Saint Land disciples' thoughts. However, he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's suggestion so easily. He did not dare to take the risk. If he lost, it would be over for him. It seems like you don't dare to accept my life and death duel. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. He glanced at Yang Wen indifferently before he said disdainfully, "A true disciple is nothing more than this." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he rose up into the air and prepared to leave. A true disciple is nothing more than this. Duan Lingtian's disdainful words completely enraged Yang Wen. His expression turned grave as he snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, I agree to your suggestion. Do you really think I'll be frightened by you just because you're deliberately mystifying me? What a joke. In the blink of an eye, Yang Wen made his decision. If he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's suggestion, it meant he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, the person who killed his younger brother. If Duan Lingtian was really stronger than him, it would be a wise decision for him to reject Duan Lingtian's suggestion. On the other hand, if Duan Lingtian was not as strong as him and was only trying to scare him, he would not dare to agree to Duan Lingtian's suggestion. It would undoubtedly be very embarrassing. When Yang Wen heard Duan Lingtian's disdainful words, he finally agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion after weighing the pros and cons. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was most likely deliberately mystifying him. Agreed? Upon hearing Yang Wen's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. A surprised expression appeared on his calm face. When the group of Saint Land's disciples saw this, it caused another round of discussion. Did you see that? Duan Lingtian's expression changed, as if he didn't expect senior brother Yang Wen to agree to his suggestion. From this, it can be confirmed that he is indeed deliberately mystifying. Fortunately, senior brother Yang Wen agreed to his suggestion. Otherwise, not only would senior brother Yang Wen lose face for himself, he would also lose face for the core disciples. That's right. As a true disciple, he actually dared not agree to the life and death duel of an ordinary elite disciple. If this matter were to spread out, not only would he embarrass himself, but he would also embarrass the other true disciples. Fortunately, senior brother Yang Wen finally agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion at the critical moment. This also disrupted Duan Lingtian's scheme. The group of Holy Land disciples all felt that Yang Wen's decision was the right one. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying. As for the purpose of deliberately mystifying, it was naturally to scare Yang Wen into not agreeing to the life and death duel that he proposed. However, now that Yang Wen had agreed to it, it meant that Duan Lingtian's scheme had been disrupted. At this moment, would Duan Lingtian still dare to continue with his life and death duel? Senior brother Yang Wen's agreement to Duan Lingtian's life and death duel is tantamount to checkmate Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian's expression has changed, I think he no longer dares to continue with his life and death duel. If he continues, he'll definitely die. At this moment, in the face of a choice between life and death, I'm sure he'd rather be tortured by senior brother Yang Wen than lose his life. His plan of deliberately mystifying has failed in the end. The group of Holy Land disciples whispered among themselves again. All of them felt Duan Lingtian would definitely go back on his word after Yang Wen agreed to his life and death duel. Duan Lingtian, I've already agreed to it. Don't tell me you don't dare to accept it now? Or perhaps you're willing to be bashed by me instead of heading to the Hall of Life and Death to sign a life and death contract and carry out a battle of life and death. Yang Wen had also noticed the surprised expression on Duan Lingtian's face. At once, a mocking smile appeared on his face. His words were filled with disdain. At this moment, Yang Wen recalled his hesitation from before and felt a sense of exhilaration. At the same time, he was glad that he had agreed to it. Otherwise, he would be the one who would be embarrassed instead of Duan Lingtian. Lead the way. In the face of the group of Holy Land disciples' disdain and Yang Wen's mockery, Duan Lingtian's expression regained its calmness. He merely uttered 2 words in response to Yang Wen's words. Lead the way. The 2 words that came out of Duan Lingtian's mouth caused the entire place to fall silent again. The group of Holy Land disciples stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would still dare to continue at this moment. Was he not afraid of going overboard? Yang Wen was stunned as well. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would still dare to be so domineering even after he had agreed to it. For a moment, his resolute heart was shaken again, and his expression changed again. What's wrong? You don't dare to do it anymore? Didn't you agree so readily just now? Duan Lingtian mocked when he saw the change in Yang Wen's expression. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Yang Wen's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if you're still going to be so mysterious when it's time to sign the death pact. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Yang Wen's body moved and shot out like a bolt of lightning. His target was the central square. If you have the guts, follow me to the Palace of Death and sign the death pact to have a death duel with me. If you don't, I'll let you have a taste of a fate worse than death. Yang Wen's voice resonated from afar as he shot out. His voice was so cold that it seemed to cause the air in the surroundings to turn colder. However, after a while, Yang Wen slowed down again. He would occasionally turn around to look at Duan Lingtian in disdain, as though he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian dared to follow him to the Palace of Death. The Palace of Death was located in the central square of the Saint Island of Zoroastrianism. The Saint Island was the name of the main island of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, Saint Land disciples who had irreconcilable enmity with each other could meet at the Palace of Death and sign the death pact under the witness of the Palace of Death's elders. Moreover, they would fight to the death in the death arena of the Palace of Death. At this moment, Yang Wen was preparing to lead the way to the Palace of Death in the central square of the Saint Island. Naturally, the prerequisite was that Duan Lingtian dared to follow him. Senior brother Yang Wen has become smarter this time. He's not fooled by Duan Lingtian anymore. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. If senior brother Yang Wen still doesn't learn, he'd be a true disciple and a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse in vain. That's right. A true disciple who doesn't dare to have a death duel with an ordinary elite disciple. Wouldn't he be laughed at if news of this spread out? Most of the Saint Land disciples secretly gave Yang Wen a thumbs up when they saw how domineering he was. At the same time, these Saint Land disciples shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. A hint of mockery could be seen in their eyes. It was as though they wanted to see if Duan Lingtian still had the guts to follow Yang Chong to the Palace of Death in the central square of the Saint Island. Once they entered the Palace of Death and signed the death pact, they would not be able to return. Junior brother Lingtian, don't go. Senior brother Lingtian, don't go. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to follow Yang Chong, 2 voice transmissions entered his ears. The 2 voice transmissions came from 2 people. Duan Lingtian instantly noticed the 2 Saint Land disciples standing in different directions. They were the ones who had sent him voice transmissions to stop him from following Yang Chong to the Palace of Death in the central square of the Saint Island. One of them was none other than Sunda, who was robbed of his Primus house by Duan Lingtian in the 4 Symbol Sanctum's First Mind's punishment zone. Similar to Duan Lingtian, Sunda was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 Symbols Sanctums. Sunda was able to leave the 4 Symbol Sanctum's first mine in advance to come to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple because he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. The reason he was able to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier was due to the pressure Duan Lingtian had given him that day. It was precisely because of this that he had always been grateful to Duan Lingtian. For this reason, when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to jump into the fire pit, he quickly sent a voice transmission to stop Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, Where there's life, there's hope. As long as you're still alive, you'll be able to take revenge one day. There's no need for you to follow Yang Chong to the Palace of Death just because of a moment of anger. If you really go to the Palace of Death and sign the Death Pact, it'll be too late even if you want to go back on your word. Sun De advised earnestly. The meaning of Sun De's words was simple. As long as he was alive, he would have a chance to take revenge. It was not worth it to die now. Thank you for your concern, Senior Brother Sun De. I know what I'm doing. After Duan Lingtian gave Sun De a reassuring look, he shifted his gaze to the other person who had sent him a voice transmission. He had only seen the other person who had sent him a voice transmission once. For this reason, he was very surprised when he saw the other person. This person was none other than the Saint Land disciple he had met 10 days ago. At that time, he had just left the Saint Land's new disciple registration office. He did not know where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were staying, so he had stopped the other party to ask for directions. Apart from that, he had no other interactions with the other party. He did not expect the other party would send him a voice transmission at this moment. Senior Brother. Why are you calling me Senior Brother now? Duan Lingtian asked with a wry smile on his face through voice transmission. He remembered when he had asked for directions that day, he had addressed the other party as Senior Brother, and the other party had politely addressed him as Junior Brother. Senior Brother Lingtian, Guanxiu didn't know your identity that day, so I've neglected you. Please forgive me. The Saint Land disciple who had reminded Duan Lingtian was none other than Guanxiu, who had given directions to Duan Lingtian 10 days ago. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he immediately replied in a slightly fearful manner. Duan Lingtian's strength was far greater than his. Chapter 1992. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard Guanxiu's words. However, he did not continue to argue with Guanxiu on this topic since he knew this was a world where the strong were respected. Guanxiu had addressed him as Senior Brother from the bottom of his heart. If he continued to address Guanxiu as Senior Brother, it would put a lot of pressure on Guanxiu. Senior Brother Lingtian, although you're strong, I'm afraid you're not as strong as a true disciple. All of them are at the Saint Celestial stage or above. This is especially true for Senior Brother Yangwen. He has already broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. Guanxiu reminded him through voice transmission with a solemn expression on his face. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Guanxiu's kindness. After all, he had only met Guanxiu once. It was rare for Guanxiu to be so kind to him. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian replied to Guanxiu through voice transmission and gave him a reassuring look. Then, under Guanxiu and Sun De's helpless gazes, he flew up and caught up with the true disciple, Yang Wen, who had already flown a distance away. Ha! Yang Wen's expression turned solemn when he saw Duan Lingtian dared to follow him. He actually dares to follow him? It seems like he won't give up before he signs the Death Pact. He's really going all out. However, even if he's not as strong as Senior Brother Yangwen, he'll still be able to pressure Senior Brother Yangwen. That's right. Look at the grave expression on Senior Brother Yangwen's face. As the Saint Land disciples shifted their gazes to Yangwen, the grave expression on his face finally disappeared. He looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain and said disdainfully, Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if you'll still be so unyielding when we enter the Palace of Death and sign the Death Pact. I hope you'll sign the Death Pact obediently at that time. Otherwise, I'll pull out your fingernails one by one and make you suffer a fate worse than death. When Yangwen reached the end of his sentence, his tone became colder and colder as though it came from an ice cave. Although it was not targeted at the group of Saint Land disciples, it still made them shudder. Pull out my fingernails one by one? Hearing Yang Wen's harsh words, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent. However, his expression was frighteningly calm. Humph! I'd like to see how long you can keep up this pretense. Yang Wen was infuriated when he saw Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged after hearing his harsh words. He snorted coldly before he suddenly sped up and made his way to the square at the center of the Saint Island. Duan Ling Tian followed at a leisurely pace. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of running away. Behind them, Sun De, Guanxiu, and the group of disciples who were watching the show also followed. When the group arrived in the air above the central square of the Holy Island, the majestic flow of people alarmed the group of Holy Land's disciples in the central square. What's going on? Why are there so many people here? Huh? The person in the lead seems to be Senior Brother Yang Wen. It's indeed Senior Brother Yang Wen. The group of people behind him seems to be brought by Senior Brother Yang Wen. Senior Brother Yang Wen's expression seems a little off. What's going on? In the saint land of Zoroastrianism, there were only 170 over true disciples. For this reason, many Saint Land disciples quickly recognized Yang Wen, the true disciple. Although Yang Wen's strength could only be considered as the weakest among the group of true disciples, there were still many true disciples. However, there were only so many successor disciples, so it was still very easy to recognize them. Senior Brother Yang Wen, is he going to the Palace of Death? Heavens, what's going on? Which true disciple is Senior Brother Yang Wen going to have a death duel with? When the thousands of Saint Land disciples in the central square saw Yang Wen taking the lead and heading towards the Palace of Death, it caused a commotion in the central square. When Yang Wen's figure landed outside the Palace of Death, the thousands of Saint Land disciples in the central square learned about what had happened from the group of Saint Land disciples behind Yang Wen. Senior Brother Yang Wen is actually the son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. That young man behind Senior Brother Yang Wen is Duan Ling Tian, who's famous in Zoroastrianism recently, a nine-clawed dragon warrior, a genius martial cultivator who has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. Duan Ling Tian is the one who issued a death duel with Senior Brother Yang Wen today. When the matter was revealed, the group of Saint Land disciples in the central square burst into an uproar again. An ordinary elite disciple issuing a death duel with a true disciple. In the history of Zoroastrianism, such a ridiculous matter had never happened before. After all, a true disciple represented the strength of a saint celestial. It was not something an ordinary elite disciple could compare to. For a time, many Saint Land disciples felt the same way as the Saint Land disciples who had just arrived. They felt Duan Ling Tian was deliberately mystifying and trying to scare Yang Wen. I'm guessing Duan Ling Tian will definitely not dare to sign the death duel after entering the Palace of Death. This Duan Ling Tian is not simple. He's been playing mind games. I'm guessing he'll only refuse to sign the death duel after Senior Brother Yang Wen signs his name on the death duel and imprints his fingerprint. Based on the current situation, he'll most likely do that. Once Senior Brother Yang Wen hesitates and refuses to sign the death duel, he'll win this mind game. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian heard the discussion among the Saint Land disciples. Mind games? Perhaps. Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who heard the Saint Land disciples' discussion. Even Yang Wen had heard it as well. Yang Wen hesitated for a moment. Up until now, it seemed like he was not mentally prepared for the death duel. Even when he brought Duan Ling Tian here, he only wanted to scare Duan Ling Tian. After all, he was only 90% confident he could kill Duan Ling Tian. The reason he was not 100% confident was because up until now, he still did not dare to be 100% sure if Duan Ling Tian was really strong or if he was just bluffing when he suggested a death duel. The reason for this was because of the death of his younger brother, Yang Wu. He was well aware of how Yang Wu had died. It was Yang Wu who first challenged Duan Ling Tian to a death duel. During the death duel, Yang Wu was killed by Duan Ling Tian. Due to this reason, he was traumatized. Although he was 100% certain Duan Ling Tian was not a match for him in the depths of his heart, he did not dare to make up his mind to fight Duan Ling Tian to the death due to the shadow in his heart. As an older brother, he did not want to follow in his younger brother's footsteps. Don't tell me this Duan Ling Tian is only going to go back on his word after I sign the death duel and put my handprint on the death duel? Yang Wen's heart sank when he thought of this. However, faced with the thousands of Saint Lan's disciples behind him, he knew this matter was no longer going to end peacefully. As the saying went, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. Palace of Death? At the same time, Duan Tian, who was following closely behind Yang Wen, shifted his gaze to the majestic and gigantic palace in front of him. He saw a plaque hanging on the palace's main entrance with the words Palace of Death, written in flamboyant calligraphy. Why did Senior Brother Yang Wen stop? Go in. He's already at the entrance. Why did he stop? Senior Brother Yang Wen is afraid, right? He's a true disciple. Why is he afraid of an ordinary elite disciple who's deliberately mystifying himself? Since Yang Wen, who had taken the lead, was standing outside the Hall of Life and Death without making a move for a long time, the group of Holy Land's disciples who had followed behind him to watch the show became impatient and began to complain. True disciple? If you don't dare to do it, leave now. Don't embarrass yourself here. He's a disgrace to all true disciples today. No matter when or where, there was no lack of people who wanted to stir up trouble. Many Saint Lan's disciples were hiding in the dark. They were afraid Yang Wen would drag them out, but they could not help but mock Yang Wen. Shut up! Along with a loud shout, Yang Wen's face darkened as he spoke in anger. His voice was so loud that it drowned out the noise at the entrance of the Hall of Life and Death, causing a group of Holy Land disciples to shut their mouths. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Yang Wen turned around and looked at Duan Tian coldly before he said in a deep voice, Duan Tian, I hope you'll have the guts to sign your name and put your handprint on the death duel after I sign the death duel. If you go back on your words at that time, not only will I pull out your fingernails one by one, but I'll also tear the skin off your face and destroy your face. As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the Palace of Death without waiting for Duan Tian's reply. The moment Yang Wen's words left his mouth, Duan Tian's expression changed immediately. He was no longer as calm as he was before. Tear the skin off his face piece by piece. Yang Wen's ruthlessness enraged Duan Tian. He could no longer maintain his composure. When Duan Tian saw Yang Wen walking into the Palace of Death, he followed suit. He's going in. Let's go. Let's go in and watch the show. The Palace of Death's death duel hasn't been opened for a long time. This time, I must bet all the contribution points in my crystal card, even if the payout for Senior Brother Yang Wen's victory isn't high. Don't you think it's too early to say all these? We don't even know if Duan Tian dares to sign the death duel yet. The group of Saint Lan's disciples at the back made a fuss as they followed suit. However, they stopped at the entrance of the Palace of Death. Chapter 1993. Yang Wen, who took the lead, and Duan Tian, who followed closely behind, entered the Palace of Death one after another. After entering the Palace of Death, the first thing that entered Duan Tian's eyes was a battle arena in the distance. The battle arena was huge. Apart from the area where Duan Tian was standing, the other three sides of the battle arena were seats for spectators. However, at this moment the seats were empty. One could vaguely see many dried bloodstains on the battle arena. It was obvious the bloodstains were left behind in the past. So this is the death arena? Duan Tian narrowed his eyes at this moment. The death arena was a venue provided by the Palace of Death for two Zoroastrianism Saint Lan disciples who had signed a death pact to fight to the death. One of them was destined to die in the death arena. Both of you are going to sign a death pact? When Duan Tian and Yang Wen's eyes landed on the death arena in the distance, a hoarse voice resonated in their ears. At first, the hoarse voice sounded from afar. However, in just a blink of an eye, it seemed to be right next to them. When Duan Tian and Yang Wen regained their senses, they instantly noticed that an old man had appeared next to them without them noticing. The old man was skinny and had an ordinary appearance. He was dressed in the uniform of a Silver Flame Elder. It was obvious he was a Silver Flame Elder. The custodian of the Palace of Death? Along the way, Duan Lingtian had learned about the Palace of Death from many Saint Lan disciples. He knew there was a silver flame elder and 3 bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death. The only silver flame elder was the manager of the Palace of Life and Death. The custodian of the Palace of Death was called Niezue. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest silver flame elder in the Zoroastrianism. If Lien was the first silver flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum of the 4 symbol sanctums, then Niezue would be the first silver flame elder in the Zoroastrianism. This is the custodian of the Palace of Death, an expert in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Looking at this inconspicuous old man, Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. When the group of Saint Lan disciples mentioned the Palace of Death earlier, they naturally mentioned the Palace of Death's custodian, Niezue. Therefore, Duan Lingtian knew that Niezue was not only the steward of the Palace of Life and Death, but he was also ranked 78th on the Supreme Saint ranking. It was said that among the Silver Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism, only 2 of them were ranked in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Niezue was ranked 78th on the Supreme Saint ranking, while the Silver Flame Elder who was ranked in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking was ranked 99th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was far behind Niezue. True disciple Yang Wen greets Elder Niezue. While Duan Lingtian was guessing that the person before him was Niezue, Yang Wen had already bowed respectfully to the old man. Even someone as arrogant as Yang Wen lowered his head before Elder Niezue. Duan Lingtian greets Elder Niezue. Yang Wen's voice jolted Duan Lingtian back to his senses. Duan Lingtian immediately nodded his head and greeted the old man. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed the old man's calm gaze swept past him and Yang Wen. Although his gaze was calm, it gave Duan Lingtian a sense of pressure. Did both of you come to the Palace of Death to sign a death pact and have a death duel? The old man finally asked. As the steward of the Palace of Death, he, naturally, knew the Saint Lan disciples would not come to him unless they had a death duel. As soon as Niezue finished speaking, Yang Wen did not reply to the old man. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian to see how Duan Lingtian would respond. This was because if Duan Lingtian said yes and Duan Lingtian went back on his word, although the steward of the Palace of Death would not force him to sign the death pact, he would definitely teach him a lesson. This was because he was already making fun of the steward of the Palace of Death and insulting the dignity of the Palace of Death. It was understandable for the steward of the Palace of Death to teach him a lesson. As long as he was not killed or crippled, even the Saint Lan's enforcement hall would not care. Yes. When Duan Lingtian saw Yang Wen did not reply to Niezue and looked at him instead, he naturally knew what Yang Wen was thinking. However, he still responded without any hesitation. However, Yang Wen's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's response. However, Yang Wen's expression only changed for a moment before a gloating expression appeared on his face again. It was obvious he did not think Duan Lingtian would dare to sign the death pact. Follow me. After Niezue finished speaking, he walked to the side. Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen followed closely behind him. Soon after, under Niezue's instructions, one of the 3 bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death brought a piece of life and death contract, a brush that was dyed with ink, and a plate of specially made ink. Who's going to go first? Niezue asked nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen. Him. Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen looked at each other at the same time and said in unison. Humph. Niezue snorted when he saw Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen's refusal. He looked at Yang Wen and said nonchalantly, You didn't reply when I asked if you're here to sign the death pact. Now you'll sign the death pact first. Yang Wen did not expect he would be placed in such a situation because he did not reply to Niezue earlier. Niezue actually asked him to sign the death pact first. He immediately thought of the death of his biological brother, Yang Wu, and a hint of dread rose in his heart. He looked at Niezue and said, Elder Niezue, can you let him sign the death pact first? If he dares to sign the death pact, I'll definitely sign it as well. Haha. Yang Wen, you're a true disciple after all. Don't tell me you're afraid of an ordinary elite disciple like me. The moment Yang Wen's words left his mouth, Nie Zue's expression turned grave immediately. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not help but laugh out loud. At the same time, he did not forget to mock Yangwen. Naturally, he would not sign the death pact first. What if Yangwen went back on his word after he signed the death pact? After all, the reason he came here today was to kill Yangwen. It was not only because Yangwen wanted to kill him, but it was also because Yangwen's father, Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had threatened him earlier. Yang Chong actually wanted to kill his family. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the moment Yang Chong threatened him with his family, he was already on the opposite side of Yang Chong. He would not rest until one of them was dead. Since Yang Chong wanted to kill his family, he would kill Yang Chong's son. Since he had already killed the younger one, he would kill the older one as well. Yang Chong, I really want to see what kind of expression you'll have when you find out I killed your eldest son as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Wen's expression turned grave immediately. He immediately glared at Duan Lingtian. Yang Wen, you're the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? Nie Zue asked indifferently as he looked at Yang Wen. Yes. Upon hearing Nie Zue's question, Yang Wen hurriedly withdrew his angry gaze from Duan Lingtian and replied respectfully. No matter what, your father is a powerhouse ranked at the 146th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. As his son and a true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, don't tell me you don't dare to sign the death pact even though you've come to my palace of death with someone else? If you don't dare to sign it, get lost now. A hint of anger could be seen on Nie Zue's face when he finished speaking. His tone was not friendly at all. At the same time, a terrifying aura emitted from Nie Zue's body and shrouded Yang Wen's body. It was so oppressive that Yang Wen's face turned pale. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue and said, I wonder if Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, would be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood when he finds out his eldest son missed the opportunity to avenge his youngest son? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Yang Wen's eyes widened immediately. Nie Zue also looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You're Duan Lingtian? Although he was in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, he had heard about the death of Yang Wu, the youngest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. He knew Yang Wu was killed by a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple called Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but he had also heard about Duan Lingtian. He also knew Duan Lingtian had come to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism to become a Saint Land disciple because he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Although he had heard about Duan Lingtian more than once, he had never seen Duan Lingtian before today. For this reason, he did not recognize Duan Lingtian. Yes, when faced with Nie Zue, Duan Lingtian quickly put away his expression that seemed eager to see the world plunged into chaos and nodded respectfully. I'll sign it. While Nie Zue was looking at Duan Lingtian and was about to say something, Yang Wen suddenly shouted. Then, Yang Wen stepped forward with bloodshot eyes and took the writing brush from the Palace of Death's bronze flame elder's hand. With a few swishing sounds, he signed his name on the death contract. Smack! A soft sound resonated in the air. Yang Wen placed his right hand on the special ink pad and used his hand that was stained with the ink pad to leave his handprint on the death contract. After signing the death contract unilaterally, Yang Wen turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. He sneered and said, Duan Lingtian, if you don't dare to sign this death contract, it means you're toying with Elder Nie Zue and blaspheming the Palace of Death. As soon as Yang Wen spoke, he had forced Duan Lingtian to the opposite side of the Palace of Death. When Yang Wen spoke, apart from Nie Zue, who was the overseer of the Palace of Death, the other 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death glared at Duan Lingtian with hostility. You don't have to worry about this. Chapter 1994. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian signed his name and left his fingerprint on the death pact under Yang Wen's incredulous gaze. The death pact is formed. As soon as Duan Lingtian signed the death pact, the bronze flame elder from the Palace of Death who was holding the death pact said loudly, Yangwan and Duan Lingtian will enter the death arena in a little while and have a death duel. A little while? Duan Lingtian was stunned. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. He did not know why they had to wait until a little while before the death duel. Was there a need to wait until so late? In the next hour, the Palace of Death will be the banker and launch a bet for the death duel between you and Yangwan. If you're confident, you can bet all your contribution points on yourself, and bet that you'll be able to survive until the end. Of course, if you die, even if you don't bet on yourself, your contribution points won't be of any use to you. As though he could see Duan Lingtian's confusion, Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, explained nonchalantly, for this reason, those who enter the death arena will usually bet all their contribution points on themselves. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He did not expect the Palace of Death to have such a tradition even though it was a solemn place. The Palace of Death won't take any of the Saint Land's disciples' contribution points. Will only act as the middleman and mix all of your contribution points together before calculating the odds based on your contribution points. Naturally, if the elders from the Palace of Death think highly of someone, they can place a bet as well, Niezue said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Niezue, you mean the other Saint Land's disciples can place a bet as well? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. Of course. Niezue replied. Otherwise, what do you think the spectator seats around the death arena are for? If you want to place a bet, you can look for the other two bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death. After you've placed your bet and entered the death arena, the other Saint Land's disciples will be able to enter the Palace of Death to place their bets and enter the spectator seats around the death arena. Before I give the order, even though the two of you are in the death arena, you are not allowed to make a move. Otherwise, the first to attack will be severely punished by the Hall of Life and Death. Speaking up to this point, Niezue's tone became more severe. The traditions of the Hall of Life and Death cannot be overturned by anyone. Duan Lingtian nodded. He then walked out and looked for the other two bronze flame elders to place their bets. What a pity! I only have 100 contribution points. When he placed his bet, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh to himself. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, I only hope that the others will place their bets on Yangwan. That way I can still win quite a bit. Yangwan, why aren't you going to bet? After Duan Lingtian placed his bet and stepped into the death arena, Niezue looked at Yangwan, who was still standing in place. His expression darkened as he shouted in a low voice. Yangwan could not help but shudder immediately. When he regained his senses, he hastily placed his bet. After placing his bet, Yangwan flew up to the death arena and stared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with hostility as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know where you got your courage from to sign the death arena contract for a death duel with me. Yangwan, I still have to tell you that I'll definitely kill you today to avenge my brother. To avenge my father. Yang Wen's expression was gloomy as he enunciated each word clearly. Everyone knows how to boast. Whether you can kill me or not depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Unlike Yang Wen, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm. After hearing Yang Wen's harsh words, he took his time to reply. I'd like to see if your expression will still be as calm after an hour. Yang Wen sneered. Then you can wait patiently. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to look outside the Death Palace. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze, the group of Saint Land disciples outside the Death Palace seemed to have received some kind of order and immediately swarmed in. At once, the Death Palace seemed to have turned into a noisy marketplace. Duan Lingtian actually signed the Death Arena contract? Many Saint Land disciples had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. Until now, they still had not recovered from the shock of Duan Lingtian signing the Death Arena contract. I really don't know where he gets his courage from. To think he actually signed the Death Arena contract. He's seeking death. Some Saint Land disciples immediately said disdainfully. They felt Duan Lingtian had overestimated himself by signing the Death Arena contract. I think this Duan Lingtian is a little strange. Ever since he came to Zoroastrianism, he has been fighting with the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, since the beginning, but he didn't suffer any losses. Based on what he did after that, he doesn't seem like someone who would suffer losses. A Saint Lan disciple could not help but say when he recalled Duan Lingtian's experience after he came to Zoroastrianism. Many Saint Lan disciples began to laugh at this Saint Lan disciple's words. What? Don't tell me you think he's stronger than Senior Brother Yongwon? Do you think he'll be able to kill Senior Brother Yongwon in this death arena? Stop joking. The reason Duan Lingtian has not suffered any losses since he came to Zoroastrianism is because he's quite strong, and he hasn't encountered any tough opponents yet. As for Elder Lian, he didn't dare to make a move on him because of his status. Otherwise, do you think he'd be able to survive until now? That's right. If you think Duan Lingtian can survive today, you can bet on him. However, I'm afraid you'll lose everything. That's right. Since you're so confident in Duan Lingtian, you can bet on him. This way, we'll be able to earn more contribution points. Perhaps, even this Saint Lan disciple did not know his words would cause so many Saint Lan disciples to laugh at him. He immediately shut his mouth. As for betting on Duan Lingtian, he was not stupid enough to bet on him. What he said just now was purely an irresponsible guess. It was not his real thoughts. In his opinion, Yongwon had a higher chance of surviving today's death arena. After all, Yongwon was a true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. As for Duan Lingtian, although he had mastered a few high-grade divine abilities and was quite strong, it would be difficult for him to catch up to Yongwon since he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, let alone kill him. I'll bet 300 contribution points on Senior Brother Yongwon. I'll bet 500 contribution points on Senior Brother Yongwon. I'm going all out. I'll bet 3,300 contribution points on Senior Brother Yongwon. As the group of Saint Lan disciples entered the death arena, the two Palace of Death Bronze Flame Elders who were in charge of collecting the bets became busy as well. 15 minutes had passed, but not a single Saint Lan disciple had bet on Duan Lingtian. Based on this, one could see how much they did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Nobody's betting on Duan Lingtian? This situation quickly attracted the attention of some Saint Lan disciples. If this continues, how are we going to earn any contribution points? That's right. The wager in the Palace of Life and Death is calculated based on the bets placed by both parties. If everyone placed their bets on Senior Brother Yongwon, we would only be able to take back our own contribution points. We wouldn't be able to earn a single contribution point. Otherwise, who's going to bet on Duan Lingtian? If this continues, we won't be able to earn any contribution points at all. Do you think we're stupid? Betting on Duan Lingtian? Wouldn't that be equivalent to wasting our contribution points? The group of Saint Lan disciples fell into an uproar again. None of them thought Duan Lingtian would win. All of them felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. Although Duan Lingtian is quite strong, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Due to his innate talent, it's difficult for him to achieve anything great even if he has mastered a few high-grade divine abilities. That's right. Under such circumstances, only a fool would bet on him. This can't go on. If we all bet on Senior Brother Yongwon, we won't be able to earn any contribution points at all. There's nothing we can do about that. Why don't you bet on Duan Lingtian instead? I'm not a fool. Meanwhile, the group of Saint Lan disciples continued to discuss among themselves. Nobody was willing to bet on Duan Lingtian after a long time. A voice suddenly sounded and attracted the attention of the group of Saint Lan disciples. I'll bet 100 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. A Saint Lan disciple took the lead and placed his bet on Duan Lingtian. Although it was only 100 contribution points, many Saint Lan disciples' eyes lit up immediately. They felt it was good that someone took the lead. There would definitely be many people who would follow suit. In that case, they would not have to worry about not earning enough contribution points. It did not matter if they did not earn much. It was fine as long as they earned some contribution points. As the saying went, a mosquito is still meat. Isn't he Sunda? Sunda, the Saint Lan disciple who successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, before Duan Lingtian and came to our Saint Land? That's him. I heard the reason he managed to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier was because Duan Lingtian inadvertently helped him. No wonder he would bet on Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, he wants to return the favor to Duan Lingtian. He's smart to know that this is his last chance to return the favor to Duan Lingtian. After today, even if he wants to return the favor to Duan Lingtian, he won't be able to do so anymore. Many Saint Lan disciples recognized the Saint Lan disciple, Sunda, who had bet on Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, I've just arrived at the Saint Land, and I only have so many contribution points. Sunda smiled wryly as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was in the death arena. Chapter 1995. It's all right. It's fine as long as I can earn something. As Duan Lingtian replied to Sunda through voice transmission, he could tell Sunda did not think highly of him. He knew Sunda was only willing to bet on him because of other reasons. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Guanxiu, the Saint Lan disciple who had given him directions 10 days ago and reminded him out of concern today. Just as he was about to remind Guanxiu to bet on him through voice transmission, he realized Guanxiu had already placed his bet, 3,500 contribution points on senior brother Duan Lingtian. Without Duan Lingtian's reminder, Guanxiu placed 3,500 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian instantly felt a surge of warmth in his heart. At this moment, Guanxiu gave him a feeling of being acknowledged. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. As Guanxiu placed his bet, the originally noisy atmosphere in the Palace of Death suddenly fell silent. Each and every one of the Holy Ground's disciples looked at Guanxiu in astonishment. 3,500 contribution points? All on Duan Lingtian? Isn't he afraid of losing everything? I recognize him. His name is Guanxiu, and he can be considered as a senior Saint Lan disciple in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. However, 3,500 contribution points is most likely all he has. He's really bold. Isn't he afraid of losing everything? No matter what, he and Sunda have made a good start. Now, I'm not afraid of losing contribution points. That's true. Many Saint Lan disciples laughed. Guanxiu, you're crazy. Some of the Saint Lan disciples who knew Guanxiu stared at him with their mouths agape. They thought he was crazy. In their opinion, under such an obvious situation, only an idiot would bet on Duan Lingtian. However, Guanxiu ignored these people's doubts. Instead, he immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said through voice transmission, Senior brother Lingtian, based on the current situation, I can't help you much. I'll place all the contribution points in my crystal card on you as a form of support. Good luck. Today, I will definitely let you make a huge profit. Duan Lingtian gave Guanxiu a reassuring look before retracting his gaze. The group of Holy Land disciples had no choice but to admit that they had overestimated Sunda and Guanxiu's leadership. After Guanxiu had placed 3,500 contribution points on Duan Lingtian, some people had also placed bets on Duan Lingtian, but none of the bets added up to 3,000 contribution points. Aren't you betting too little on Duan Lingtian? Quite a lot. Is better than nothing. The payout rate for the opening of the death arena today must be very exaggerated. I estimate that there are at least 800,000 contribution points betting on senior brother Yang when, if not 1 million. I think so too. Although I bet 1,000 contribution points, even if senior brother Yang Wen wins, I reckon I'll only earn a few contribution points. Forget it. Since it's a sure win, I'll just earn as many contribution points as I can. I bet 3,000 contribution points. However, the odds are too low. I estimate that I can only earn a dozen or so contribution points. As the group of Holy Land disciples discussed among themselves, they also flew into the spectator seats around the death arena. After they sat down, their eyes shifted to the two people standing in the death arena in unison as they waited for the death duel to begin. After about half an hour and a quarter of an hour, the people who were supposed to place their bets had already placed their bets. The death duel would officially begin after 15 minutes. Within this 15 minutes, other than the remaining 15 minutes where bets were still being accepted, the odds for the bets that the Palace of Life and Death had set up were also calculated and displayed before everyone's eyes. The total number of contribution points betting on Duan Lingtian is only about 6,000 contribution points. However, the total number of contribution points betting on senior brother Yangwen is at least a few 100,000 or even millions of contribution points betting on him. The odds must be very exaggerated. Indeed, I only hope it's within 200 to 1. Initially, I thought I could take this opportunity to make a fortune. I didn't expect almost everyone would bet on senior brother Yangwen. It seems like nobody's stupid. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the spectator seats kept talking about the bet that Duan Lingtian and Yangwen would place on the death duel. All of them were looking forward to the final payout. Now, I can only hope that the few elders in the Palace of Death have also placed their bets on Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, I can't even look at the payout rate. A Holy Land disciple suddenly remembered that the few elders in the Palace of Death could also place their bets. He could not help but say excitedly, "I don't think so. The elders in the Palace of Death are all shrewd people. It's impossible for them to think highly of Duan Lingtian." However, as soon as another Holy Land disciple spoke, the enthusiasm of this Holy Land disciple seemed to have been extinguished by a pail of cold water. "I'll bet 100,000 contribution points on Duan Lingtian." Without warning, a cold voice resonated from outside the Palace of Death. It shocked the group of people in the Palace of Death. Even the custodian of the Palace of Death, Nyezue, could not help but narrow his eyes. Soon after, under the watchful eyes of the others, two figures appeared side by side in the Palace of Death. They were two young men. Moreover, the two young men's appearances were somewhat similar to each other. Senior brother Lu Mu? Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the young man on the right. He was shocked. He did not expect to see him here. The Saint Land's assessment had yet to begin, right? Why would he appear in the Saint Land? Moreover, he was wearing the uniform of a Saint Land disciple. The person in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than the White Tiger Sanctum's disciple, Lu Mu, whom he had met when he went to the White Tiger Sanctum to look for Zhu Luqi. At that time, Lu Mu's cultivation base was already at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. It would not be difficult for him to pass the Saint Land's assessment. Duan Lingtian had thought about meeting Lu Mu again, but he thought it would only happen after the Saint Land's assessment. He did not expect to see Lu Mu before the Saint Land's assessment began. It's senior brother Lu Yun. It's really senior brother Lu Yun. Who's the Saint Land disciple standing next to him? Why does he look so similar to senior brother Lu Yun? I heard that senior brother Lu Yun has a cousin in the White Tiger Sanctum. Don't tell me he's senior brother Lu Yun's cousin? The Saint Land's assessment has yet to begin, right? Why would he be here? While Duan Lingtian was shocked by Lu Mu's appearance, most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were also shocked by the appearance of the young man next to Lu Mu. Even Yangwen, who was confronting Duan Lingtian, could not help but have a hint of dread in his eyes when he looked at the young man next to Lu Mu. Lu Yun was also a true disciple like him. However, compared to him, Lu Yun was much more famous. In the fire worship sect Saint Land, there was a ranking list for the true disciples. It was called the True Ranking. There were a total of 100 names on the ranking list. Only the strongest 100 among the 170 or so true disciples were qualified to be listed on the ranking list. Yangwen was still not qualified to be listed on the true ranking. However, Lu Yun had long been ranked 27th on the true ranking. He was one of the strongest true disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Due to this reason, his appearance had caused quite a commotion. Why is senior brother Lu Yun here? Moreover, he actually wanted to bet 100,000 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. Is he joking? Under the puzzled gazes of many Saint Lan disciples, Lu Yun went to look for the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder and took out his crystal card to bet 100,000 contribution points. From the beginning until the end, he did not even frown at all. Senior brother Lu Yun has so much confidence in Duan Lingtian? Oh my god! After senior brother Lu Yun's actions, I'm starting to regret betting all my contribution points on senior brother Yang Wan. Right now, I even want to bet more on Duan Lingtian. It's not for any other reason but for senior brother Lu Yun to think highly of him and make him bet 100,000 contribution points on him. Just as the disciples of the Saint Land were about to make a move, they saw whoosh. Duan Lingtian, who was originally standing in the death arena, suddenly soared into the air and charged toward the young man who came with Lu Yun. Senior brother Lu Mu, when did you come to the Saint Land? Moreover, how did you become a Saint Land disciple? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise as he looked at Lu Mu. Although he had only met Lu Mu once in the past, because of their similar natures, it did not affect them from becoming friends. For this reason, he was surprised and delighted when he saw Lu Mu in the Palace of Death. Junior brother Lingtian, could it be that only you're allowed to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, but I'm not allowed to comprehend the White Tiger Sanctum's most treasured divine ability? Lu Mu smiled. His words revealed the reason he came to the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple. As it turned out, Lu Mu was able to come to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple because he had successfully comprehended the White Tiger Sanctum's most treasured divine ability. Of course not. I'm just a little surprised. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. You're Duan Lingtian? At the same time, Lu Yun, who had finished placing his bet, returned to Lu Mu's side. He glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before he said in a cold and calm voice, "My cousin asked me to place my bet on you. I hope you won't disappoint him and me." After that, Lu Yun did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he flew toward the spectator's seat. The spectator's seat had a great view. It was already filled with people. However, when the group of Saint Land disciples sitting in the spectator's seat saw Lu Yun's arrival, they stood up and made way for him as though he was a plague. Junior brother Lingtian, my cousin has always been like this. Please don't blame him. Chapter 1996. It's all right. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He could tell Lu Yun did not have any ill intentions. 100,000 contribution points. However, when he recalled Lu Yun had bet 100,000 contribution points on him, he could not help but narrow his eyes. When he opened them again, a glint flashed in his eyes as though he had thought of something. Senior brother Lu Mu, please look for senior brother Lu Yun first. I have an urgent matter to discuss with Elder Nie Zue. Duan Lingtian hastily told Lu Mu and smiled apologetically. He did not wait for Lu Mu's reply and immediately flew out to meet Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, who had just soared up to the sky and was preparing to host the death duel in the death arena. Is there anything? Nie Zue asked with a frown when he saw Duan Lingtian had appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye and was blocking his path. At the same time, all the Saint Land disciples present on the scene, including Lu Mu, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Why is Duan Lingtian looking for Elder Nie Zue at this time? The death duel was about to begin. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not waiting in the death arena. Instead, he was looking for Elder Nie Zue. Everyone could not help but wonder what he was trying to do. Elder Nie Zue. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a dilapidated bow appeared in his hand. There were 10 holes on the bow, making it look even more dilapidated. The only thing worth mentioning was the bowstring of the bow was not simple. Naturally, Nie Zue was the only one whose eyes lit up slightly. He could tell the bowstring of the bow was not simple. As for the others, they did not notice the bowstring since they were too far away. When they saw the bow that Duan Lingtian took out, most of them had a look of disdain on their faces. Why is Duan Lingtian taking out this dilapidated bow at this time? I don't know. Perhaps he's trying to bribe Elder Niezue with this dilapidated bow so he can cancel the death duel. What a joke. Don't worry, Elder Niezue doesn't care about this crappy bow at all. Even if he did, it's impossible for Elder Niezue to cancel today's life and death duel. The life and death contract has already been signed. If Elder Niezue abuses his authority to cancel today's life and death duel, then his position as the manager of the Palace of Life and Death will come to an end. The group of Holy Land disciples discussed animatedly, and their tone was full of ridicule and disdain. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Niezue and said, Elder Niezue, I would like to pawn this bow with you in exchange for some contribution points to bet on myself. In today's battle to the death, if I die, this bow will be yours. If I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll use twice the contribution points to redeem it. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he handed the bow in his hand to Niezue. The seemingly broken bow in Duan Lingtian's hand was none other than the sun-shooting bow. When the sun-shooting bow was at its peak, it was an extremely powerful celestial supreme treasure. However, when Duan Lingtian obtained it, not only was the bowstring missing, but the 10 most important heavenly jewels on the bow were also missing. Even so, the sun-shooting bow was still extremely powerful after the 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon was used as the bowstring. However, since Duan Lingtian had obtained the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he had focused all his attention on the sword Dao. Due to this reason, the sun-shooting bow was gradually covered in dust. If it was not for the fact that Lu Yun had bet 100,000 contribution points on him, he would not have remembered the sun-shooting bow at all. Currently, he wanted to pawn the sun-shooting bow with Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, in exchange for some contribution points. After the battle to the death, he would redeem the sun-shooting bow. He believed that with Niezue's strength and identity, he would be able to tell how extraordinary the sun-shooting bow was. It seems like you're very confident in yourself. Niezue looked deeply at Duan Lingtian before he reached out to take the sun-shooting bow from Duan Lingtian. When his gaze landed on the sun-shooting bow, his eyes gradually lit up. Although he could tell the bowstring was extraordinary, he did not pay attention to the bow itself. Now that he held the bow, he realized the most precious part of the bow was not the bowstring, but the bow itself. It's not that I'm confident in myself. After all, if I die today, everything that belongs to me will no longer belong to me. I might as well pawn the most precious thing in my possession and take a gamble. When Duan Lingtian heard Niezue's words, he said calmly, "Eft." At this moment, a scoff sounded in the air. It was Yang Wen who was standing in the death arena. He glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain and said with contempt, "Duan Lingtian, from what you said, this lousy bow is the most precious thing in your possession? How pathetic. Do you think Elder Niezue would be interested in your lousy bow? What a joke." Most of the other Saint Lan disciples were also looking at Duan Lingtian mockingly. Has this Duan Lingtian gone crazy from thinking about contribution points? He actually wants to pawn such a lousy bow in Elder Niezue's hands in exchange for contribution points. Is there something wrong with his head? Such a lousy bow is obviously from a street stall. Even if he sells it to me at a price of 1 contribution point, I'll still have to consider buying it. He's really bold to actually use such a lousy bow to try and take advantage of Elder Niezue. The group of Saint Lan disciples' words were filled with disdain. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was being too naive. He actually wanted to use a lousy bow to gain something without risking anything. Moreover, of all people, he actually dared to look for Elder Niezue. Did he really think Elder Niezue was blind? At this moment, even Lu Yun, Lu Mu, Sunda, and Guanxiu could not help but frown. They could not tell what was so special about the bow. However, in the next moment, the Palace of Death's custodian, Niezue's reaction stunned all of the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene, including the 4 of them. Why, you're really going to pawn this bow with me? Not only was Niezue not enraged when he held the lousy bow in the eyes of the Saint Lan disciples, but he even looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. In the eyes of the others, it was obvious that he had lost his composure. The reason Yezue was so excited was none other than the fact that he discovered the bow in his hand was not ordinary. He had only weighed the bow a few times before he discovered that, although its strength was not as strong as 100 inscription saint weapon, it was not too far off. Naturally, Nyezue would not care if it was a saint weapon that was not as strong as 100 inscription saint weapon. After all, even 100 inscriptions saint weapon was nothing to him. The reason he valued this bow was because he discovered there were only a few low-grade saint inscriptions inscribed on the bowstring. Could not even be considered a 10 inscriptions saint weapon. With the strength of this bow, it's not difficult for it to withstand a bowstring inscribed with a few hundred saint inscriptions. Nyezue had already tested it earlier. Even when he circulated the powerful saint origin in his body, he could not bend the body of the bow in his hand at all. Based on this, one could see how rare and precious the material used to forge this bow was. Even if it's just a bowstring inscribed with a few hundred saint inscriptions, its strength is still stronger than most 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Nyezue was 100% sure of this. Just now, when he was testing the bow in his hand, he also discovered that the bow contained a mysterious power. Although the bowstring of this bow was made from the tendons of a 5-clawed divine dragon, it was only inscribed with a few low-grade saint inscriptions. Regardless of the body of the bow, its strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary 10 inscription saint weapon. The reason the strength of this bow was comparable to 100 inscription saint weapon was due to the mysterious energy in it. Elder Nyezue, this bow is not bad, right? I obtained this when I obtained the legacy left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. If it weren't for the fact that I'm on the brink of death today, I wouldn't have taken it out so easily. Duan Lingtian said. It's not just not bad. When Nyezue heard Duan Lingtian's bow was left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon, his eyes lit up even more. At the same time, he said readily, "All right, how many contribution points do you want?" 200,000 contribution points is enough, Duan Lingtian said. At the same time, he took out his crystal card and passed it to Nyezue. Nyezue took Duan Lingtian's crystal card and transferred 200,000 contribution points to Duan Lingtian without hesitation. At the same time, he could not help but exclaim, "Now, I really hope you'll be killed by Yongwon. If that's the case, your bow will be mine." In Nyezue's opinion, it was worth it to exchange 200,000 contribution points for a saint weapon that was even more powerful than 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. In Zoroastrianism, an ordinary 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon would cost 1 million contribution points to exchange for. Moreover, it was usually priceless. Even for the most outstanding saint inscription master in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, inscribing 1,000 inscription saint weapon was a skill that required a lot of effort. The deal between Duan Lingtian and Nyezue was completed in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! It was only when Duan Lingtian took the 200,000 contribution points Nyezue transferred to him and went to the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder to bet on himself that the group of Saint Land disciples around the Death Arena finally regained their senses. As soon as they regained their senses, an uproar broke out. T200,000 contribution points. Are you kidding me? That lousy bow is worth 200,000 contribution points? Lousy bow? You actually think the bow left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon is a lousy bow? What a joke. No wonder Elder Nyezue was so agitated earlier. As it turns out, he could see how extraordinary the bow is. It seems like this bow was indeed left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. Hermph! This Duan Lingtian is crazy. He actually didn't use the weapon left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon in the Death Arena. Instead, he used it to exchange for contribution points. What a gambler! The Saint Land disciples present on the scene did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. However, they still believed in Nyezue's judgment. From now on, stop placing bets. At the same time, after Duan Lingtian bet 200,000 contribution points on himself, the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder's voice resonated in the air. Everyone present on the scene was shocked. Chapter 1997. Soon after, the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder calculated the odds for today's death duel in the Palace of Death. 7. 1 on Yang Wen winning. 1. 7 on Duan Ling Tian winning. Soon after, one of the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder announced loudly. His voice resonated in the Palace of Death's ears. In other words, if Yang Wen was the one who survived today, they would receive 1 contribution point for every 7 contribution points they bet on Yang Wen. On the other hand, if Duan Ling Tian was the one who survived, they would receive 7 contribution points for every 1 contribution point they bet on Duan Ling Tian. More than 300,000 contribution points have already been bet on Duan Ling Tian, and the odds are still so exaggerated. Doesn't this mean more than 1 million contribution points have been bet on senior brother Yang Wen? Many Saint Lan disciples were stunned when they learned about the odds from the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder. Isn't this too much? It seems like everyone thinks highly of senior brother Yang Wen. I'm starting to regret betting 2,000 contribution points on senior brother Yang Wen. Most of the elders in the Palace of Death have also bet a lot of contribution points on senior brother Yang Wen. That's for sure. Otherwise, we wouldn't have bet more than 2,100,000 contribution points on senior martial brother Yang Wen. No matter what, most of the Saint Lan's disciples who placed their bets on Yang Wen were satisfied with the current odds. Duan Ling Tian, do you need this bow in your death duel with Yang Wen? If you do, I can lend you this bow temporarily. After all, I'll have to return this bow to you if you survive. If you don't survive, it won't be too late for me to take this bow back from you. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the death arena to confront Yang Wen, Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, who had already arrived in the air above the death arena, asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing this, most of the Holy Land disciples turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. As expected of the number 1 Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, Elder Nie Zue's courage is truly admirable. That's right. Now that Duan Ling Tian's bow was in Elder Duan Ling Tian's hands as collateral, it was considered Elder Nie Zue's personal property for the time being. Even if Duan Ling Tian wanted to borrow it, he could refuse. Who would have thought that at this critical moment, before Duan Ling Tian could speak, he would take the initiative to lend the bow to Duan Ling Tian? That bow is a saint weapon left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon. If Duan Ling Tian uses it to fight senior brother Yang Wen in a death duel, perhaps he'll be able to last for a long time before being killed by senior brother Yang Wen. Most of the Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves. They felt that even if Duan Ling Tian used the sun-shooting bow, he would not be a match for Yang Wen. Naturally, some of the Saint Land disciples were worried as well. All of them were worried. If Duan Ling Tian used the bow left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon, wouldn't his strength rise to another level? At that time, wouldn't senior brother Yang Wen be in danger? The moment they thought of this, they began to cause a commotion again. Since you have the guts to pawn the bow left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon, you should have the guts not to use it. Don't forget that you've already pawned it. If you're a man, don't use that bow. Duan Ling Tian, don't make us look down on you. For the sake of their contribution points, these Saint Land disciples threw caution to the wind and said whatever they could think of. However, they soon realized. They wasted quite a bit of their saliva, but Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, did not listen to them at all. Immediately, they were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Regardless of the commotion caused by the Holy Land's disciples who had bet on Yang Wen maintained a calm expression on his face. He was not affected by Nie Zue's offer to lend the bow to Duan Ling Tian. Other than Duan Ling Tian himself, he knew Duan Ling Tian better than anyone else present. Because of this, he knew that Duan Ling Tian was an expert in the sword and not the bow. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian's bow was not bad. However, if he was stronger when it came to using a bow, why did he not use a bow when he fought with Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum, in the 4 Symbol Sanctum's first mine? In addition, Duan Ling Tian's advanced defensive god art was a sword-type god art. This he also knew. For this reason, Yang Wen was almost certain. Even if Duan Lingtian's bow was left behind by the nine-clawed divine dragon, it would not be of much help to Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian was not an expert in using a bow. As it turned out, Yang Wen was right. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Nie Zue. However, I'm not an expert in using a bow. Duan Lingtian politely declined Nie Zue's kindness. At the same time, he realized Nie Zue, who was also not an expert in using a bow, would not covet the sun-shooting bow. Even if Nie Zue was tempted by the sun-shooting bow after discovering how extraordinary it was, Nie Zue was not an expert in using a bow. However, since Nie Zue was not skilled in using a bow, and he was the first Silver Flame Elder of the Fire Worship sect who valued his reputation, it was impossible for him to covet a bow that he might not even need in front of so many people. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was willing to take out the sun-shooting bow and pawn it in Nie Zue's hands. If it was someone else, he might not have dared to do this. No wonder Duan Lingtian would pawn the treasured bow left behind by the nine-clawed divine dragon. As it turns out, he's not an expert in using a bow. At the same time, the group of Saint Lan disciples finally understood. Many Saint Lan disciples who had placed heavy bets on Yang Wen could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, the sun-shooting bow that the group of Saint Lan disciples called a broken bow had now become a treasured bow. The change in their attitude toward the sun-shooting bow was not small at all. All of this was, naturally, due to Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, acknowledging the sun-shooting bow. Naturally, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone present on the scene, including Nie Zue, did not know that the seemingly broken bow in Nie Zue's hands was the sun-shooting bow. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not introduce it at all. The reason he did not introduce it was because Duan Lingtian did not think it was necessary. In his opinion, the sun-shooting bow would not stay in Nie Zue's hands for long. It would return to him very soon. In the death arena, Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen stood facing each other as they prepared to make their move. Duan Lingtian was an ordinary elite disciple in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He had just joined the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism not long ago and could be considered as a new disciple. Yang Wen was a true disciple in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He had been in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism for many years and was considered a senior disciple. These two people were going to sign a death pact in the Palace of Death in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Let's begin. As Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, spoke, the atmosphere in the entire place was instantly ignited. All of the Saint Land disciples' attention was focused on the death arena as they stared at the two people standing on it. It's finally going to begin. Most of the Saint Land disciples' hearts skipped a beat as an expression of anticipation appeared on their faces. Senior Brother Yang Wen, you can do it. Kill Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Yang Wen, I've bet 5,000 contribution points on you. Don't disappoint me. Senior Brother Yang Wen, kill him. Kill him. Many of the Saint Land disciples stood up. Their eyes were bloodshot as they continued to shout. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the murderer of their fathers. These Saint Land disciples were the ones who had bet heavily on Yang Wen. If Yang Wen killed Duan Lingtian, it would mean that they would be able to reap a lot of contribution points today. For this reason, they were more concerned about the outcome of this battle than anyone else. Junior Brother Lingtian. Sunda, who was sitting in the corner of the spectator seat side as he retracted his gaze. He could not bear to watch the next scene. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Yang Wen. Senior Brother Lingtian, you can do it. Guanxiu stared at Duan Lingtian as he waved his fist and cheered for Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, even though his voice wasn't there, it was completely drowned out by the endless voices cheering for Yang Wen. He seemed to be isolated and helpless. Brother Mu, apart from himself, nobody thinks highly of him. Why do you think so highly of him? You even asked me to bet my contribution points on him? There were only two people sitting in the spectator seats with an excellent view. One of them asked the other. The person who asked the question was none other than the true disciple, Lu Yun. He was also ranked 27th on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism. The person he asked was Lu Mu, who had just arrived at the Saint Land from the White Tiger Sanctum. I believe in him. Lu Mu's answer was simple and straightforward when faced with Lu Yun's question. Lu Yun was rendered speechless for a moment. He felt Lu Mu was a little too blind. At this moment, Lu Yun even regretted listening to Lu Mu and betting all his 100,000 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to sign a death duel pact with me. I really admire your courage. I really have to thank you for giving me a chance to avenge my brother. Yang Wen said as he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly when Nye Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, announced the start of the duel. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful energy surged out of his body. Boom! 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 The energy from Yang Wen's body surged out, causing the surrounding space to ripple and set off a gust of wind. It was as though heaven and earth would change color. The energy that surged out of Yang Wen's body was not the saint energy. It was the saint origin of a saint celestial stage powerhouse. The saint celestial stage was divided into 9 forms. The first form of the Saint Celestial stage was the Saint Origin form. When one's cultivation base had broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, it meant the Saint energy in one's body had transformed into the more powerful Saint Origin. Compared to the Saint energy, Chapter 1998. Devouring Tactic. Almost at the same time as the energy in Yang Wen's body surged out, Duan Lingtian's sun, Saint energy that had been accumulating in his body also surged out. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared with his body as the center. The speed of the whirlpool was getting faster and faster. A powerful suction force swept out from the whirlpool as a gigantic beast the size of a mountain opened its mouth and sucked in all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Boom! 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 When Duan Lingtian used the devouring tactic, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was being sucked in by him. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged rapidly, causing a series of muffled explosions to reverberate in the air. In terms of commotion, it was not inferior to the commotion caused by Yang Wen's powerful saint origin surging out of his body. Assist-type divine ability? Yang Wen, who was standing far away, watched as Duan Lingtian devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. He saw how Duan Lingtian's saint energy rose from the peak of the exemplary saint stage to the intermediate quintessential saint stage in such a short time. Yang Wen's eyes widened in shock. Such a ridiculous boost had far surpassed the divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums. Most importantly, he could still hear Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability could last for a long time. It was much longer than an ordinary assist-type divine ability. However, saint energy that's only comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse is nothing in front of me. It's not even worth mentioning. The moment Yang Wen thought of this, his confidence soared. Naturally, Yang Wen did not make the first move even though his confidence had soared. This was because he knew Duan Lingtian's strength was not as simple as an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. After all, Hong Su, whose strength was close to the saint celestial stage after consuming the forbidden pill, had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. Although Duan Lingtian's true strength was not at the saint celestial stage yet, he was only half a step away. If this was a normal spar, he would choose to make the first move when facing an opponent who was almost impossible to be his opponent. However, because this was a battle of life and death, even if he did not think that Duan Lingtian was no match for him, he still had to face it calmly. Because this was a matter of life and death, he had to be cautious. This is the Duan Lingtian's support-type divine ability? At the same time, everyone, including the custodian of the Palace of Death, Nye Zue, and the other 3 bronze flame elders, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They witnessed with their own eyes how the whirlpool that had merged with Duan Lingtian's body had absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings in just a short period of time. Not only that, but it had also raised Duan Lingtian's saint energy to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. What a terrifying boost! In just a blink of an eye, The aura of Duan Lingtian's saint energy has been raised from the peak of the exemplary saint stage to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Although I've heard about the high-grade support-type divine ability Duan Lingtian mastered, it's still shocking to see it with my own eyes. That's right. Even the support-type divine ability from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism, wouldn't have such a ridiculous boost even if it was fully comprehended. This is a leap of 1 stage and it's a boost of 1 stage. Let's not talk about the support-type divine ability from the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Even the number 1 support-type divine ability in Zoroastrianism is only at this level if it's fully comprehended. If that's the case, doesn't this support-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian mastered is comparable to the number 1 support-type divine ability in Zoroastrianism? Theoretically, yes. The Saint Land disciples in the spectator seats around the death arena had a solemn expression on their faces. Based on their words, they had a high opinion of Duan Lingtian's support-type divine ability. If Duan Lingtian hasn't fully comprehended the support-type divine ability that he's currently using, doesn't that mean his support-type divine ability is more powerful than the number 1 support-type divine ability in Zoroastrianism? A Saint Land disciple in the spectator seats suddenly said. His words caused the expressions of the Saint Land disciples in the surroundings to turn solemn immediately. If there's still room for improvement in the support-type divine ability that he's using, it's indeed more powerful than the number 1 support-type divine ability in Zoroastrianism. That's right. The only way he can improve his support-type divine ability in Zoroastrianism is if he has fully comprehended the number 1 support-type divine ability in Zoroastrianism. If there's still room for improvement in his support-type divine ability, it's indeed more powerful than the number 1 support-type divine ability in Zoroastrianism. If there's still room for improvement in his support-type divine ability, then even if his support-type divine ability is not as good as Zhuangzi Buddhism's support-type divine ability, I'm afraid it's not too far off. As the group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves, they brought up one of Zhuangzi Buddhism's support-type divine abilities. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the 3 great sects were 3 behemoths. They were great evils that stood above all the other forces. Each of the 3 great sects had many high-grade divine abilities, but each of them had their own strengths. For example, the most powerful divine ability in the Zoroastrianism was an offensive divine ability. That offensive divine ability was also known as the number 1 divine ability in Zoroastrianism. It was also the most treasured divine ability in Zoroastrianism. Another example was Zhuangzi Buddhism. The most powerful divine ability was an assist-type divine ability. It was also the most treasured divine ability in Zhuangzi Buddhism. When that assist-type divine ability was fully comprehended, it could raise a person's cultivation base by a whole stage in a short time. What did it mean by a whole stage? In other words, if Duan Lingtian cast it, his sun saint energy that was equivalent to the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage would be raised to the saint energy at the peak of the quintessential saint stage in a short time. Due to this reason, the group of Saint Land disciples compared this assist-type divine ability in Zhuangzi Buddhism. As for the last sect, the Heaven Divination sect, their most powerful divine ability was a defensive divine ability. It was also the most treasured divine ability in the Heaven Divination sect. Compared to the treasured divine abilities in Zoroastrianism and Zhuangzi Buddhism, the treasured divine ability in the Heaven Divination sect was the most famous. This was because it was an ancient defensive divine ability that had been passed down since ancient times. It had already existed before the 3 great sects appeared in the Tao Martial Saint Land. That divine ability was also widely acknowledged as the number 1 defensive divine ability in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Whoosh! As a soft sound resonated in the air, under the watchful eyes of the others, the air within a 100-meter radius around Yangwen began to ripple. In the end, it formed a territory that was filled with murderous aura. One could vaguely see blood-red energy lingering in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not only that, but above Yangwen's head, a vast amount of Saint Qi had also appeared out of nowhere and split into 2. It transformed into a long spear and a gigantic ape. The long spear was more than 30 meters long, while the gigantic ape stood in the air like a mountain. If it was outside, it would be able to blot out the sun. Saint Origin Consolidated Weapon? Saint Origin Consolidated Beast? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. In his opinion, this was a very low-level technique. It was similar to the leveling up of the True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast. Usually, the True Energy Consolidated Beast and True Energy Consolidated Territory were the three great techniques that a martial or Dao cultivator mastered in the early days. Among them, the True Energy Consolidated Territory was the only technique that could accompany them for a long time. Naturally, it was only the furthest they could go. This was because later on, as one's martial arts techniques improved further, as well as the appearance of various divine abilities, even the condensed domain of vital energy would gradually weaken. Combine! However, as soon as Yang Wen shouted, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened again. His expression turned solemn. The gigantic ape that was the size of a mountain that was formed by the Saint Origin Consolidated Beast above Yang Wen's head suddenly came to life. It extended its right arm and grabbed the long spear that was more than 30 meters long. After the long spear landed in its hand, the gigantic ape's sturdy body trembled. Then it extended its other hand and punched its chest. Dong! 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 Ow! Without warning, the gigantic ape opened its mouth and roared. Its voice was like a clap of thunder as it tore through the air. Some of the Saint Land disciples with low cultivation base could not help but frown. At the same time, under everyone's watchful eyes with Yang Wen as the center, the territory that was filled with murderous aura within a 100-meter radius transformed into a blood-red torrent that surged toward the gigantic ape. It entered the gigantic ape's body through its bloody mouth. It looked as though the gigantic ape had swallowed Yang Wen's territory. After the domain was completely devoured by the giant ape, there were no substantial changes to the giant ape's body. However, around its body and around the spear in its hand, strands of blood-red aura rose again. They were like blood-red lightning, constantly twining around its body and flashing about. Apart from that, its originally dim eyes had also turned bloodshot at this moment. In just a blink of an eye, the aura on the gigantic ape's body had undergone a drastic change. Not only was it filled with murderous aura, but it also exuded an extremely dangerous aura. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had such a feeling. It's the intermediate-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Congregation. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the exclamations of many Saint Land disciples in the spectator seats. Soon after, from the exclamations of the Holy Land's disciples, he realized that Yang Wen had cast a mid-grade offensive divine ability. This offensive divine ability relied on the most basic techniques, the True Energy Consolidated Weapon, the True Energy Consolidated Beast, and the True Energy Consolidated Territory. Naturally, the Saint Origin Consolidated Weapon, the Saint Origin Consolidated Beast, and the Saint Origin Consolidated Territory were cast by Yang Wen. The intermediate-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Congregation, focused on combining the three techniques before launching an attack. This offensive divine ability was one of the best among all the middle-grade offensive divine abilities. Kill him! All of a sudden, Yang Wen shouted. In the next moment, the gigantic ape hovering in the air above Yang Wen seemed to possess intelligence. Its blood-red eyes suddenly lit up as it stepped out obediently. Chapter 1999. Boom! The gigantic ape that was the size of a small mountain with a long spear in his hand that was shrouded in blood-red energy made a deafening sound when he took a step forward. Boom! 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 Following that, the gigantic ape charged toward Duan Lingtian at a charging speed. Every step it took caused the air to explode. The series of loud noises shook the Saint Land disciples around the death arena, causing their expressions to turn grave. It was as though the gigantic ape was stepping on their chests with every step it took. Just in time, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he faced the gigantic ape that was charging toward him menacingly. In just a blink of an eye, his body began to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Naturally, in the eyes of the Saint Lan disciples around the death arena, Duan Lingtian had only transformed into his hands and feet that were exposed outside of the Saint Lan disciple uniform. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's hands and feet had transformed into 4 dragon claws. After a few moments, the dragon scales that appeared on Duan Lingtian's skin thickened, and the Saint Lan disciple uniform on his body was torn apart. The dragon scales that shone with a cold black light finally appeared before everyone's eyes. It also allowed everyone to see Duan Lingtian, who had transformed into a dragon warrior. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that everyone could not react in time. Their attention was completely attracted by Duan Lingtian's 4 dragon claws. Each of the 4 dragon claws had 9 claws that gleamed with a cold light. A humanoid dragon body with 9 claws. It was as though it was telling the people around him about his extraordinary identity. He was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, golden crow's wings. As soon as Duan Lingtian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, a pair of wings that burned with flames shot out from his back. It appeared before everyone's eyes like a burning cloud in the sky. Whoosh! A sword appeared on the dragon claw in Duan Lingtian's right hand. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian took out the sword, Yang Wen, who was standing in the distance, narrowed his eyes. His voice was filled with anger and hatred. This was because he recognized the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was none other than his younger brother, Yang Wu's 100 Inscriptions Saint's sword. In the next moment, Yang Wen's face turned red as he moved his hands and feet. Meanwhile, the gigantic ape that was charging at Duan Lingtian began to follow Yang Wen's movements. Strangely, it began to synchronize with Yang Wen's movements as well. It was as if Yang Wen had taken control of the giant ape in an instant, as if it was his own arm. Die! Under the gazes of the crowd, the giant ape opened its mouth and actually uttered human words. It let out a roar of anger and hatred. It was Yang Wen's voice. At this moment, Yang Wen seemed to have possessed the body of the giant ape as he charged toward Duan Lingtian with his spear. Without warning, the crimson light in the eyes of the gigantic ape that was controlled by Yang Wen grew even more intense. At the same time, the muscles on the gigantic ape's right arm began to bulge. It was more than twice as thick as before. Whoosh! In the next moment, as the gigantic ape swung its right arm, the 30-meter-long spear in its hand seemed to have transformed into a crimson bolt of lightning that shot toward Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 The lightning that was entwined with blood-red light was extremely thick. It was as thick as an adult's thigh. Wherever it passed, it caused space to tremble and set off waves of deafening noises. It was as if the sky was about to be pierced through by this spear. Upon seeing this, the Saint Lan's disciples, who were shocked by Duan Lingtian's transformation into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, could not help but hold their breaths. They watched intently as though they were afraid they would miss out on any exciting scene. Just in time, in the face of the gigantic ape's spear that had transformed into a bolt of lightning, the battle intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes soared. As he shouted, he tightened his grip on the 100 Inscriptions Saint's sword in his hand. Moreover, the flames on the golden crow's wings on his back seemed to have frozen for a moment. All of a sudden, the golden crow's wings on Duan Lingtian's back suddenly flapped, and 2 balls of flames shot out instantly. It was as though a prairie fire was set ablaze as it struck the air. Boom! 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 At once, a series of deafening explosions reverberated in the air. It was so loud that it even overshadowed the commotion caused by the gigantic ape spear that was being controlled by Yang Wen. Whoosh! As the golden crow's wings flapped violently, Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a huge fireball as well. He was like a meteorite that fell from the sky and collided with the menacing giant ape. The gigantic ape's spear swept over at a very fast speed, but Duan Lingtian's speed was even faster. When Duan Lingtian's body was about to collide with the gigantic ape, the spear that was charging toward him brushed past him. As he brushed past the spear, Duan Lingtian could even hear a slight but ear-piercing sound produced by the friction between the spear and the air. Scram! The gigantic ape opened its mouth and roared. The spear in its hand swept toward Duan Lingtian, who was getting close to it. It wanted to send Duan Lingtian flying. Duan Lingtian was only 1.8 meters tall. In front of the 30-meter-long spear, he seemed extremely small. If he was hit by the spear, he would definitely be sent flying. At that time, even if he did not die or become disabled, he would definitely be severely injured. Boom! 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 At the moment when the spear in the giant ape's hand swept out, Duan Lingtian made his choice in a flash of lightning. He flapped his golden crow's wings abruptly and swept toward the body of the spear that was smashing toward him. Clang! 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 With 3 soft sounds, Duan Lingtian was already on top of the spear. His 3 sharp dragon claws were nailed to the spear, leaving only 1 dragon claw holding the 100 inscriptions sacred sword. Even though Duan Lingtian had chosen to land on top of the spear at the fastest speed before the spear's power was fully unleashed, he still felt a violent tremor throughout his body. Even though the 9-clawed dragon warrior's strong body had neutralized the power, his internal organs were still in turmoil. Wah! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of congested blood that was half black and half red. Duan Lingtian's face alternated between green and white. Die! Seeing that Duan Lingtian had actually stuck to the spear so decisively, the gigantic ape opened its mouth and let out a furious roar. Then it charged toward the death arena at lightning speed. When it got close to the death arena, the spear in its hand shook and it actually smashed the death arena with the spear. Now that Duan Lingtian was sticking to the spear, once the spear fell to the ground, he would be heavily smashed into the death arena. Golden crow's wings. Duan Lingtian naturally would not sit still and wait for his death. When the gigantic ape raised its spear and smashed it into the death arena, he once again used his body movement divine ability to dodge to the side. Almost as soon as he dodged, the spear in the gigantic ape's hand finally smashed into the death arena. Bang! With a loud bang, a deep crack appeared on the death arena. Especially where the tip of the spear landed, it left behind a hideous gap. How powerful! The death arena is made of a special material. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. However, Senior Brother Yang Wen's attack actually caused a crack and a gap to appear. As expected of a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, Senior Brother Yang Wen is really powerful. The group of Saint Land disciples in the spectator seats finally had the chance to speak up. The moment they spoke, all of them praised Yang Wen's strength. However, Duan Lingtian's speed isn't slow as well. That's right. He managed to dodge the spear that the gigantic ape controlled by Senior Brother Yang Wen shot out. Nobody below the Saint Celestial stage can compare to his speed. I've long heard that Duan Lingtian's movement divine ability is even more powerful than the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's most treasured movement divine ability. Now that I've seen it for myself, it really lives up to its reputation. After a while, many Saint Land disciples were amazed by the movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, that Duan Lingtian had cast. Duan Lingtian's strength is really not bad. At the same time, even Lu Yun could not help but praise Duan Lingtian. Brother Yun, I told you he's not simple. Lu Mu, who was sitting next to Lu Yun, raised an eyebrow. He felt proud. After all, Lu Yun did not think highly of Duan Lingtian at all. It's too early to be happy. However, Lu Yun poured a bucket of cold water on Lu Mu. Up until now, Yang Wen has only cast one medium-grade offensive divine ability. Although his medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Consolidation, is already one of the best medium-grade offensive divine abilities. However, as far as I know, he has also mastered another high-grade movement divine ability. However, this high-grade movement divine ability can only be cast by his true body. The gigantic ape before us is merely a clone formed by his medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Consolidation. Although it's strong, it's not his true strength. Lu Yun's words hit the nail on the head. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, even Lu Mu, who was confident in Duan Lingtian, could not help but have a grave expression on his face. Moreover, Yang Wen is a true disciple after all. He might have some hidden techniques. Even if he doesn't, as the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, he must have something that can save his life at a critical moment. For example, a forbidden pill. Lu Yun continued to say. Earlier, he had learned about Yang Wen's other identity from the Saint Lan disciples in the spectator seats. Yang Wen was the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Forbidden pill. Lu Mu's expression changed again when he heard Lu Yun's words. If Yang Wen, who was at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, consumed a forbidden pill, would he not be able to raise his strength to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage in a short time? Lu Mu had reason to believe that. If Yang Wen had taken the forbidden pill from Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, he would definitely be able to raise his strength by so much. If that's all Duan Lingtian has, it's impossible for him to be a match for Yang Wen. However, when he asked me to pawn this bow, I could faintly feel a strong sense of confidence from him. Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, could not help but fall into deep thought as he looked at the seemingly broken bow in his hand and Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2000. While Niezue was deep in his thoughts, Duan Lingtian made his move as well. Huh? Net. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he saw the giant ape controlled by Yang when smashing its spear on the death arena. He activated the golden crow's wings and charged toward the giant ape. This was the moment when the giant ape's defense was at its weakest. Boom! 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 The golden crow's wings flapped violently again, causing the air to tremble and explode. However, the Saint Lan disciples around the death arena were not paying attention to the commotion caused by the golden crow's wings. Their eyes were focused on Duan Lingtian, transcendent flying celestial. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian arrived near the giant ape at an extremely fast speed. With just a flash, he actually conjured 4 clones that were indistinguishable. Whoosh! 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 Including the original Duan Lingtian, a total of 5 Duan Lingtians attacked the giant ape with their swords in unison. The 5 swords did not only contain the high-grade divine ability, the transcendent flying celestial, but it also contained the profundity of the sovereign heart sword that Duan Lingtian had comprehended. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already comprehended the 3rd stage of the sovereign heart sword. Due to this reason, the power he displayed when he wielded the sword was not something that could be compared to before. The 5 swords pierced through the air and landed on the giant ape when it raised its spear to counterattack. 5 holes instantly appeared on the giant ape's body. You think you can destroy my giant ape clone with just 5 swords? What a joke! Although there were 5 holes on the giant ape's body, its movement and strength were not affected at all. It even had the time to mock Duan Lingtian. Naturally, the person who spoke was Yang Wen. Who told you there are only 5 swords? Almost as soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, the 5 Duan Lingtian sneered in unison. Due to Duan Lingtian's sneer, the giant ape that Yang Wen controlled slowed down slightly. However, he quickly recovered and stood with his spear horizontally, assuming a defensive posture. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the 100 inscriptions saint's swords in the hands of the 5 Duan Lingtian suddenly disappeared under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It was as though he had put them away. Whoosh! 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 However, the buzzing of the sword told them that Duan Lingtian did not put away his 100 inscriptions sacred sword. Gone! Almost at the same time as the buzzing sounds of swords rang out, the group of Holy Land disciples in the spectator seats around the death arena stood up in shock. This was because they could hear the sound of swords whistling in their ears, but they couldn't see a single sword shadow. Even Lu Yun could not help but narrow his eyes. What a terrifying imperial sword technique! Among the people present on the scene, apart from the few elders from the Palace of Death, Lu Yun was the most powerful. Although the group of Holy Land disciples present on the scene could only hear the sound of swords whistling, it did not mean Lu Yun could not see it. However, Lu Yun could only vaguely see the sword shadows, but he could not capture any of them. The speed of the sword shadows sent chills down his spine. It was too fast. Even if he unleashed his full strength, he might not be able to unleash such a fast attack. This imperial sword technique. At the same time, even the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niezue, and the other 3 bronze flame elders could not help but narrow their eyes. What the 3 bronze flame elders saw was similar to what Lu Yun saw since their strength was on par with each other. However, what Niezue saw was completely different. In Niezue's field of vision, the 500 inscription saint swords controlled by Duan Ling Tian with the imperial sword technique were intertwined at an exaggerated speed, forming a dense sword net that swept toward the giant ape clone controlled by Yangwen. The speed of the sword shadows that formed the sword net was so fast that even Niezue could not help but feel chills running up his spine. A martial cultivator whose cultivation base was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage was able to unleash such a terrifying attack. Would he not be heaven-defying if he broke through to the quintessential saint stage or the saint celestial stage? Unfortunately, he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. The moment Niezue thought of this, he felt it was a pity. Oh no! At the same time, horror dawned on Yang Wen's face. He immediately controlled the giant ape to avoid the sword net formed by Duan Ling Tian with the imperial sword technique. Those Saint Land disciples below the Saint Celestial stage present on the scene could not see the 100 inscription saint swords controlled by Duan Ling Tian with the imperial sword technique. However, it did not mean Yang Wen could not see it. In fact, due to the close distance, he could see it even more clearly than Lu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death. Due to this reason, he chose to avoid it. Trying to avoid it? It's too late. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's cold voice resonated in the air. In the next moment, the sword net formed by the imperial sword technique enveloped the giant ape that was the size of a small mountain and sliced it into tens of thousands of pieces. The giant ape was formed by Yang Wen's saint origin. Now that it was sliced into tens of thousands of pieces, the energy contained in it was also divided into tens of thousands of pieces. Whoosh! 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 Due to this reason, when the sword net controlled by Duan Lingtian trembled, the tens of thousands of pieces of Saint Origin were destroyed and disappeared from this world. As Yang Wen's giant ape avatar was crushed, Yang Wen's main body, who was standing in the distance, seemed to have suffered a certain degree of backlash. His body suddenly trembled, and then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he seemed to be in a sorry state. Whoosh! Upon seeing this, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Senior brother Yang Wen's giant ape clone is gone just like that? What technique did Duan Lingtian use? How can it be so fast? I can't even catch a glimpse of it. Me too. Isn't this speed a little too fast? When the group of Saint Land disciples spoke, their voices were filled with shock. From the beginning until the end, they did not see how the giant ape clone was destroyed. All they saw was the giant ape clone being sliced into tens of thousands of pieces. The pieces did not stay in the air for long before they were destroyed. It was as though they were destroyed by an invisible force. Brother Yun, what's going on? Lu Mu sucked in a breath of cold air. Even he did not see clearly what had happened just now. Duan Lingtian has mastered an extremely terrifying sword-wielding technique. I don't know if it's a divine ability or a martial technique. When he wields the sword, the speed of the sword is so fast that even I can't catch a glimpse of it. Lu Yun said with a solemn expression. What? Brother Yun, you can't even catch a glimpse of it? Lu Mu was dumbfounded. Lu Yun was his cousin, and he was very clear about how strong Lu Yun was. Due to this reason, he was shocked. Junior brother Ling Tian, it seems like I've underestimated you. Lu Mu had a complicated expression on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. Although he had confidence in Duan Lingtian, He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to wield the sword so quickly. What kind of sword-wielding technique is that? Yang Wen asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian sharply after he regained his senses. Why do you care what kind of sword-wielding technique it is? Yang Wen, if that's all you've got, you're destined to die in my hands today. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Wen indifferently. His tone was exceptionally cold when he spoke. Do you really think you can kill me, Yang Wen, just because you've mastered that sword-wielding technique? How naive. Yang Wen had a disdainful expression on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The fight earlier was merely a warm-up for me. The real battle has only just begun. I'd like to see if your sword-wielding technique can catch up to my real body. As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, his body swayed. In just a blink of an eye, he left behind a silhouette on the spot. His real body was already far away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every time Yang Wen's figure flashed out, a solidified shadow would appear where he was originally standing, and it did not dissipate for a long time. Phantom scars. Upon seeing this, many disciples from the Holy Lands cried out in surprise. The phantom scars is a movement technique from a heaven-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. Based on the phantom scars that senior brother Yang Wen cast, it's obvious he has cultivated it to the highest stage. It's too fast. Not only is his speed fast, but he'll leave behind a silhouette every time he moves to interfere with his opponent's vision. It's said that senior brother Yang Wen has also comprehended a high-grade movement divine ability. When that high-grade movement divine ability is combined with the phantom scars, his speed is not something Duan Lingtian can compare to. That's right. At that time, even if Duan Lingtian cast that sword-wielding technique earlier, he might not be able to catch up to senior brother Yang Wen. As long as senior brother Yang Wen relies on his speed to stall for time, he'll be able to stall until the effect of Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability wears off. At that time, Duan Lingtian will be the meat on senior brother Yang Wen's chopping board. The group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. Although Duan Lingtian had destroyed the giant ape clone that Yang Wen had condensed using his intermediate-grade offensive divine ability, the three flowers at one's prominence, they still did not think it was possible for Duan Lingtian to defeat Yang Wen. As you wish. The five Duan Lingtian spoke in unison again. As soon as their voices left their mouths, they surrounded Yang Wen and charged at him. In terms of movement techniques, Yang Wen's speed was not even comparable to Duan Lingtian's, let alone Duan Lingtian's 100 inscriptions saint sword that was controlled by the third stage of the sovereign heart sword, the sword wielding the heart. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian charged at him, Yang Wen instantly cast his movement divine ability. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The movement divine ability that Yang Wen had mastered was called the Wind Spirit Possession. Once he cast it, his entire body would seem to be possessed by a wind spirit. His body would move with the wind, and he would be as fast as the wind. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of Yang Wen silhouettes appeared in the sky above the death arena. Moreover, as the five Duan Lingtian's figures flashed out, the number of these silhouettes continued to increase. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of silhouettes appeared. Chapter 2001. So fast. The eyes of the Holy Land's disciples in the spectator seats lit up when they saw thousands of Yang Wen's afterimages appearing in the sky above the death arena. Is this the high-grade movement divine ability, Wind Spirit Possession that senior brother Yang Wen mastered? At this moment, they could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian's support-type divine ability disappearing and him being killed by Yang Wen. Senior brother Yang Wen's current speed is even faster than Duan Lingtian's after he uses his high-grade movement divine ability. As expected, there's no suspense in this battle. I'm regretting that I didn't bet more on senior brother Yang Wen. Me too. I only bet 1,000 contribution points. Many of the Holy Land's disciples already felt that Duan Lingtian was bound to lose and die without a doubt. They even began to regret not betting everything on Yang Wen. Now, they felt that this was a sure-win deal. Yang Wen's speed is already faster than Duan Lingtian's. If Duan Lingtian only has this much skill, I'm afraid he won't be a match for him. Lu Yun muttered as he watched the scene before him with a grave expression. Although 100,000 contribution points was not enough to hurt him, he would still feel a little heartache if they were to disappear just like that. Junior brother Ling Tian definitely has more tricks up his sleeve. Lu Mu's seemingly blind trust in Duan Lingtian caused Lu Yun to involuntarily shake his head. However, he did not open his mouth to attack him. Junior brother Ling Tian. Senior brother Ling Tian. Whether it was Sun De or Guan Xiu, their hearts were hanging by a thread. They knew the moment Yang Wen used the high-grade movement divine ability, the wind spirit possession, the battle was coming to an end. Either Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid of Yang Wen's speed, which would give him a chance of winning, or Yang Wen could crush Duan Lingtian in terms of speed and stall for time, waiting for the Duan Lingtian support ability to wear off before killing the Duan Lingtian in one go. In their hearts, they unanimously felt that the second possibility was more likely. It was not that they did not have enough confidence in Duan Lingtian, but that they could not bring themselves to do so. After all, the difference in their foundations was too great. Even if Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability, his saint energy was only comparable to the saint energy of an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Yang Wen's energy, on the other hand, was the saint origin that was above saint energy. It was an energy exclusive to saint celestial stage powerhouses. The fact that Duan Lingtian was able to force Yang Wen to use his high-grade movement divine ability, wind spirit possession, was already very impressive in their eyes. As for Duan Lingtian defeating or even killing Yang Wen, they did not dare to think about it. Awoo! Another roar reverberated in the air. This time, Yang Wen had expended his saint origin to form another giant ape with a long spear in its hand. Its entire body was shrouded in blood-red energy as it charged toward Duan Lingtian again. Do you think this trick of yours will work on me? Duan Lingtian's indifferent words sounded. In the next moment, everyone present on the scene heard a series of sword whistles that sounded like the buzzing of bees. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For the group of Saint Land disciples below the Saint Celestial stage, they could only hear the sound of sword whistling. As for the sword shadows, they could not even see a single one, let alone capture it. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the giant ape that Yang Wen condensed using his saint origin to cast his intermediate-grade offensive divine ability, Triple Flower Convergence, was once again crushed mercilessly by Duan Lingtian. Die! Before everyone could react to the scene of the giant ape being crushed, Yang Wen's voice had already reverberated in the Palace of Death. In the next moment, the crowd saw Yang Wen's true self had already charged toward Duan Lingtian without anyone noticing. Along the way, there were hundreds of silhouettes. More than half of the silhouettes behind him had a long spear in their hands. Senior brother Yang Wen has also taken out his 100 inscriptions saint spear. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity when Duan Lingtian was crushing the giant ape with his sword net, Yang Wen cast his movement divine ability, wind spirit possession. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. The 100 inscriptions saint spear in his hand shook as it spun and charged towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 As Yang Wen's saint origin skyrocketed, the spear that contained the profundity of spear martial tactics shot out, causing the air to emit a sound of friction. The spear that seemed to be assisted by God was aimed at Duan Lingtian's throat at the best time. A single spear to seal the throat. Too slow. When Yang Wen's spear swept out, Duan Lingtian did not dodge at all. Instead, he stood on the spot and spat out 3 words with a calm expression on his face. Stop trying to be mysterious. When Yang Wen saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression, he instinctively felt a little guilty. However, he still shouted as the 100 inscriptions saint spear in his hand continued to charge towards Duan Lingtian's throat. Swoosh! 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 Swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, Yang Wen could clearly hear the sound of a sword whistling as it approached him. It was so fast that it was even faster than the speed he displayed previously. It was even faster than the speed he displayed when he combined his movement technique with his high-grade movement technique, Wind Spirit Possession. Immediately, Yang Wen was scared out of his wits. Impossible! How can his sword-wielding art be so fast? At this moment, no matter how Yang Wen roared in his heart, he could not change the fact that if he chose to continue attacking Duan Ling Tian, he would be shrouded by the sword net and torn into pieces. He did not think his defensive technique and divine ability would be able to withstand the sword net that Duan Ling Tian formed with the sword-wielding art. Swoosh! For this reason, Yang Wen immediately stopped attacking Duan Ling Tian. Not only did he stop attacking Duan Ling Tian, but he even used his movement technique and movement divine ability as fast as he could to escape the sword net's range as soon as possible. This was because he felt the sword net was getting closer and closer to him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword net seemed to have increased its speed to its maximum. In just a blink of an eye, it had already shrouded the place where Yang Wen was standing in front of Duan Ling Tian. Ah! A heart-wrenching low cry suddenly reverberated in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, although Yang Wen chose to dodge immediately, the part of his right thigh below his thigh was still crushed by the sword net because he was too late to dodge. Blood stained the sky as though it had transformed into dazzling red roses. It was enchanting and beautiful. However, nobody paid attention to this at this moment. Senior brother Yang Wen's leg is crippled. The group of Saint Land disciples in the spectator seats around the death arena stood up in shock again. All of them looked at Yang Wen, who had lost his leg, in disbelief. At this moment, Yang Wen was hovering in the air in the distance. His face was extremely pale as he hurriedly stopped the blood from gushing out of his severed leg. However, his eyes were exceptionally cold as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though the enmity between him and Duan Ling Tian had increased to the maximum at this moment. His sword-wielding art can still be sped up? This time, Lu Yun was so shocked that he stood up immediately. Even he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to increase his speed with the sword-wielding art. Amazing! Lu Mu stood up as well. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. There was a hint of excitement on his face. What a terrifying sword-wielding art! Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, had a solemn expression on his face at this moment. If his sword-wielding art is a martial tactic, then this sword tactic is definitely qualified to be called the #1 sword tactic in the Dao martial Saint Land. In the past, I've seen many sword-wielding arts from heaven-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactics that have been cultivated to the maximum. However, none of them are comparable to the sword-wielding art he just cast. The other 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death looked at each other and smiled wryly. Are we being too impulsive? We actually bet all our contribution points on Yang Wen. Even if we bet a little on Duan Ling Tian, we wouldn't have lost so much. One of the bronze flame elders said with a wry smile. When he saw Duan Ling Tian's sword-wielding art had sped up again, and his speed was even faster than Yang Wen's speed when he combined his movement divine ability with his movement technique, he could already see the scene of Yang Wen being defeated and killed. Don't worry, the outcome isn't out yet. Don't forget that Yang Wen hasn't consumed the forbidden pill yet. Another bronze flame elder said as his eyes shone brightly. That's right. As the son of the Northern Plethora Sect's 5th elder, Yang Wen must have some life-saving technique in his possession. The forbidden pill is the most direct and straightforward life-saving technique. He must have it. The last bronze flame elder nodded as he looked at Yang Wen. If he's smart, he'll consume the forbidden pill now. If this drags on, he'll be severely injured again and his strength will be greatly reduced. At that time, he might not be a match for Duan Ling Tian even if he consumes the forbidden pill. However, I really didn't expect Duan Ling Tian, a mere martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, would be able to cast such a powerful technique. At this moment, The three bronze flame elders looked at Duan Lingtian in unison with a complicated expression on their faces. One of senior brother Yang Wen's legs is broken. Is he going to lose? How's it possible for Duan Lingtian to be so powerful? How's it possible for him to break one of senior brother Yang Wen's legs? If senior brother Yang Wen loses and dies, won't my contribution points go to waste? That's all my contribution points. Fear and uneasiness filled the hearts of the Saint Lan's disciples who had placed their bets on Yang Wen. At this moment, they were beginning to regret placing such a heavy bet on Yang Wen. Don't panic. Senior brother Yang Wen must still have a trump card that he hasn't used yet. That's right. As the son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, do you think senior brother Yang Wen doesn't have a life-saving technique? As some of the Saint Lan's disciples spoke, their eyes lit up again. It was as though they had seen hope again. That's the forbidden pill? Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Immediately, everyone's eyes fell on Yang Wen. Chapter 2002. Forbidden Pill? Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he heard the exclamations of many Holy Land disciples and saw Yang Wen swallow the pill. Almost at the same moment Yang Wen swallowed the pill. Boom! A strange energy swept out from his body and perfectly fused with his Saint Qi before spreading out, causing the void to tremble and deafening explosions to ring out. At that moment, Yang Wen's strength seemed to have increased a lot compared to before. Junior brother Ling Tian, brother Yun said that although Yang Wen's cultivation base is not at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, his saint origin is comparable to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he doesn't have the other characteristics of a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lu Mu's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears the moment Yang Wen consumed the forbidden pill and his strength increased. In terms of saint origin, it's comparable to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Upon hearing Lu Mu's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. These words were spoken by the true disciple Lu Yun, so he did not doubt the authenticity of these words at all. He could understand why Lu Yun said Yang Wen's current cultivation base was not at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. As far as he knew, breaking through from the first form of the Saint Celestial stage to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage would not only increase one's saint origin, but there would also be some changes that were unique to powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. That was something that forbidden pills could not achieve. Forbidden pills could only increase a person's strength. After taking a forbidden pill, his Saint Qi has increased by an entire level. The forbidden pill he took isn't inferior to the one Hong Su took that day. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. At the same time, the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niezue, and the other three bronze flame elders were shocked by Yang Wen's improvement after he consumed the forbidden pill. They didn't expect Yang Wen's forbidden pills to be of such a high grade. Yang Wen's saint origin has increased by an entire level. Duan Lingtian is doomed. Duan Lingtian's imperial sword technique might be fast, but he can't be faster than Yang Wen after he consumed the forbidden pill, unless he has some other trump card. Otherwise, he'll definitely die. The three bronze flame elders from the Palace of Life and Death looked at each other and whispered to each other. They all felt that there was no doubt about the result of today's battle. Yang Wen would definitely win and Duan Lingtian would lose. Senior brother Yang Wen's saint origin has risen by a whole level. At the same time, a young man from the Holy Land muttered in a corner of the spectator stands around the death arena. His tone was filled with surprise. Senior brother Cha Jin, did you just say that senior brother Yang Wen's Saint Qi has improved by an entire level? Another Saint Land disciple exclaimed in surprise. You mean senior brother Yang Wen's saint origin has already risen to the level of a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage? He believed in the words of this senior brother Cha Jin beside him. This was because he knew this senior brother Cha Jin was one of the best among the elite disciples in the Saint Land. Moreover, His cultivation base was almost at the Saint Celestial stage, and he was publicly acknowledged as one of the people who had the highest chance of becoming a true disciple. Meanwhile, Cha Jin's words had also spread in the surroundings and shocked the other Saint Lan disciples. After consuming the forbidden pill, Senior Brother Yang Wen's Saint origin has risen to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage? Isn't this too exaggerated? It seems like the forbidden pill Senior Brother Yang, when consumed, is really extraordinary to be able to raise a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse's cultivation base so much. Is it true? Senior Brother Cha Jin said so. Shouldn't be false. Senior Brother Cha Jin? He's one of the people who has the highest chance of becoming a true disciple among all the Saint Lan disciples. If it's him, then this news should be true. The group of Saint Lan disciples was shocked by the high grade of the forbidden pill Yang when consumed. After all, a forbidden pill that could raise a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse's Saint origin by a level was not an ordinary pill. In the entire upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, only Saint Refinement Masters at the quasi-celestial grade and above who specialized in medicine refinement would be able to refine such a pill. Senior Brother Yangwen is indeed worthy of being the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. He's actually able to take out such a precious forbidden pill. Even the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect wouldn't be able to take out such a high-grade forbidden pill. However, Senior Brother Yang when consumed it just like that. He had to consume it. If Senior Brother Yang when didn't consume the forbidden pill, he wouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian at all. Even if Duan Lingtian were to die today, he should be proud of himself for being able to force Senior Brother Yang when to consume the forbidden pill. That's right. Even we didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong that he's able to force Senior Brother Yang when to consume the forbidden pill. The Saint Lan disciples in the spectator seats could not help but exclaim in awe at Duan Lingtian's unexpected strength. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a burst of unbridled laughter suddenly resonated in the air. It was the laughter of Yang Wen, who had become much stronger after consuming the forbidden pill. Yang Wen's laughter was filled with excitement and agitation, as if he had encountered a great joyous occasion. Has this Yang Wen gone mad? Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect Yang Wen to suddenly laugh. After all, he did not know what was going on. After all, after Yang Wen consumed the forbidden pill, he looked as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, he seemed to have encountered a joyous occasion. What's going on? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who felt that something was amiss with Yang Wen. Even the other people present on the scene were confused. What's Yang Wen doing? Even Yezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, could not help but frown. He did not know why Yang Wen would suddenly lose his composure and laugh. The three bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death had a worried expression on their faces as well. I've never heard of anyone going mad after consuming a forbidden pill. If Yang Wen has gone mad, doesn't that mean Duan Lingtian is going to win? Our contribution points are going to go down the drain then. What's going on? The three bronze flame elders looked at each other. It was obvious they were worried as well. They did not care about Yang Wen's life or death. What they cared about was the contribution points that they had bet on Yang Wen. It was not a small amount. At this moment, the three bronze flame elders were not the only ones who were worried. Even the Saint Lan disciples in the spectator seats around the death arena had a worried expression on their faces. In an instant, the atmosphere at the scene became noisy. What's going on with Senior Brother Yang Wen? Look at him. It doesn't seem like he's lost his composure. Has he gone mad? Gone mad? How's that possible? How can someone who was fine suddenly go mad? Maybe it's because of the forbidden pill? I heard the side effects of the forbidden pill are very serious. Don't the side effects of the forbidden pill only appear after the pill's efficacy has subsided? Why would it appear at this moment? I don't know. Among the group of Saint Lan disciples, many of them thought Yang Wen had gone mad. Otherwise, why would Yang Wen be laughing at such a critical moment? At this moment, Yang Wen should be using all his might to kill Duan Lingtian before the effect of the forbidden pill in his body completely subsided. In their opinion, Yang Wen was wasting his time. If this continued, the forbidden pill's efficacy would be almost depleted before he even made his move. Senior brother Yang Wen, hurry up and make your move. Why are you laughing for no reason? If you want to laugh, wait until you've killed Duan Lingtian. Hurry up and make your move. I've bet 5,000 contribution points on you. If you lose it because you've gone mad, I'll curse you 100 times a day even if you die. I'll curse you to be a beast in your next life. When the group of Saint Lan disciples who had bet on Yang Wen saw Yang Wen laughing for a long time without any intention of stopping, they began to urge him. Perhaps the urging of the group of Holy Land disciples had an effect. Yang Wen's laughter soon stopped. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, I really have to thank you for forcing me to consume the forbidden pill. If I didn't consume the forbidden pill, I wouldn't have been able to successfully comprehend the descent of the Spear Emperor at such a critical moment. As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, he shook the 100 inscriptions Saint's spear in his hand. A vast amount of energy entered the 100 inscriptions Saint's spear. When the 100 inscriptions Saint's spear was shrouded by his energy, he could not help but narrow his eyes before he opened them again. Boom! 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 As soon as Yang Wen opened his eyes, the vast energy from his body seemed to have transformed into an indiscriminate shockwave that swept out in all directions. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a silhouette that resembled a towering mountain appeared and shrouded Yang Wen. The silhouette was clad in thick armor and looked awe-inspiring. He held a long spear that was more than 100 meters long in his hand. He stood there with the spear horizontally, emitting an oppressive aura. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian immediately thought of Hong Su. Previously, when he fought with Hong Su had cast a similar divine ability. It seemed to be called the Saber King manifestation. However, based on Yang Wen's words, the divine ability that he had cast seemed to be called the Descent of the Spear Emperor. This was not the main point. The main point was Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the divine ability that Yang Wen had cast was on a completely different level compared to the one Hong Su had cast. A high-grade offensive divine ability. Chapter 2003. Moreover, based on Yang Wen's words, it seemed like he had only comprehended the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Descent of the Spear Emperor, after consuming the forbidden pill. Network. Is it because I comprehended a high-grade divine ability at the last minute again? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He could not help but think of Sunda. Previously, in the Four-Symbol Sanctum's first mine, Sunda had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum because of Duan Lingtian's oppression. However, today, Yang Wen had also successfully comprehended a high-grade divine ability after consuming the forbidden pill under Duan Lingtian's oppression. Just like Sunda, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. Heavens! It's really the divine ability, the Descent of the Spear Emperor. I've long heard that senior brother Yang Wen has been comprehending the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Descent of the Spear Emperor. I didn't expect him to successfully comprehend it at such a critical moment. As it turns out, senior brother Yang Wen is not crazy. He's laughing so loudly because he has successfully comprehended the Descent of the Spear Emperor. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is going to die from anger now, right? If he didn't force him, senior brother Yang Wen wouldn't have consumed the forbidden pill, let alone successfully comprehend the high-grade divine ability, the Descent of the Spear Emperor. As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking and cast the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Descent of the Spear Emperor, the eyes of the Saint Lan disciples who thought Yang Wen had gone mad lit up immediately. It was as though they had regained their vitality. At the same time, many Saint Lan disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Junior brother Lingtian. Sunda smiled wryly at the corner of the spectator seat. He did not expect there would be someone like him who successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability under Duan Lingtian's oppression. Now that Yang Wen had successfully comprehended the high-grade offensive divine ability, the descent of the Spear Emperor, it meant his strength had improved. Coupled with the Forbidden Pills effect, it was undoubtedly easier for him to kill Duan Lingtian. It could be said that his junior brother Ling Tian had shot himself in the foot this time. Naturally, he had shot himself in the foot. At the same time, Guan Xiu, Lu Yun, and Lu Mu's expressions turned solemn. Even Lu Mu, who was extremely confident in Duan Lingtian, could not help but feel anxious at this moment. She had a worried expression on her face when she looked at Duan Lingtian again. He's mastered Duan Lingtian's effect divine ability? Duan Lingtian's emotions could not help but be filled. Master Duan Lingtian's Lord Flame Duan Ling Flame profound words. Dual Divine Art. SSSS Dao Art Duan Emperor Duan Divine Master. SSSS Divine. Duan. S. TT Duan Chen. SS. S. Duan Tai. Duan Lingtian. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Yang Wen suddenly shouted as he took a step forward. With a flick of the 100 inscriptions Saint's spear in his hand, he charged toward Duan Lingtian with a swoosh. He had completely unleashed his spear-type martial tactic. Naturally, under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Wen was merely making a feint. His spear was so far away from Duan Lingtian that it could not even touch Duan Lingtian. However, even if his spear could not touch Duan Lingtian, it did not mean the spear in the hands of the Spear Emperor illusory that he had consolidated with his divine ability could not touch Duan Lingtian. As Yang Wen made his move, the Spear Emperor illusory that was as huge as a towering mountain finally made its move. He imitated Duan Lingtian and took a step forward. Boom! The moment he took a step forward, the void trembled, and the wind howled. Heaven and earth seemed to have changed color. The moment he took a step forward, it was as though he had landed on the chest of everyone present. Their hearts could not help but tremble as though they were in the same situation. Swoosh! At the same time, the Spear Emperor illusory made its next move. It held the spear that was more than 100 meters long and swept it out. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic WRM as it pounced toward Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and brandished claws. Golden Crow's wings. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian used the Golden Crow's wings to dodge, it would be useless. The spear that the Spear Emperor illusory had swept out had locked onto him. No matter where he hid, he would not be able to avoid it. It followed him like a shadow. Black Tortoise's protection. At this moment, the saint energy on Duan Lingtian's body surged and spread out, forming a layer of protection around his body. This layer of protection was a gigantic black tortoise's silhouette that appeared around Duan Lingtian's body, protecting Duan Lingtian completely. It was as though it could withstand all attacks. It's the black tortoise's divine ability, the black tortoise's protection. Upon seeing this, the eyes of many Saint Land disciples lit up immediately. They recognized the divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast. However, the moment the black tortoise's silhouette appeared, it was mercilessly crushed by the Spear Emperor illusory. From the beginning until the end, it did not even have the strength to resist at all. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian had just mastered the black tortoise's barrier. His comprehension of the black tortoise's barrier was not deep enough. Even the strength that he used to support the black tortoise's barrier could not be compared to the strength that supported the Spear Emperor illusory. One was the saint energy at the intermediate quintessential saint stage, while the other was the saint origin at the second form of the saint celestial stage. The two of them were not on the same level at all. After the Spear Emperor illusory destroyed the defensive divine ability, the black tortoise's barrier, that Duan Lingtian had cast, it continued to charge at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious it wanted to pierce through Duan Lingtian's body with its spear and kill Duan Lingtian. Otherworldly celestial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's body that had merged with 4 clones appeared again in just a blink of an eye. 5 figures passed by each other and shot out in 5 different directions. Break for me. Seeing this scene, Yang narrowed his eyes and shouted. At the same time, his body swayed and he made his move again. Whoosh! At the same time, the long spear in the Spear Emperor Illusory's hand that was over 100 meters long caught up with one of the Duan Lingtian and pierced through his body. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, Duan Lingtian's body that was pierced through vanished into thin air. It was a clone. Whoosh! Yang Wen made his move again after his first attack failed. The Spear Emperor Illusory also made its move and pierced Duan Lingtian's body with its spear again. Another clone. Next. After that, Yang Wen's spear swept out once more. The Spear Emperor Phantom flashed through the sky, and it was like a god of spears had descended to the world. Just a single spear strike was capable of piercing through everything. This time, Duan Lingtian did not wait for his death. When he was locked on by Yang Wen's gaze and the Spear Emperor's illusory body, he immediately turned around and faced Yang Wen with his sword in hand. At the same time, it revealed that he was his true body. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the other two clones of Duan Lingtian came to a halt as well. When they regained their senses, they glared at Yang Wen fiercely. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that Duan Lingtian had his back facing Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death. He was standing in a straight line with Niezue and Yang Wen. However, it seemed as though it was intentional. This was because Duan Lingtian had repeatedly cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, in this direction. Currently, he had arrived at his destination. Whoosh! The Spear Emperor Illusory struck with its spear. In just a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, the 300 inscriptions saint's swords in the hands of Duan Lingtian's true body and his two clones disappeared in unison. This time, nobody thought Duan Lingtian had put the 100 inscriptions saint swords away. Whoosh! 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 As expected, as soon as the 300 inscriptions saint swords disappeared, the sound of swords whistling in the air rang again. Whoosh! As the sound of swords whistling in the air, a clear and unique sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air like the cry of a phoenix. It was exceptionally loud and pleasing to the ears. At the same time, it gave off a cold and murderous vibe. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, the long spear in the Spear Emperor Illusory's hand that was over 100 meters long shattered before it could even touch Duan Lingtian. The Spear Emperor Illusory's spear shattered as well. Everyone present, including Lu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death, who could see Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen at the same time, did not know what had happened. All they heard was the sound of swords whistling in the air. They could not see anything with their naked eyes. Even Lu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death could not see the sword shadow that caused the sound of swords whistling in the air. Spurt! As soon as the Spear Emperor Illusory's body was destroyed, a soft sound rang in the air. When the crowd shifted their attention to the source of the sound, they discovered that there was a bloody wound on Yang Wen's body. A bloody hole had appeared between Yang Wen's brows at some point in time. His eyes were wide open, and a smug and arrogant smile was plastered on his face. It was as though he had seen Duan Lingtian being killed by his spear. Perhaps, he did not even know what had happened until he was killed. Whoosh! At the same time, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, whose line of sight was blocked by Duan Lingtian's real body, stepped into the air and moved to the side. Unfortunately, his reaction was still too slow. Yang Wen was already dead. He was killed by the short-lived sound of swords whistling in the air like the cry of a phoenix. From the beginning until the end, even the 4 strongest people present other than Niezue, Lu Yun, and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death could not see the sword that killed Yang Wen. What a fast sword! How can it be so fast? Chapter 2004. He's dead. What's going on? How's this possible? Not only did Senior Brother Yang Wen consume a forbidden pill, but he even mastered the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Descent of the Spear Emperor. With such strength, isn't it easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian? How did he get killed by Duan Lingtian instead? What's that sword cry earlier? Not only did it suppress the waves of buzzing sword howls, when it resounded, it crushed Senior Brother Yang Wen's attack with an unstoppable force. Even the bloody hole between Senior Brother Yang Wen's brows is very likely to have been pierced through by the sword move that caused that sword howl. How's it possible for Duan Lingtian to be so powerful? Lu Yun and the 3 Palace of Death Bronze Flame Elders were still in shock when 90% of the Saint Lan disciples in the spectator seats in the death arena rose to their feet in unison. All of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. One of the Holy Land disciples cried out in shock. Then, he reached out and slapped himself. The burning pain on his face left him dumbfounded. It's not a dream. It's actually not a dream. How's this possible? What sword technique did Duan Lingtian cast? From the beginning until the end, I couldn't even see his sword when he cast his sword technique. His sword is so terrifyingly fast. I'm afraid only those at the Saint Celestial stage or above would be able to catch his sword technique. As the group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves, they shifted their attention to the 4 Palace of Death's elders led by Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death. The 4 of them were at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Many people's gazes also landed on Lu Yun. Some of them shifted their attention to Cha Jin, the person who had the highest chance of becoming a true disciple among the Saint Lan's elite disciples. Senior Brother Cha Jin, can you see Duan Lingtian's sword technique clearly? One of the Saint Lan disciples could not help but ask. I can't see clearly. Jia Jin shook his head before he said solemnly, it's impossible for someone whose cultivation base hasn't reached the Saint Celestial stage to see Duan Lingtian's sword technique clearly. His sword technique is too fast. It's terrifyingly fast. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Although they had some guesses, the surrounding disciples couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air when they heard Cha Jin's words. He's a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, yet only those at the Saint Celestial stage and above can see through his sword technique? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Many disciples of the Holy Lands exclaimed. In that case, I'm afraid that among the people present, only the 4 elders of the Hall of Life and Death and Senior Brother Lu Yun are able to clearly see Duan Lingtian's sword move. The gazes of even more Holy Land disciples fell on Niezue, Lu Yun, and the other 4. Senior Brother Lu Yun and the 3 Bronze Flame Elders of the Hall of Life and Death don't look right. I noticed it long ago. Their expressions have been strange since just now. Don't tell me they're the same as us and didn't see Duan Lingtian's sword technique clearly? How's this possible? While the group of Holy Land disciples was whispering among themselves, one of the Bronze Flame Elders from the Hall of Life and Death said in a loud voice, I could see Duan Lingtian's sword technique clearly in the beginning. But in the end, that sword move that gave rise to a sword whistle that sounded like the cry of a phoenix. I'm ashamed that I couldn't even catch a glimpse of that sword shadow. Same here. Same here. The other 2 Bronze Flame Elders nodded as well. Same here. At the same time, Lu Yun, who was being stared at by many people, nodded solemnly as well. After the 3 Bronze Flame Elders from the Hall of Life and Death and Lu Yun made their stand, the entire Hall of Life and Death descended into a deathly silence. At this moment, even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound would be audible. The group of people present on the scene, including the custodian of the Hall of Life and Death, Niezue, was stunned. Even Niezue did not expect this. The 3 Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elders and the true disciple, Lu Yun, did not even see the sword technique Duan Lingtian cast at the end. Since Niezue's line of sight was blocked by Duan Lingtian's body and he did not react in time, he did not see Duan Lingtian's final sword technique. It was also the most crucial sword technique. That sword strike had directly destroyed the attack of the Spear Emperor Phantom and destroyed it. Moreover, it had killed Yang Wen before he could even react. From the smile on Yang Wen's face when he died, one could tell he did not react in time until the moment he was killed. Based on this, one could see how fast Duan Lingtian's sword technique was. Whoosh! While the people in the Hall of Life and Death were still stunned, Duan Lingtian flew out and landed next to Yang Wen's body in the death arena. He only sighed in relief after he was certain Yang Wen's soul had been destroyed. Previously, when they were still in the Debussy subterranean, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, did not die even after his glabella was pierced by Duan Lingtian's sword. With this as an example, Duan Lingtian was naturally terrified. What a pity! There are so many Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses here. Even if I consolidate my 10,000 swords territory, it won't be able to block their line of sight. As Duan Lingtian stood next to Yang Wen's body, he really wanted to devour Yang Wen's innate spiritual root that had yet to dissipate. However, he held himself back in the end. Devouring Yang Wen's innate spiritual root would definitely attract the attention of the few Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses. The custodian of the Palace of Life and Death, Nie Zue, would definitely be able to see through him. Although the 10,000 swords territory was consolidated with the Sun Saint energy, once it was consolidated, it would form a golden fireball with a radius of 100 meters that could block other people's line of sight. However, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, the 10,000 swords territory consolidated with the Sun Saint energy could only block the line of sight of those below the Saint Celestial Stage. His 10,000 swords territory would not be able to block the line of sight of those at the Saint Celestial Stage or above. Otherwise, he could have cast his 10,000 swords territory to envelop Yang Wen and himself. Moreover, he could have cast the sword-wielding technique from the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword and used the Jasper Celestial Sword to kill Yang Wen. He would not have had to waste so much effort. Duan Lingtian only had one goal in mind when he fought with Yang Wen. He wanted Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Life and Death, to lower his guard. This was because he had learned from Huolao that the Jasper Celestial Sword's innate spiritual root could not be used. With his current strength, only a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial Stage or above would be able to capture the movements of the Jasper Celestial Sword when he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword at the third form of the Sovereign Heart Sword. As for Lu Yun and the other 3 bronze flame elders in the Palace of Life and Death, they might be able to capture the movement of the 100 Inscription Saint Sword when he used the sword-wielding technique from the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, they would not be able to capture the movement of the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, that move of the Jasper Celestial Sword has almost depleted all of my strength. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of emptiness in his body. He had almost depleted all of his Sun Saint energy. Apart from that, the exhaustion had also caused the effect of the devouring tactic to disappear completely. At this moment, even an ordinary quintessential Saint Stage martial cultivator would be able to easily kill Duan Lingtian. From the very beginning, Duan Lingtian had been setting up a trap to kill Yang Wen. Naturally, this trap was not targeted at Yang Wen. Instead, it was targeted at the custodian of the Palace of Life and Death, Nie Zue. He did not want Nie Zue to discover the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand. After all, if the Jasper Celestial Sword was exposed, it would only bring disaster to him. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not take Yang Wen seriously from the beginning. He was merely a martial cultivator at the first form of the Saint Celestial Stage. If he had fully activated the Jasper Celestial Sword with the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he would have been able to kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Although the Jasper Celestial Sword is the main reason why I was able to kill Yang Wen today, the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart, has given me the sword wielding technique as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian was confident that he would be able to kill Yang Wen because of the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart, and the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Elder Nie Zue. At the same time, Duan Lingtian used his remaining Sun Saint energy to soar into the air and arrived next to the custodian of the Palace of Life and Death, Nie Zue. He handed his crystal card over. You can return this crystal card to me after deducting 400,000 contribution points from the contribution points I earned. Nie Zue only regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He stared at Duan Lingtian intently. He did not rush to take Duan Lingtian's crystal card, nor did he rush to return the sun-shooting bow to Duan Lingtian. Instead, he asked Duan Lingtian meaningfully, "Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you intentionally avoided me when you executed your last move?" It was no wonder Nie Zue thought that way. Duan Lingtian had fought with Yang Wen for a long time. In the beginning, Nie Zue's vision was not obstructed at all. However, at the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's body blocked his vision, so he did not see how Duan Lingtian executed his last move. Nie Zue felt it was too much of a coincidence. "Elder Nie Zue, what do you mean by that? I intentionally avoided you when I executed my last move? Why would you say that?" Although Duan Lingtian was shocked by Nie Zue's speculation, a confused expression appeared on his face. He could not see any flaws in his words. Nie Zue stared at Duan Lingtian intently, trying to find a flaw in Duan Lingtian's expression. However, he could not find anything in the end. Could it be that I'm overthinking things? At this moment, he could not help but think to himself. The moment he thought of this, he did not dwell on this matter for the time being. He raised his hand and returned the sun-shooting bow to Duan Lingtian before he took the crystal card from Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2005. The odds are 1-7. You bet 200,000 contribution points on yourself. In other words, you'll get 1.4 million contribution points back. After deducting your capital, you'll make a net profit of 1.2 million contribution points. After Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, took the crystal card from Duan Lingtian, he casually tossed the crystal card to the Bronze Flame Elder who was in charge of the bet. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian deeply. "Even if you return me 400,000 contribution points, you'll still make a net profit of 1 million contribution points today. In the history of Zoroastrianism, I'm afraid you're the first Saint Lan disciple to earn 1 million contribution points in a day." When Nie Zue reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh emotionally. "Everyone, please search for the most complete version. Thank you. It's all thanks to Elder Nie Zue for lending me the contribution points. Otherwise, let alone 1 million contribution points, I might not even be able to earn 10,000 contribution points. For this reason, I still have to thank you, Elder Nie Zue." Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. "You don't have to thank me." Nie Zue shook his head. "If you didn't place the bow with me as collateral, I wouldn't have given you 200,000 contribution points. However, I didn't expect you'd actually kill Yang Wen and become the biggest winner today." As soon as Nie Zue finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression in his eyes. When Duan Lingtian came to him as collateral for the bow, Duan Lingtian was certain he was confident. He could vaguely sense Duan Lingtian's confidence, but he did not take it to heart. From the looks of it, perhaps Duan Lingtian knew he would definitely win from the beginning. At the same time, the 3 Palace of Death Bronze Flame Elders who were the first to regain their senses had a grave expression on their faces. Most of the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene had a grave expression on their faces as well. Many Saint Lan disciples clenched their fists with a tense expression on their faces. It was as though their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. 3,000 contribution points. My 3,000 contribution points are gone just like that? A skinny Saint Lan disciple slumped on the spectator seat. His eyes were lifeless, and it was as though he had nothing to live for. "It's only 3,000 contribution points. Why are you shouting? I've lost 9,000 contribution points. That's all of my assets. Damn it! Damn it!" A burly Holy Land disciple roared in a low voice. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to the corpse lying on the death arena and spat on the ground. True disciple? A Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse? He was actually killed by an ordinary elite disciple. Trash. Trash. As soon as the Saint Lan's disciple cursed at Yang Wen's corpse, it was as though a fuse had been lit. The Saint Lan's disciple who had bet on Yang Wen was furious. How shameful! A true disciple died in the hands of an ordinary elite disciple. In the history of our Zoroastrianism, there has never been such a piece of trash. Not only has there never been such a waste in the history of Zoroastrianism, but there has also never been such a waste in the history of the other two great religions. The son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, what a disgrace to his father. Two brothers died in the hands of Duan Lingtian one after another. I can't help but be convinced. If the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yang Chong, finds out that his eldest son is so useless, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll throw up 3 liters of blood. Right? Yang Wen, you're trash. Trash. You caused me to lose so many contribution points. Why don't you just die? The group of Saint Lan's disciples exploded. It was as though a flash flood had erupted. All sorts of humiliating words were spat out from the mouths of the Saint Lan's disciples. They did not care about the dead at all as they cursed Yang Wen to vent the anger and dissatisfaction in their hearts. Duan Lingtian actually won? There were also a few Saint Lan's disciples who had bet some contribution points on Duan Lingtian. When they regained their senses, excitement could be seen on their faces. If I knew Duan Lingtian would win, I would have bet more on him. Alright, don't be greedy. It's already good enough that we didn't lose like the others. Didn't you see how many people wanted to tear Yang Wen into pieces? These people must have lost a lot of contribution points. As the few Saint Lan's disciples whispered among themselves, they went to look for the bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death to collect their contribution points. Junior brother Ling Tian. Congratulations. Sunda flew up to Duan Lingtian and congratulated Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Sunda, go and collect your contribution points. Duan Lingtian smiled. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sunda felt a little awkward. In fact, the reason he had bet on Duan Lingtian was because he wanted to repay the favor he owed Duan Lingtian. He had even planned to squander the 100 contribution points. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would actually kill Yang Wen and obtain the final victory. In other words, he had earned 600 contribution points out of nowhere. Senior brother Lingtian, congratulations. At the same time, Guanxiu also came to congratulate Duan Lingtian. At this moment, his face was glowing as though he had encountered a joyous occasion. I didn't disappoint you after all. Duan Lingtian revealed a friendly smile when he faced Guanxiu. Go and collect your contribution points. You've earned a lot. It's all thanks to senior brother Lingtian. Guanxiu smiled. He was happy not only because he had earned more than 20,000 contribution points, but it was also because those who had doubted him earlier were looking at him with envy and jealousy. Previously, he had bet 3,500 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. Many people had doubted him, and some of them had even said nasty things about him. However, now that Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wen, those people had fallen silent. At this moment, he felt extremely proud. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, who had just received a crystal card from a bronze flame elder in the Palace of Death, raised his hand and passed the crystal card to Duan Lingtian. There's 1,000,000 contribution points here. It's your reward for winning the bet today. Thank you, Elder Niezue. Duan Lingtian thanked Niezue as he received the crystal card. After receiving the crystal card, his gaze shifted to the crystal card. As he infused the Sun Saint energy into it, the crystal card showed its balance. 1,000,000 contribution points. To a Saint Land disciple like him who had just entered the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, 1,000,000 contribution points was undoubtedly a huge fortune. 1,000,000 contribution points. Duan Lingtian actually earned 1,000,000 contribution points. When Duan Lingtian received the crystal card, many Saint Land disciples shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. Their gazes were filled with envy and jealousy. 1,000,000 contribution points. Those are the contribution points that originally belonged to us. Many Saint Land disciples felt as though their hearts were bleeding. Their contribution points had now become someone else's possession. This made them feel displeased and helpless at the same time. After all, the other party did not snatch their contribution points. Instead, he had won their contribution points fair and square. In the beginning, they had the opportunity to bet on Duan Lingtian. However, since they did not think highly of Duan Lingtian, they had missed the opportunity to earn a huge sum of contribution points. It's all Yang Wen's fault. It's all Yang Wen's fault. Soon after, most of the Saint Land disciples shifted their gazes to Yang Wen's corpse and began to curse again. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was the cause of this. They had lost so many contribution points because of Yang Wen's death. Junior brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just put on a brand new Saint Land disciple's uniform and completely concealed the characteristics of a nine-clawed dragon warrior when a voice resonated in the air. He immediately lifted his head and looked in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw Lu Mu flying in the air from afar. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of him. Senior brother Lu Mu. Duan Lingtian greeted Lu Mu with a smile. He glanced at Lu Yun, who was standing next to Lu Mu, and nodded his head in a friendly manner. Thank you. Currently, Lu Yun no longer had the arrogance he had when he first arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He took the initiative to thank Duan Lingtian. The reason for his gratitude was, naturally, because Duan Lingtian had allowed him to earn a huge sum of money. Lu Yun's change in attitude was due to the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. When he first arrived at the Palace of Death, he did not think highly of Duan Lingtian even though his cousin had asked him to bet on Duan Lingtian. He did not think Duan Lingtian would be a match for Yang Wen. However, Duan Lingtian's strength had completely shocked him, especially the sword technique that Duan Lingtian executed at the end. Even he could not catch a trace of it. Naturally, he knew what this meant. This meant if Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, a martial cultivator at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would not be able to defend himself at all. He was not confident he would be able to withstand Duan Lingtian's sword technique that killed Yang Wen. For this reason, Lu Yun's attitude toward Duan Lingtian had changed drastically. I bet 100,000 contribution points and earned 600,000 contribution points. Lu Yun looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Give me your crystal card, and I'll transfer 300,000 contribution points to you as a thank you gift." As the saying went, one would not slap a smiling face. Moreover, Lu Yun was Lu Mu's cousin, so Duan Lingtian only smiled politely. "Senior brother Lu Yun, you deserve it. There's no need to give it to me. If you must thank someone, you should thank senior brother Lu Mu. I think if it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have bet on me." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Lu Mu in a timely manner. "Don't worry. I'll give half of the remaining 300,000 contribution points to Brother Mu. The thank you gift won't affect this," Lu Yun said again. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's impression of him improved. However, he still refused Lu Yun's kindness. Senior brother Lu Yun. I've already earned 1 million contribution points today. These 300,000 contribution points don't mean much to me. How about this? Of the 600,000 contribution points you earned, you'll keep 300,000. The remaining 300,000 contribution points will be given to senior brother Lu Mu. What do you think? In the end, Duan Lingtian suggested to Lu Yun. Lu Yun had no choice but to do as Duan Lingtian said when he saw how insistent Duan Lingtian was. Chapter 2006. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was the biggest winner of the death duel in the Palace of Death today. Not only did he kill Yang Wen, but he had also earned 1 million contribution points. Under the watchful eyes of the Saint Land disciples, Duan Lingtian did not forget to take the spatial ring from Yang Wen's body before leaving the Palace of Death with the Lu brothers. When Duan Lingtian took the lead and left, many Saint Land disciples followed suit. However, the expressions of these Saint Lan disciples were extremely grave. How could it be? These Saint Lan disciples had more or less placed their bets on Yangwen. However, Yangwen was killed by Duan Lingtian in the end. This meant their bets had gone down the drain. Senior brother Lu Yun, what can I exchange my contribution points for in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Lu Yun after they left the Palace of Death. There are too many things that can be exchanged with contribution points. Let's go. I'll bring you to the various palaces in the central square where you can spend your contribution points. Lu Yun's attitude toward Duan Lingtian had changed drastically when he realized Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to his. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's question, he was, naturally, very enthusiastic. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. He wanted to know more about the functions of the palaces in the central square as well. Under Lu Yun's lead and Lu Mu's accompaniment, Duan Lingtian shuttled through the palaces in the central square. Some of the palaces only charged contribution points for medicinal pills and did not charge saint stones. In the palaces that sold medicinal pills, not only were there all kinds of medicinal pills that aided one's cultivation, but there were also many healing medicinal pills. There were even many forbidden medicinal pills. Naturally, the contribution points required to purchase forbidden medicinal pills were extremely high as well. In particular, there were only a few high-grade forbidden medicinal pills. They were priced at several hundreds of thousands of contribution points. These forbidden pills are at the same grade as the forbidden pills Yang when consumed earlier. They can greatly increase the saint origin of those below the 4th level Saint Celestial stage for a short period of time. Only Saint Refinement Masters at the Quasi-Celestial grade and above who specialize in Medicine Refinement Dao can refine such forbidden pills. Lu Yun explained. A few 100,000 contribution points? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was naturally shocked as well. At the same time, he could not help but sigh. It seems like the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Chong, really dotes on his eldest son, Yang Wen. Of course I love you, Lu Yun said with certainty. It was obvious that he knew a lot about this matter. In the past, I heard that the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Chong, has 2 sons. His eldest son's innate talent far surpasses his youngest son. Due to this reason, he has high expectations for his eldest son. It's said that his eldest son has been sent to one of the 3 great sects. I only found out today that he sent his eldest son to the Zoroastrianism. He's Yang Wen, the true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Lu Yun continued to say, due to this reason, it's not strange for Yang Chong to give Yang Wen such a forbidden pill to protect himself. Junior brother Ling Tian, I heard that after you killed Yang Wu, the youngest son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Chong personally went to the Black Turtle Sanctum to look for you and even threatened you with your family? Lu Mu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, is that true? After all, it was just a rumor, so he was not too sure. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. His eyes flashed coldly. In other words, apart from the fact that Yang Wen took the initiative to provoke me, I killed Yang Wen because of Yang Chong's threat to me that day. Didn't he threaten me with my family? Then I'll kill his son. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he recalled the time when Yang Chong used his family to threaten him. He could not help but emit waves of killing intent that caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. He deserves to die. However, I'm afraid that Yang Wen would never have dreamed that junior brother Ling Tian could actually kill him. Lu Mu said, if he knew that I could kill him, why would he sign a life and death contract with me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It could be said that the main reason why he was able to kill Yang Wen today was because Yang Wen was too conceited and thought that he was inferior to him. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian did not continue this topic. Instead, he looked at Lu Yun and said, Senior brother Lu Yun, let's take a look elsewhere. After leaving the palace that sold medicinal pills, Lu Yun brought Duan Lingtian and Lu Mu to the palace that sold sacred artifacts. When they arrived at the palace that sold sacred artifacts, Duan Lingtian learned that the sacred artifacts were all sacred artifacts. 100 inscriptions Saint weapon was worth tens of thousands of contribution points in the Saint land of Zoroastrianism. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian had also heard that one could even buy 1,000 inscriptions Saint weapon here. Naturally, the 1,000 inscriptions Saint weapon was not placed here. Instead, it was kept by the vice sect leader who was in charge of the various palaces around the central square. As long as one could afford it, the vice sect leader would personally deliver the 1,000 inscriptions Saint weapon to one. What's the price of 1,000 inscriptions Saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. 10 million contribution points. Lu Yun's answer stunned Duan Ling Tian. Initially, he thought he was rich since he had 1 million contribution points. It did not cross his mind that he only had 1/10 of the price of 1,000 inscriptions Saint weapon. Every 1,000 inscriptions Saint weapon is the work of a quasi-celestial grade Saint inscription master in the Dao martial Saint land. Moreover, the number of quasi-celestial grade Saint inscription masters in the Dao martial Saint land is much lesser than quasi-celestial grade Saint inscription masters. This is the reason why 1,000 inscriptions Saint weapon is so valuable. Lu Yun explained when he saw Duan Lingtian's surprise. Duan Lingtian finally understood. A quasi-celestial grade Saint inscription master. Come to think of it, I've almost forgotten about the strange inscription Dao I obtained previously. Perhaps I can continue to study the Saint inscription art as long as it doesn't affect my cultivation. When Duan Lingtian was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he had obtained the strange inscription Dao's inheritance from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong. At that time, the saint inscriptions he inscribed were not bad at all. However, after he left the Moon Illumination sect, he had been busy cultivating, so he gradually forgot about the saint inscription Dao. It was only when he learned about the value of 1,000 inscriptions Saint weapon and the rarity of a quasi-celestial grade Saint inscription master that he recalled that experience. After all, he was also a Saint inscription master. Inscription pen? After walking around the palace that sold Saint weapons, Duan Lingtian discovered there was an inscription pen for sale here. Moreover, it was a 9-star inscription pen. Apart from that, there was more than one 9-star inscription pen for sale here. There were more than 10 9-star inscription pens. So many? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He still remembered when he was in the Moon Illumination sect, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, had a 9-star inscription pen. He even wanted to give it to him, but he was rejected in the end. In a small place like this, a 9-star inscription pen was definitely a rare item. After listening to Lu Yun's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally realized that a 9-star inscription pen was not a 9-star inscription pen. As it turned out, the 9-star inscription pen was not a rare item in the upper province of the Dao martial Saint land. It was a standard item for 7-star Saint inscription masters and above. Moreover, it was not expensive. For example, the 9-star inscription pen for sale here only cost 1,000 contribution points. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Lu Yun and Lu Mu were confused when they saw Duan Lingtian buying a 9-star inscription pen. Lu Mu asked directly, "Junior brother Lingtian, why are you buying a 9-star inscription pen? Don't tell me you're also a Saint inscription master?" "I've come into contact with Saint inscriptions before. I plan to study it when I'm free in the future." Duan Lingtian smiled. "It's good to study it." Lu Mu nodded. A complicated look flashed in the depth of his eyes. He recalled that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. If Duan Lingtian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, he would advise Duan Lingtian to focus on his cultivation instead of focusing on the Saint inscription Dao. But now he didn't stop him. In his opinion, his junior brother Lingtian's achievements should stop here. Perhaps junior brother Lingtian was very strong, but since he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, it would be difficult for him to enter the quintessential saint stage, let alone the saint celestial stage. Therefore, at this time, he felt that it would be good if this junior brother Lingtian could find something else to do in the future. At least it wouldn't be so boring. Quasi-celestial grade saint inscription masters are above 9-star saint inscription masters. Senior brother Lu Yun, is there a quasi-celestial grade inscription pen in the Dao martial Saint land? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Yun and asked curiously. of course. Lu Yun nodded immediately when he heard this. As a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master, you'll need a quasi-celestial grade inscription pen if you want to inscribe 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. If you don't have one, it's impossible to inscribe 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He asked again, what about a celestial grade inscription pen? Celestial grade inscription pen. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a hint of yearning could be seen in Lu Yun's eyes. A celestial grade inscription pen only exists in legends. It's said that before the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, there was a celestial grade inscription pen and a celestial grade saint inscription master. After that saint inscription master became a celestial grade saint inscription master, he managed to inscribe 10 saint weapons in his entire life. All 10 saint weapons were 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Lu Yun's expression turned solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. It did not cross his mind that there was a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon in this world. Those 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons are the 10 celestial grade saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Lu Yun continued to say, the difference between a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon and 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon is that it doesn't necessarily increase one's strength. Some 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons can't even compare to 100 inscriptions saint weapon in terms of strength increase. Chapter 2007. Originally, Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Lu Yun mention the existence of 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons in the martial saint land. After all, in the saint land of Zoroastrianism, if 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon was worth 10 million contribution points, how many contribution points would a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon be worth? When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Yun's words, it was as though he was struck by lightning. He did not regain his senses for a long time. 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons are the level saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He was truly dumbfounded. No matter how he thought about it, it did not cross his mind. The 10 level saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking were the legendary 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Among the 10 level saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, he had never come into contact with the other 9. However, the Devil Seal Tablet had been with him for a long time. Due to this reason, he knew the Devil Seal Tablet very well. Apart from the Devil Seal Tablet's special ability, it did not seem to have many other uses. Its ability to amplify one's strength was not even comparable to an ordinary saint weapon. After listening to Lu Yun's explanation, Duan Lingtian realized this was the uniqueness of a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon. 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons were different from 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons, 100 inscriptions saint weapons, and 10 inscriptions saint weapons. The more saint inscriptions were inscribed on the saint inscriptions, the stronger the amplification would be. It would allow the person who possessed the saint inscriptions to unleash a more powerful attack. However, the former did not focus solely on amplifying one's strength. Duan Lingtian knew this very well since the Devil Seal Tablet itself was not a saint weapon that focused solely on amplifying one's strength. I can't believe the level saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking are actually the legendary 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Moreover, in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there's only one celestial grade saint inscription master who could inscribe a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel emotional. At the same time, he realized that the celestial grade saint inscription master was a true genius. In fact, the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons he left behind were passed down to this day. Moreover, they were widely acknowledged as the 10 most powerful saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Later on, people called them saint-level artifacts and created a list called the 10 Great Saint Artifact Ranking for these 10 saint-level artifacts. The 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking represented the 10 most powerful saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. To this day, it has never been surpassed. Of course, Duan Lingtian was also clear that, regardless of whether it was his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda or the few immortal supreme treasures in it, including the Jasper immortal sword, they were all existences that could easily surpass 10-grade saint artifacts. However, they were not saint artifacts. Instead, they were immortal supreme treasures, immortal artifacts. They were things that did not belong to this world. They were from the Devata realms. Therefore, there was no comparison at all. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master, who left behind the 10-grade saint weapons on the 10-grade saint weapons ranking, was indeed a monstrous genius that no one had ever done before. Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Masters and Celestial Grade Inscription Brushes are legendary existences. However, some quasi-celestial grade inscription brushes can be refined by Saint Inscription Masters who specialize in weapons refinement. Lu Yun continued to say, apart from that, the materials required to refine a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush are extremely rare and rare. Generally speaking, only a quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master would go to great lengths to search for those materials. At this time, the role of the Zoroastrianism and the other 2 great sects is revealed. As the 3 most powerful sects in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, it's not difficult for them to search for the materials required to refine a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush. Naturally, unless the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master joins any one of the 3 great sects, he'll need a promise from the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. Lu Yun paused for a moment before he continued to say, the promise is to ask the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master to help inscribe a few thousand inscriptions saint weapons in the future. That's how most of the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons in the Zoroastrianism came about. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. The quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master wanted to use the 3 great sects to search for the materials required to refine a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush, while the 3 great sects wanted the 1,000 inscription saint weapons inscribed by the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. Helping each other was beneficial to both parties. For this reason, let alone the legendary celestial grade inscription brush, even a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush isn't something that just anyone can obtain. The value of a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush isn't something an inscription brush like the 9-star inscription brush can compare to. Duan Lingtian finally understood the value of a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush. As for a celestial grade inscription brush, it was a legendary item that could only be found by chance. Senior brother Lu Yun, you said the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master only managed to inscribe 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons in his lifetime? Do you mean he's at the end of his lifespan? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of this and could not help but ask in confusion. That's right. Lu Yun nodded. However, his lifespan isn't as long as an ordinary person. Not only does he have to work hard to inscribe the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons, but he also has to sacrifice his lifespan. After inscribing 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons, he wasn't able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, within his limited lifespan. It's said that he was a martial genius with a dark indigo innate spiritual root. However, since the Tao Martial Saint Land wasn't divided into the upper and lower province at that time, the cultivation environment wasn't as good as the current upper province. Coupled with the fact that he focused on the inscription Tao, he wasn't able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, in time. If he managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he would be able to live as long as heaven and earth. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about his lifespan when inscribing the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. At that time, there wouldn't only be 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Lu Yun sighed emotionally when he reached the end of his sentence. That senior didn't leave behind any successors? Duan Lingtian asked. Legend has it that, after he passed away, he left behind his legacy of the saint inscription art. However, until today, nobody has found the location of his legacy, Lu Yun replied. After he passed away, even the 3 great sects, including our Zoroastrianism, mobilized a lot of manpower and resources to search for the legacy left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. However, in the end, we came up empty-handed. Then, does this mean the legacy left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master is in the lower province? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Lu Yun nodded. At that time, the Dao Martial Saint Land wasn't divided into the upper and lower province. At that time, there was only the lower province. It'll be great if I can find the place where the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master left behind his legacy. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself. Naturally, he knew it was wishful thinking. After so many years, even the three great sects could not find the legacy left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master even after expending a lot of manpower and resources. After leaving the palace that sold the saint weapons, Lu Yun continued to bring Duan Lingtian and Lu Mu to the other palaces. At the same time, more and more people looked at them as they passed by. To be more precise, they were looking at Duan Lingtian. Is Duan Lingtian? He's the one who killed the true disciple, Yang Wen? He even won 1 million contribution points? I'm late today, so I didn't make it to the death duel between him and Yang Wen. What a pity. Pity? I think you should feel lucky. It said that more than 90% of the people who made it to the death duel between him and Yang Wen lost a lot of contribution points. Almost everyone bet on Yang Wen winning. These Saint Land disciples who looked at Duan Lingtian were those who had just arrived at the central square. They did not make it to the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen. Isn't the person next to Duan Lingtian senior brother Lu Yun? Senior brother Lu Yun seems to be very polite to him. How can he not be polite? Based on the strength Duan Lingtian displayed today, even senior brother Lu Yun might not be a match for him. That's right. I heard that even senior brother Lu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death didn't catch a trace of the sword technique Duan Lingtian used to kill Yang Wen. This shows how fast Duan Lingtian's sword technique is. Even a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to catch a trace of it. It's said that Yang Wen even consumed a forbidden pill and raised his saint origin to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he still died in Duan Lingtian's hands in the end. What a waste. Such a high-grade forbidden pill must be worth at least a few 100,000 contribution points, right? He was defeated by Yang Wen just like that. What a waste. At the same time, many Saint Land disciples recognized Lu Yun. At the same time, they were amazed by Duan Lingtian's strength. Under Lu Yun's lead and Lu Mu's accompaniment, Duan Lingtian strolled around all the palaces in the central square and learned about the functions of each palace. While Duan Lingtian was strolling around the various palaces, the news of him killing Yang Wen, the true disciple in the Palace of Death, spread like wildfire in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Not only that, but the news also spread to all the minds in the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. When the news spread to the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has only been in the Saint Land for slightly over 10 days, and he has already killed a true disciple? My goodness! Is this true? True disciple. He's a true disciple. He's the most outstanding disciple in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Each of them is at the Saint Celestial stage or above. He's actually killed by senior brother Duan Lingtian? Chapter 2008. My goodness! How strong is senior brother Duan Lingtian? He's actually able to kill a true disciple from the Saint Land. More and more Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were shocked. In their eyes, true disciples were unattainable. They were superior and looked down on the 4 symbols sanctum's disciples. However, today, someone had pulled a true disciple down from his pedestal. That person was none other than Duan Lingtian from the Black Turtle Sanctum. A true disciple doesn't necessarily have to be a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Don't forget that in Zoroastrianism, As long as a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root has broken through to the divine saint stage, he'll be able to become a true disciple. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple expressed his doubts. Perhaps Duan Lingtian killed this type of true disciple, and not one whose cultivation base has broken through to the saint celestial stage. Whether it's a martial cultivator, Tao cultivator, or devil cultivator. Once one has broken through to the saint celestial stage, the saint energy in one's body will transform into saint origin. Even if 10 powerhouses at the peak of the quintessential saint stage join forces, there's still no match for a powerhouse at the first form of the saint celestial stage. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples agreed with the words of this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Indeed, I also think it's impossible for senior brother Duan Lingtian to kill a true disciple whose cultivation base has broken through to the saint celestial stage. He must have killed a true disciple with an indigo innate spiritual root. I think so too. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. They did not think Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the saint land for 10 days, would be able to kill a saint celestial stage powerhouse. Hermf, if you think that way, then you are gravely mistaken. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples expressed their doubts, a tall Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple stepped forward and said, "As far as I know, the true disciple senior brother Duan Lingtian killed is a saint celestial stage powerhouse called Yangwen. Yangwen." Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples frowned when they heard this name. I remember now, there's indeed someone called Yangwen among the true disciples in the saint land. He seems to have broken through to the saint celestial stage a few years ago. One of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples exclaimed, "I remember Yangwen. Speaking of which, he and I were in the same batch of disciples who entered Zoroastrianism. That's why I've been paying attention to him." Another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple sighed and smiled wryly. Currently, he has already broken through to the saint celestial stage and has become a true disciple, but I'm still a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Soon after, a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples confirmed it. Yangwen is indeed a true disciple at the saint celestial stage. Yangwen, true disciple, a saint celestial stage expert. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples confirmed it one by one, the remaining Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples burst into an uproar. Yangwen? Isn't he the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yangchong? At this moment, another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple stepped forward and exclaimed in shock, "Duan Lingtian killed him as well? The eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yangchong?" The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' words caused another uproar. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples questioned, "Are you sure?" Of course. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple nodded confidently. "I entered the Black Turtle Sanctum with Duan Lingtian. I was originally a disciple from a third-rate force near the Northern Plethora sect. I heard that the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder had sent his eldest son, Yangwen, to the Zoroastrianism sect. As for his youngest son, Yangwu, he entered the Zoroastrianism at the same time as me. However, due to his arrogance, he was killed by Duan Lingtian for provoking Duan Lingtian." The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple finished his sentence. The true disciple, Yangwen, is actually the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder? Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they heard the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' words. However, there were still some people who had doubts about the authenticity of this news. Yangwen is indeed the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yangchong. At the same time, the well-informed Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple with a tall build spoke again. The moment he spoke, he confirmed the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' words. "I've also heard that the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder has two eldest sons. His youngest son was killed by senior brother Duan Lingtian as soon as he entered the Zoroastrianism sect. As for his eldest son, I heard he was sent to one of the three great sections. I didn't expect he would be sent to Zoroastrianism. I can't believe the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder is a true disciple of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he's even a saint celestial stage powerhouse." What's even more unexpected is that his eldest son was also killed by senior brother Duan Lingtian. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples broke into an uproar again. All of them had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. If Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, finds out both of his sons were killed by senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll throw up blood, right? That's for sure. Karma really comes quickly. Previously, Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, came looking for senior brother Duan Lingtian in a threatening manner and asked him to kill himself. When senior brother Duan Lingtian ignored him, he used senior brother Duan Lingtian's family to threaten senior brother Duan Lingtian. Now, his other son has died in the hands of senior brother Duan Lingtian. I wonder if he managed to find out about senior brother Duan Lingtian's background and find his family. If he didn't, he would have suffered a huge loss. It's said that the eldest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, died in the hands of senior brother Duan Lingtian after he consumed a forbidden pill and raised his saint origin to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was not only the Black Turtle Sanctum, but the other three sanctums were also filled with similar discussions. For a time, Duan Lingtian became famous. His fame this time was completely different from his fame in the past. This time, Duan Lingtian's strength was acknowledged by everyone in the four symbol sanctums. A Zoroastrianism disciple who had just entered the Saint Land after leaving the four symbol sanctums killed a true disciple whose cultivation base was at the Saint Celestial stage in the Saint Land's Palace of Death. In the long history of Zoroastrianism, this was the first time such a ridiculous thing had happened. Generally speaking, Zoroastrianism disciples who had just entered the Saint Land from the four symbol sanctums had very limited strength. They were not even comparable to some outstanding elite disciples in the Saint Land, let alone true disciples. One could say that Duan Lingtian's act of killing Yang Wen was a first for Zoroastrianism. He was destined to leave a deep mark in the history of the fire worship sect, and his name would go down in history. In a spacious mansion on the eastern side of the Black Turtle Sanctum, Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder, who had also received the news, was so enraged that his body trembled. His expression was distorted. He suddenly raised his hand and was about to hit the stone table in front of him. However, he held himself back in the end. For the sake of Duan Lingtian, he had changed the stone table in his courtyard countless times. Duan Lingtian, how did he kill Yang Wen? Furthermore, it was after Yang Wen had consumed a forbidden pill that he killed him. Lian had a look of disbelief on his face. After taking a deep breath, Lian decided to personally go to the Saint Land to find out more about the situation. As a Zoroastrianism elder, Lian could freely travel between the four symbol sanctums and the Saint Land. He left the Black Turtle Sanctum and made his way to the Saint Land. When he arrived at the Saint Land, he finally confirmed that Yang Wen had been killed by Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, he also learned some details. The sword technique that Duan Lingtian cast at the end, even the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage can't capture it. Li An's expression changed drastically when he thought of this. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that if Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could even kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's strength is suspected to be at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage when he cast his assist-type divine ability. Li An's expression turned grave when he thought of this. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. At this moment, a strong sense of danger rose in the depths of his heart. In the past, although he knew Duan Lingtian would be a threat to him in the future, he thought it would only be a matter of years later. However, he finally realized it now. In just a few years, Duan Lingtian's strength would surpass his. He was merely at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian, you're really good at hiding your strength. At this moment, Lian thought Duan Lingtian had been concealing his true strength and only revealed it during the battle with Yang Wen. Lian left the Saint Land with a heavy heart. After he returned to the Black Turtle Sanctum, he quickly left the Black Turtle Sanctum and made his way to the Northern Plethora sect. I must inform Yang Chong about this as soon as possible. I think Yang Chong will do his best to investigate Duan Lingtian's background after Yang Wen's death. As long as I find out Duan Lingtian's background and find out who his family is, I'm sure Duan Lingtian will take the bait. Lian thought to himself as he made his way to the Northern Plethora sect. Duan Lingtian must be killed. Otherwise, even Yang Chong and I might not be able to suppress him in a few years' time. When he thought of this, Lian became even more anxious, and his speed instantly soared a few notches. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was going through the procedures to become a true disciple in the Saint Land. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, apart from the two traditional ways, there was a third way to become a true disciple. That was to kill a true disciple whose cultivation base was at the Saint Celestial stage in the Palace of Death. Chapter 2009. If Yang Wen, who was walking on the road to hell, found out that Duan Lingtian had stepped on his corpse to become a true disciple, he would probably be angered to the point of vomiting blood. After replacing Yang Wen and becoming a true disciple, Duan Lingtian had obtained the right to stay at Yang Wen's residence. It was an independent floating island around the Saint Island, and there was a spacious mansion on it. Junior brother Lingtian. This is Yang Wen's original residence. Duan Lingtian was able to find Yang Wen's residence so quickly, all thanks to Lu Yun leading the way. It was Lu Yun who accompanied him to go through the procedures to become a true disciple today. After getting to know each other, Duan Lingtian quickly became friends with Lu Yun. Lu Yun was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He was very open in front of people he knew and was not as cold as before. Senior brother Lu Yun, come in and have a seat. Duan Lingtian smiled as he greeted Lu Yun. Next time, Lu Yun said politely, you've been busy for half a day. It's time for you to rest. I'm not tired. Duan Lingtian shook his head and continued to say, Senior brother Lu Yun, I have something to ask you. If it's convenient for you, please come in and have a seat with me. If it's not convenient for you, I'll look for you next time. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Lu Yun shook his head and said, I'm just worried it'll affect your rest. Since junior brother Lingtian has a question, I'll, naturally, tell you everything I know. Lu Yun followed by Duan Lingtian's side and flew toward the mansion on the floating island. The mansion was very spacious, and there was a restriction formation set up outside. This formation was equivalent to a door that could only be opened with a key. If one did not have a key, one would not be able to enter at all. Naturally, anyone at the Saint Celestial stage or above could use brute force to barge in as long as they were willing. However, if they did that, it would definitely alert the patrolling elders in this area. Moreover, they would be sent to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall and be severely punished. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a token appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was his identity token as a true disciple. When he infused the token with the saint power of the sun, a mysterious power suddenly extended from it and struck the void. Suddenly, the air above the mansion in front of him shook, and circles of ripples spread out. It was as if a door had opened in the void. What a magical formation! Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Before he came here, he had heard that there was a formation in the residence of a true disciple that required a key to enter, but did not require a key to exit. Moreover, his identity token was the key. However, when he truly witnessed the wonders of the formation before him, he couldn't help but exclaim. Then, Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun passed through the door formed by the ripples in the air. After they entered, the ripples in the void gradually calmed down, and the restriction array closed. After entering the mansion, Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun went to the front yard together. The front yard was very spacious. Not only were there all kinds of flowers and plants planted, but there was also a pond with some fish in it. There was a pavilion at the end of the gravel path in the front yard. There was a stone table in the middle of the pavilion, and there were 3 stone stools around it. Senior brother Lu Yun, please take a seat. Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun walked into the pavilion. After Lu Yun sat down at the stone table, Duan Lingtian sat down as well. Junior brother Lingtian, what do you want to ask me? Lu Yun asked straightforwardly after they sat down. Senior brother Lu Yun, although I've just arrived at the Saint Land not long ago, I heard someone talking about something a few days ago. I'm quite curious about it. If you know anything about it, please tell me. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as soon as he spoke. Don't worry, junior brother Lingtian. As long as it's something I know, I'll definitely tell you everything. Lu Yun said solemnly. He knew Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if Duan Lingtian was stronger than him now, he might not be able to surpass him in the future. However, due to his relationship with his cousin, Lu Mu, and his interactions with Duan Lingtian, he acknowledged Duan Lingtian as a friend. Naturally, there was another reason he acknowledged Duan Lingtian. That was, he had a strong feeling that Duan Lingtian's future achievements would not stop there. Naturally, that was only his intuition. Even he did not believe it. After all, Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. However, even if it was just his intuition, it did not affect his attitude toward Duan Lingtian. I'm relieved to hear your words, senior brother Lu Yun. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly before his expression turned solemn. He asked, Senior brother Lu Yun, I overheard a few Saint Land's elite disciples secretly discussing something. They said our Zoroastrianism's saint girl has been imprisoned. What's going on? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lu Yun's expression changed immediately. He looked around vigilantly before he said to Duan Lingtian in a low voice, Junior brother Lingtian, it's fine if you talk about our Zoroastrianism's saint girl in private, but don't talk about it in public. Otherwise, once the enforcement hall finds out, you'll definitely be severely punished. The enforcement hall has ordered us not to talk about the saint girl. Lu Yun reminded Lu Yun solemnly when he reached the end of his sentence. I can see that. Otherwise, those elite disciples wouldn't have discussed it in private. Duan Lingtian smiled innocently. Don't worry, senior brother Lu Yun. I'm just asking you in private. I won't talk about this in public. I'm just curious. What's going on with our Zoroastrianism's saint girl? In the past, I thought I knew a little about Zoroastrianism, but I've never heard of a Zoroastrianism's saint girl. Duan Lingtian said. He did not dare to reveal the truth in front of Lu Yun. It was not because he did not trust Lu Yun, but this was a serious matter. He did not want to implicate Lu Yun. Due to this reason, he could only try to find out more about Kerr. Actually, I'm not too sure about the saint girl. I've only heard about it from others, Lu Yun said. It's said that when the saint girl was born a few decades ago, she was chosen by our Zoroastrianism to be the saint girl. However, for some reason, the saint girl disappeared. It was only a few years ago that the saint girl was found and brought back to our Zoroastrianism. The person who found the saint girl was senior sister Ru Yen. Lu Yun paused for a moment when he reached this part of his sentence. Senior sister Ru Yen? Duan Lingtian was stunned on the surface. However, he had already confirmed it in his heart. The senior sister Ru Yen that Lu Yun mentioned was Chi Mei, who took Kerr away. She was the person who claimed to be Kerr's elder sister. Duan Lingtian still remembered that Chi Mei looked exactly like Kerr. I wonder if Chi Mei knows about my existence now that I'm famous in the Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he thought about Chi Mei. Previously, when Chi Mei took Kerr away, he had naively thought that since Chi Mei was Kerr's twin sister, she would not harm Kerr. That Chi Mei is really ruthless. She can even push her own twin sister into the fire pit. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, the fire of anger in his heart rose uncontrollably. It's normal that you don't know senior sister Ru Yen since you've just arrived at the Saint Land. Lu Yun continued to say, Senior sister Ru Yen's full name is Gon Ru Yen. Like us, she's also a true disciple. At the same time, she's ranked 7th on the True ranking and 951 on the Supreme Saint ranking. A hint of respect could be seen in Lu Yun's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of Qi Mei. As it turned out, Qi Mei's real name was Gan Ru Yen. Moreover, she was also a top-notch genius in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, Senior Sister Ru Yen is one of the rare geniuses in Zoroastrianism who possesses an indigo innate spiritual root. Her master is also one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, Guardian Qinghua. Lu Yun continued to say. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but be surprised. He did not expect Ker's sister to possess an indigo innate spiritual root. Moreover, she was also a direct disciple of a guardian of Zoroastrianism. No wonder she pushed her own sister into the fire pit. As it turns out, she's a direct disciple of a guardian of Zoroastrianism. She's trying to put righteousness before her own family to show off in front of her master. While Duan Lingtian was shocked by the fact that Sister Ke possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, his anger seemed to have turned into a prairie fire that was about to burst out at any moment. Most importantly, it's said that Senior Sister Ru Yen is the saint's twin sister. When Lu Yun reached this point, Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes. However, he pretended to be surprised as he asked, "Twin sister? If that's the case, why would she push her own twin sister into the fire pit?" It seems like Senior Sister Ru Yen is also a cold-blooded person. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of disdain could be heard in his voice. "Junior brother Lingtian, you've misunderstood Senior Sister Ru Yen." Lu Yun shook his head. "Misunderstood?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "Senior brother Lu Yun, weren't you the one who said that the saint of Zoroastrianism was brought back by Senior Sister Ru Yen? Isn't she the one who brought the saint to the enforcement hall?" "Of course not." Lu Yun shook his head. When Duan Lingtian's frown deepened, Lu Yun continued to explain. "It's said that after the saint was brought back, Senior Sister Ru Yen hid her in her residence until when Yen discovered it 2 to 3 years later. After when Yen discovered that Senior Sister Ru Yen was secretly hiding the saint, she went to the law enforcement hall to report it. Because of this, Senior Sister Ru Yen, the saint, and the saint's 2-year-old daughter were all taken away by the law enforcement hall and are still imprisoned in the law enforcement hall. Chapter 2010. When Yen, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lu Yun's words. His eyes flashed coldly. Although this was his first time hearing this name, he already hated the owner of this name. It was all because of this woman that his wife and daughter were imprisoned by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. "It seems like I've misunderstood her." Duan Lingtian finally realized he had misunderstood Ker's sister, Gan Ru Yen. However, the anger in his heart did not lessen. He merely changed his target from Gan Ru Yen to Wen Yen. "Senior brother Lu Yun, who's this Wen Yen?" Duan Lingtian asked after he took a deep breath. He was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Wen Yen is a true disciple of the Zoroastrianism. She's ranked 9th on the True ranking. Apart from Senior Sister Ru Yen, she's the only female disciple in the top 10 of the True ranking. Although Wen Yan's innate talent and strength are good, she's known for her bad character. Lu Yun said with a disdainful expression. "Put everything else aside, just the matter of the saint girl alone is enough. It's because she's so competitive that she's suppressed by Senior Sister Ru Yen, who's also a female disciple. That's why she's thinking of ways to step on Senior Sister Ru Yen. The matter of the saint girl has given her an opportunity. It's said that Senior Sister Ru Yen has committed a grave mistake. Even Guardian Qinghua hasn't done anything yet. I think he'll have to wait until the sect leader comes out of closed-door cultivation before he can make a decision." Lu Yun could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. "Wen Yen, I'll remember this." A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he silently recited this name in his heart. "Senior brother Lu Yun, you said Senior Sister Ru Yen is ranked 7th on the True ranking and the 950th on the Supreme Saint ranking. What's her cultivation base? Duan Lingtian asked. Senior Sister Ru Yen is a true disciple at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage just like me. Lu Yun replied. Only the second form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Both of you are at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, but isn't the gap between you and Senior Sister Ru Yen a little too wide? One is ranked 7th on the true ranking, while the other is ranked 27th. Junior brother Ling Tian. There's something you don't know. Among the 100 true disciples on the true ranking, apart from the true disciples who are ranked in the top 3 and below, the rest of them have a cultivation base at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lu Yun continued to say, although they're all at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, the gap in their strength is huge. In the current Tao Martial Saint Land, apart from those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage and above, those who are ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking are all elites at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. On the other hand, there are only 7 true disciples from Zoroastrianism who are ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. The person ranked 8th on the true ranking behind Senior Sister Ru Yen isn't strong enough to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Due to this reason, coupled with the fact that Senior Sister Ru Yen is also a female disciple, when Yen doesn't like Senior Sister Ru Yen, she can't wait for something to happen to Senior Sister Ru Yen. If that's the case, she'll be able to replace Senior Sister Ru Yen and become the publicly acknowledged big sister among the true disciples. Lu Yun finished speaking in one breath, allowing Duan Lingtian to understand how important the Supreme Saint ranking was. Ker's sister is publicly acknowledged as the big sister among the true disciples? At the same time, Duan Lingtian also realized this. Based on Lu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. Half of the powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage were ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. In Zoroastrianism, Bronze Flame Elders were usually at the first or second form of the Saint Celestial stage, while Silver Flame Elders were usually at the third or fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Golden Flame Elders were at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The 2 vice sect leaders were at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for the strongest person in Zoroastrianism, the sect leader and the 3 great guardians were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. At that stage, one could live as long as heaven and earth. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the distribution of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses was uneven. Among them, there were countless powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. Powerhouses at this level were not qualified to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Although there were not that many powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, there were still many of them. Naturally, it was difficult for powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. On average, only 1 in 10 powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage was qualified to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Based on this, one could see the strength of powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage who were ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Ker's sister, Gan Ru Yen, was one of them. There were fewer powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, there were fewer powerhouses at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage and above. This could be seen from the rankings on the Supreme Saint ranking. As for powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and above, they were extremely rare in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Most of them were the pillars of the 3 great sections. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, apart from the 3 great sects, only the dragons and the Phoenix clan that were superior to the ordinary first-rate forces had powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and above. The current dragons did not have as many powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as compared to the 3 great sections. As for the Phoenix clan, nobody knew how many powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and above were in the Phoenix clan. However, as a clan as old as the dragons, the Phoenix clan's strength was not inferior to the dragons. The 2 clans were existences that the 3 great sects did not dare to offend. This was because there were powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and above among the 2 clans. Junior brother Ling Tian, put everything else aside. Just the last move you used to kill Yang One is so powerful that it's enough for you to be listed on the Supreme Saint ranking. All of a sudden, Lu Yun seemed to have thought of something as he said to Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression. Even the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death and I couldn't catch a trace of your sword attack. I'm afraid only a powerhouse at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to catch a trace of your sword attack. I'm afraid only powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to catch a trace of your sword. Lu Yun's words were filled with admiration for Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, it's almost impossible to find a powerhouse at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage who's stronger than you. Even if there's someone at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's extremely rare. I also relied on my assist-type divine ability to cast that sword strike. Therefore, that sword strike was purely a fluke. I was lucky, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're too humble. Strictly speaking, assist-type divine abilities are also a part of your strength. Lu Yun shook his head as well before he said with a smile, Junior brother Ling Tian, do you believe that your battle with Yang Wen is enough for you to be listed on the Supreme Saint ranking? Moreover, your ranking won't be low. You're exaggerating, right? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He did not expect there would be a day when he would be listed on the Supreme Saint ranking. I'm not exaggerating. You really have the strength to do so. When your ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking is out, I'm afraid the true ranking of Zoroastrianism will change as well. I think you'll be able to be ranked in the top 5 of the true ranking. Lu Yun continued to say, ranked in the top 5 of the true ranking? Duan Ling Tian was stunned again when he heard Lu Yun's words. However, he did not deny it. Lu Yun did not continue the topic when he saw Duan Ling Tian's disbelief. He believed that as long as the time was right, the facts would prove everything he said. Senior brother Lu Yun, since the saint girl of Zoroastrianism is senior sister Ru Yan's twin sister, and senior sister Ru Yan possesses an indigo innate spiritual root, she's still unable to defeat her to be the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. Logically speaking, the saint girl's innate talent should be on par with senior sister Ru Yan, right? Duan Ling Tian suddenly recalled Ker's innate talent. Ker's innate talent was considered outstanding in the mortal continent's cloud continent. However, that was due to the 10,000-year stalactite milk she had consumed. However, even after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Ker's innate talent was only considered ordinary in the Tao Martial Saint land. How could she be selected as the saint girl of Zoroastrianism with such innate talent? Duan Ling Tian could not figure it out. He was even more confused when he learned that Ker's twin sister, Gan Ru Yan, possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. What was the reason? As far as I know, senior sister Ru Yan wasn't selected as the saint girl of Zoroastrianism because her innate talent was not as good as her twin sisters. When Lu Yun heard Duan Ling Tian's question, he immediately replied, according to what I heard, senior sister Ru Yan's twin sister, the saint girl of Zoroastrianism, was found to possess a violet innate spiritual root when she was a baby. After he finished speaking, Lu Yun's expression turned solemn. Violet innate spiritual root. When Duan Ling Tian heard Lu Yun's words, it was as though he was struck by lightning. Ker possessed a violet innate spiritual root? How's that possible? Duan Ling Tian found it hard to believe. If Ker possessed a violet innate spiritual root, why was her cultivation speed so slow? Duan Ling Tian continued to ask, Senior brother Lu Yun, as far as I know, the saint girl of Zoroastrianism seems to be very weak. She hasn't even entered the divine saint stage. It seems like I shouldn't use the Jasper Celestial Sword recklessly in front of a Silver Flame Elder. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Otherwise, the Jasper Celestial Sword will be exposed sooner or later. Since the Jasper Celestial Sword was a celestial supreme treasure that was even more precious than the top 10 saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, it would definitely attract the attention of many powerhouses. At that time, even the powerhouses in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land would be alerted by it. In the past, those weaker powerhouses couldn't lift the Jasper Celestial Sword due to its ridiculous weight. However, it won't be difficult for powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage or above to lift the Jasper Celestial Sword. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he became even more worried and fearful. At the same time, he made up his mind. In the future, unless he was on the brink of death or there was no powerhouse present who could see through his sword-wielding technique, he would not use the Jasper Celestial Sword recklessly. Cultivate. I must break through to the early exemplary saint stage during my closed-door cultivation. I'll go to the Death Enforcement Hall to have a look after I come out of my closed-door cultivation. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he closed his eyes and completely immersed himself in his cultivation. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. As Duan Ling Tian circulated his cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the room continued to surge into his body. It was transported by the 9 dragons and circulated through his 99 saint veins. As the cultivation place of true disciples, the cultivation environment here was, naturally, better than the cultivation environment of ordinary elite disciples. Northern Plethora Sect. As a first-rate force in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the Northern Plethora Sect was located in the depths of the mountains in the western region. Today, the Northern Plethora Sect welcomed an uninvited guest. However, as soon as this uninvited guest arrived at the Northern Plethora Sect's estate, he was stopped by the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder and 10 patrolling disciples. I'm Lien, the Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism. Faced with the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling team, the uninvited guest raised his hand and took out an identity token. It was the identity token that represented his identity as a Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism. Greetings, Elder Lien. When the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder heard Lien's self-introduction and saw the identity token in his hand, he quickly bowed and greeted him. Not only was Lien a Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, but he was also ranked at the 139th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Faced with such a person, the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder, naturally, did not dare to be negligent. Greetings, Elder Lien. The 10 patrolling disciples behind the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder bowed and greeted Lien as well. However, Lien ignored them and flew into the Northern Plethora Sect on his own. He made his way to a corner of the Northern Plethora Sect's estate. Upon seeing this, the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder and the 10 patrolling disciples were not surprised. They had long heard that Lien, the Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, and Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora Sect, were best friends. At this moment, Lien was heading to the cultivation place of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora Sect. Why are you here? Is there anything urgent? Yang Chong was slightly surprised when he saw Lien, who was travel-worn. His expression turned solemn immediately. He knew there must be something important for Lien to come here personally. Otherwise, Lien would not have personally come to look for him. Yang Wen is dead. Initially, Lien merely looked at Yang Chong without saying a word. However, after a long while, he finally opened his mouth and sighed. Boom! Lian's words were like a bolt from the blue when they entered Yang Chong's ears. Yang Wen was his eldest son. He was also the son he valued the most. However, Lien had just told him his eldest son was dead. In an instant, Yang Chong felt his vision blur, followed by a bout of dizziness. He could not accept this cruel fact from the bottom of his heart. Even when he learned his youngest son, Yang Wu, had been killed, he did not lose his composure like this. My condolences? Lien sighed and comforted Yang Chong when he saw that Yang Chong seemed to have lost his soul after being stunned for a while. He was the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora Sect after all. Even if he could not accept this fact, he still forced himself to calm down. What's going on? Yang Chong looked at Lien with bloodshot eyes and a ferocious expression on his face. He had known Lien for many years. Naturally, he knew Lien would not joke about this. Due to this reason, he did not doubt Lien when he said his eldest son, Yang Wen, was dead. Yang Wen signed a death pact with Duan Ling Tian in the Palace of Death, the Holy Land of Zoroastrianism. He wanted to avenge Yang Wu. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian had concealed his cultivation base and killed Yang Wen? When Lian mentioned Duan Lingtian, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, as though he was about to devour someone. Boom! Li An's words were like a bolt of lightning that descended from the sky, and it struck Yang Chong to the point he was dumbstruck. After Duan Lingtian killed his youngest son, Yang Wu, he killed his eldest son, Yang Wen? Duan Lingtian killed Wen? How's this possible? Yang Chong found it hard to believe. Initially, I didn't want to believe it as well. I even went to the Saint Land to investigate the matter. Yang Wen was killed by Duan Lingtian even after he consumed a forbidden pill in the Palace of Death, the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. The sword technique Duan Lingtian used to kill Yang Wen was so fast that Yang Wen didn't even have time to react. Even those powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage who were present at the scene didn't catch a trace of Duan Lingtian's sword technique. Li An's expression turned grave when he reached the end of his sentence. Yang Chong's eyes widened when he heard Li An's words. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on his face. Duan Lingtian is so strong? Although Yang Chong found it hard to believe, he had no choice but to admit it. Duan Lingtian killed 2 of my sons and cut off my bloodline. I'll never forgive him. Yang Chong growled. He looked as though he had gone mad. It was clear he was furious. Yang Chong, now's not the time to be angry. Li An's eyes gleamed coldly as he said bluntly, we must get rid of Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Otherwise, even you and I won't be able to suppress him when he grows stronger. At that time, let alone avenge your sons. You'll be fine as long as he doesn't kill you. Yang Chong shuddered when he heard Li An's words. He finally regained his senses and suppressed the anger in his heart. Previously, I asked someone to inform you that Duan Lingtian might be from the lower province. Have you sent someone to investigate? Chapter 2012. No. Yes. Upon hearing Li An's words, Yang Chong shook his head with a grave expression and said, I plan to gather my men in the upper province to investigate his background first. If I still can't find anything after some time, I'll send my men to the lower province to investigate. Give me a group of men. I'll bring them to the lower province to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. I have a feeling that Duan Lingtian might be from the lower province. Li An's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice. Currently, Yang Chong was itching to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces because of the death of his 2 sons. How could he not want to kill Duan Lingtian as well? Based on the irreconcilable conflict and enmity between him and Duan Lingtian, one could imagine how he would end up if Duan Lingtian grew stronger. Due to this reason, he had decided to personally bring his men to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. Once he found out about Duan Lingtian's background, he would find his family members and force Duan Lingtian to leave Zoroastrianism. Once Duan Lingtian left Zoroastrianism, he would be a fish on the chopping board that he could do whatever he wanted to him. As long as Duan Lingtian was still alive, he would not be able to rest easy. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening in the Northern Plethora sect. He was also unaware that Lian, the first Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism, had already brought a group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect to the WCI Subterranean through the Interprovince Transportation Formation. Currently, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation. He did not care about what was happening outside. In the northern region of the Dao Martial Saint Land, in a world of ice and snow, a snow-capped peak stood there. It was inconspicuous compared to the snow-capped peaks of different heights around it. This area was sparsely populated. Usually, no one would come here. Halfway up the inconspicuous snowy peak, there was a vast stone platform. A palace stood on top of it, and there were more than 10 adjacent pavilions around the palace. Once he was 1,000 meters away from the stone platform, no matter how good his eyesight was, he would not be able to see the stone platform. Outside the stone platform, an illusory formation was set up to block the line of sight. From afar, this formation looked like a vast expanse of whiteness, like waves of white fog. It made this snow-capped peak look no different from other snow-capped peaks. Couldn't be any more low-key. It was hard to imagine that there was a completely different world behind the white fog. Whoosh! Accompanied by a slight gust of wind, a graceful figure swept out from a pavilion near the palace. This was a young woman with lively eyes that flickered with a mischievous luster. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and she had autumn eyes and a fine nose. Coupled with her almost perfect cherry lips, she was like a picture of a devastatingly beautiful woman. A moment later, the young woman came to the front of another pavilion and shouted, "Hey, damned ladyboy, did Senior Uncle Tianji say when he's coming back?" If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would be able to recognize this devastatingly beautiful young woman with just a glance. She was Han Xuanai, whom he treated as his own sister. "I'm not a damned ladyboy." Almost as soon as Han Xuanai finished speaking, a feminine voice resonated from the pavilion in front of her. There was a hint of anger in the voice. If one only listened to the voice, one would not be able to tell whether the person with the feminine voice was male or female. Subsequently, no matter what Han Xuanai said, there was no more sound coming from the pavilion in front of her. She was completely ignored. Senior Uncle Prophet has gone to pick up the successors of the Blazing Phoenix progeny and the Prophet progeny. As for my master, she seems to have gone to look for the successor of the Kratos progeny. Han Xuanai replied, "The Prophet progeny? Is it Senior Prophet's disciple?" Nan Gongyi's eyes lit up. "Yes." Han Xuanai nodded. "I only found out a few days ago that Senior Uncle Heavenly Secret had already found his successor. I heard from my master that the successor that Senior Uncle Heavenly Secret found is a senior sister. Apart from that, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny seems to be a senior sister as well." A hint of anticipation could be seen in Han Xuanai's eyes. "I really hope Senior Uncle Prophet can return as soon as possible. That way, I'll be able to meet the two senior sisters as soon as possible." Then, does this mean all 6 successors of the 7 Absolute sect will be present when Senior Prophet and Senior Hua return? Nan Gongyi asked in surprise. Han Xuanai nodded. "Will Senior Heavenly Secrets and Senior Flower bring back the successor of the Misty Rain lineage?" Nan Gongyi asked as he looked at Han Xuanai with anticipation. "No." Han Xuanai immediately shook her head and said, "I heard from my master that the reason she and Senior Uncle Prophet are bringing back the successors of the other 3 Absolutes is to activate the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation to change the fates of the 7 of us. Among the 6 Absolutes, there were 2 people from the Gemini progeny. For this reason, Han Xuanai said there were 7 of them, changing the fates of the heavens." Han Xuanai's eyes glowed with excitement as soon as she finished speaking. She was clearly looking forward to it. 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation? What kind of formation is that? Nan Gongyi asked in surprise. "I heard it's a heaven-defying formation that can raise the grade of our innate spiritual roots. I heard from my master that once the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation is activated, the 7 of us will have at least indigo innate spiritual roots." Han Xuanai's voice was filled with excitement when she said this. "If we have enough potential, our innate spiritual roots might even have a chance to be violet." Innate spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots? Violet innate spiritual roots? Nan Gongyi was confused when he heard Han Xuanai's words. This was his first time hearing about innate spiritual roots. For this reason, he did not know what an innate spiritual root was, let alone what an indigo innate spiritual root and a violet innate spiritual root meant. After listening to Han Xuanai's explanation, Nan Gongyi finally understood what an innate spiritual root was, and what an indigo innate spiritual root and a violet innate spiritual root meant. Nan Gongyi's breathing quickened immediately. His heartbeat quickened, and he could not calm down for a long time. Miss Xuanai, the six absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation are the successors of the seven absolutes sex absolute, the fog rain progeny, not going to participate in it. Soon after, Nan Gongyi realized the problem. The six absolutes in the six absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation refers to the six absolutes in the seven absolutes sect other than the fog rain progeny. For this reason, the successor of the fog rain progeny won't participate in the six absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, a hint of jealousy could be seen on her face. Listen to my master. Even if the successor of the fog rain progeny doesn't have the help of the six absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation, his future achievements will only be higher than ours. Based on my guess, that fellow is most likely a freak who possesses a violet innate spiritual root. Han Xuanai's tone was firm. Listen to Xuanai. I'm looking forward to meeting the successor of the fog rain progeny more and more. I wonder what kind of person he is, Nan Gongyi said with an eager expression on his face. I also want to know who's so lucky to obtain the inheritance of the fog rain progeny in our seven absolutes sect. Chapter 2013. In the pavilion, Yu Wuing, who was dressed in black, could not help but shake his head when he heard the conversation between Han Xuanai and Nan Gongyi. Naturally, he knew who the successor of the fog rain progeny was. However, since the oracle man had told him to do so, he did not say anything in front of Nan Gong and his brother. I wonder what kind of expression that girl, Han Xuanai, will have when she sees that super freak in the future. When Yu Wuing thought of this, a wicked smile appeared on his enchanting face that was hidden under the hood and black robe. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. It was as though he was neither a man nor a woman. Han Xuanai did not know what was on Yu Wuying's mind at all. Otherwise, she would have broken the door and tried her best to get Yu Wuing to tell her who the successor of the fog rain progeny was. Time flew by. A month had passed in just a blink of an eye. A month might be considered long in the eyes of ordinary people. However, it was not long in the eyes of the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Usually, they would enter closed-door cultivation for more than a month. Zoroastrianism in the Western region. Inside the Holy Land, around the Saint Island, independent islands were suspended in the air like stars surrounding the moon surrounding the Saint Island. These islands were the residences of the Saint Land's bronze flame elders and true disciples. Creak. Suddenly, the soft sound of a door opening resonated from one of the floating islands. Duan Ling Tian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for a month, had walked out of his room. Naturally, a month had passed in the outside world, but it did not mean that Duan Ling Tian had only been in closed-door cultivation for a month. The flow of time in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was 10 times slower than the outside world. In other words, a month in the outside world was equivalent to 300 days in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After a month, Duan Lingtian's aura had changed slightly. Naturally, the change was so small that ordinary people would not be able to tell. Now, it's time to look for senior brother Lu Yun and ask him about the enforcement hall. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he rose into the air and left the spacious mansion. He left the floating island that belonged to him and flew toward another floating island in the distance. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had never forgotten his purpose of joining the Zoroastrianism. During his journey, Duan Lingtian passed by 2 true disciples. These 2 true disciples did not know who Duan Lingtian. Is there such a person among the true disciples? The 2 true disciples were together. One of them came to a halt and turned around to look at Duan Lingtian's silhouette. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. I've seen almost all of the 170 or so true disciples, but this is my first time seeing this person. Puzzled as puzzled, the Duan Lingtian asked a question. I've never seen him before. The other true disciple shook his head. Perhaps he's someone who just became a true disciple recently. Someone who just became a true disciple recently. When the first true disciple heard the other true disciple's words, his eyes could not help but narrow as he said in shock, "Don't tell me. He's that Duan Ling Tian?" Duan Ling Tian. The other true disciple's eyes narrowed as well. He inhaled sharply and only managed to catch his breath after a long time. That's possible. It seems like Duan Ling Tian is the only one who became a true disciple recently. A month ago, the news of Duan Ling Tian killing Yang Wan and becoming a true disciple had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism. Even the group of true disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation and did not leave the sect knew about Duan Ling Tian's existence. However, most of them had never seen Duan Ling Tian before. If I were to fight Yang Wan who consumed the forbidden pill, I'd definitely die. I can't believe Yang Wan who consumed the forbidden pill was still killed by Duan Ling Tian. One of the true disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian's back. His strength is above mine. He's much stronger than me as well. The other true disciple smiled wryly. Although the two of them were both true disciples who were ranked on the true ranking, they were only slightly stronger than Yang Wan. They were also ranked at the bottom of the true ranking. Huh? Naturally, Duan Ling Tian noticed the two people staring at him from behind. He paused for a moment, and when he discovered the two people were not hostile, he continued to move forward. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian arrived at a floating island. There was also a palace on this floating island, and it was exactly the same as the one he lived in. This was Lu Yun's residence and place of cultivation. Due to this reason, Lu Yun had told Duan Ling Tian that this was his residence when they were traveling from the Saint Island to the floating island where Duan Ling Tian was currently staying. "Senior brother Lu Yun," Duan Ling Tian called out as he stood outside the floating island. His voice was not loud, but it penetrated the formation above the floating island and entered the mansion on the floating island. If Lu Yun was in closed-door cultivation, Lu Yun would not be disturbed by his voice. However, if Lu Yun was not in closed-door cultivation, he would be able to hear his voice. Whoosh! Almost at the same time as Duan Ling Tian's voice left his mouth, a figure rose into the air from the mansion on the floating island. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew to Duan Ling Tian's side. Junior brother Ling Tian. The person was none other than Lu Yun. After greeting Duan Ling Tian with a smile, he invited Duan Ling Tian into his mansion. Not only did the mansion of a true disciple look the same from the outside, but even the environment inside was similar as well. This time, Lu Yun invited Duan Ling Tian to sit in the pavilion in the front courtyard. "Junior brother Ling Tian, is there anything urgent that you came to look for me?" Lu Yun took the initiative to ask Duan Ling Tian after they sat down at the stone table in the pavilion. "Actually, it's nothing important. I'm just curious about it." Duan Ling Tian casually found an excuse and spoke unhurriedly. "What is it?" Lu Yun asked. "Senior brother Lu Yun, how much do you know about the enforcement hall in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism?" Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Enforcement hall?" Faced with Duan Ling Tian's question, Lu Yun was stunned for a moment before he asked, "Junior brother Ling Tian, why are you interested in the enforcement hall?" "Senior brother Lu Yun, I'm sure you've heard about a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder being executed by the enforcement hall, right?" Not only did Duan Ling Tian not answer Lu Yun's question, but he even asked such a question instead. "Yes, I've heard about it. That Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder's name is Wei He. He's the direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. Li, and speaking of which, his execution has something to do with you." Lu Yun nodded. The execution of a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder by the enforcement hall was a big deal in the entire Zoroastrianism. As a true disciple, it was only natural that he had heard about it. "It's because of this that I'm interested in the enforcement hall. Senior brother Lu Yun, if you know about the enforcement hall, can you tell me about it?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Yun curiously. Lu Yun nodded and said, "I won't tell you about the enforcement hall's functions since you already know about it, even if I don't. Let me tell you about the people in the enforcement hall. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. This was exactly what he wanted to know. In the enforcement hall, the hall master has the highest authority. He reports directly to the sect leader. Under the hall master of the enforcement hall, there are 3 vice hall masters. Below them are some silver flame elders, bronze flame elders, and some true disciples on duty in the enforcement hall. Lu Yun explained. True disciples on duty in the enforcement hall? Almost as soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. A hint of surprise flashed in the depth of his eyes. Since there were true disciples on duty in the enforcement hall, did this mean he would have a chance to sneak into the enforcement hall? Duan Lingtian's mind instantly became active. If he could sneak into the enforcement hall, this meant he would have a chance to meet Kerr and their daughter. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heartbeat quickened due to his excitement. He had not seen Kerr for a long time. Moreover, he had not seen his daughter with Kerr until now. I wonder if that girl looks like Kerr or me. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his gaze softened and became as gentle as water. Since Duan Lingtian had already averted his gaze, Lu Yun did not notice the change in Duan Lingtian's gaze. Senior brother Lu Yun, as far as I know, the Golden Flame Elders in our Zoroastrianism are either the sanctum leaders of the 4 symbol sanctums or in charge of the minds in the 4 symbol sanctums. According to you, there's a hall master and 3 vice hall masters in the enforcement hall who are above the Silver Flame Elders? Duan Lingtian could not figure this out. Junior brother Lingtian, you might not know this, but the hall master and the 3 vice hall masters of the enforcement hall have never been listed as elders of Zoroastrianism since the founding of Zoroastrianism. Lu Yun continued to say, the enforcement hall is an independent and special place in Zoroastrianism. It reports directly to the sect leader. In terms of strength, the hall master of the enforcement hall is not inferior to the 2 vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. As for the 3 vice hall masters, their strength is comparable to the Golden Flame Elders in charge of the 4 symbol sanctums. After listening to Lu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Zoroastrianism's enforcement hall. I see. He stepped on Yang Wen's body and replaced him as the new true disciple? That's him. Don't underestimate Duan Lingtian. I was there when he was in the Palace of Death that day. His strength is terrifying. Even Yang Wen, whose cultivation base is at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, is no match for him after consuming the forbidden pill. The sword technique he cast at the end was terrifying. Even the 2 bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death didn't see it clearly. I was there as well. I lost 3,000 contribution points because I bet all my money on Yang Wen. You only lost 3,000 contribution points, but I lost 5,000 contribution points. The group of Saint Lan disciples began to discuss among themselves as they watched Duan Lingtian. In the end, more and more Saint Lan disciples began to scold Yang Wen for being useless and causing them to lose a lot of contribution points. At this moment, the counters in the Fire Remuneration Palace were filled with people. They were either here to issue missions or to accept missions. Duan Lingtian chose a counter and walked over. As Duan Lingtian made his way to the counter, the dozen or so Saint Lan disciples who were queuing up in front of the counter immediately moved aside with a fearful expression on their faces, making way for Duan Lingtian. Elder, I'll issue a mission in a while. When the Saint Lan disciple who was about to issue a mission at the counter saw Duan Lingtian walking over to his counter, he hurriedly greeted the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter and made way for him. It was as though he was afraid he would be beaten up if he was too slow. At this moment, the counter became empty. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw this. Previously, when he came with Lu Yun, he had already seen such a scene. He knew this was the privilege of a true disciple. Otherwise, even if this was a world where only the strong were respected, one would not be able to defeat everyone one by one no matter how strong one was. You're Duan Lingtian? When Duan Ling Tian arrived in front of the counter, the bronze flame elder's eyes lit up as he studied Duan Ling Tian curiously. Recently, Duan Ling Tian was the name that everyone heard the most in Zoroastrianism. For this reason, it was no wonder the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder would lose his composure when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Yes. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he nodded in response. Are you here to issue a mission or to accept a mission? At the same time, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter regained his senses and asked as a matter of routine. Elder, I'd like to ask, when will the enforcement hall change the batch of true disciples on duty? Duan Ling Tian asked without beating around the bush. Duan Ling Tian wants to be on duty in the enforcement hall? Many Saint Lan disciples were shocked when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Generally speaking, true disciples who want to be on duty in the enforcement hall would do it for the generous reward. Didn't Duan Ling Tian earn 1 million contribution points a month ago? Why would he be interested in being on duty in the enforcement hall? I don't understand. I really don't know what he's thinking. If I have 1 million contribution points, I definitely won't be on duty in the enforcement hall. Even if you want to be on duty, you'll have to become a true disciple first. If you're not a true disciple, the enforcement hall won't accept you even if you give them your contribution points. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, the Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves. They could not figure out why Duan Ling Tian wanted to be on duty in the enforcement hall. Being on duty in the enforcement hall was an arduous and thankless task in the Zoroastrianism's Saint Land. Otherwise, the enforcement hall would not have offered such a generous reward. 10 days later, although the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder did not know why Duan Ling Tian was interested in being on duty in the enforcement hall, he replied immediately, at that time, the enforcement hall will also issue a mission in the Fire Remuneration Palace. If you're interested, you can come and accept the mission. Thank you, Elder. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he turned around and prepared to leave. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave the Fire Remuneration Palace, a commotion broke out outside the Fire Remuneration Palace, caused him to stop in his tracks. Huh? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian saw a graceful and beautiful figure walking into the Fire Remuneration Palace amidst the commotion. She attracted the attention of the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. A female true disciple? Duan Ling Tian's eyes immediately shifted to the clothes the person was wearing. He recognized the person was wearing the uniform of a true disciple. Most importantly, it was a woman, a female true disciple. As Duan Ling Tian continued to look up, he saw the person's appearance clearly. She was quite beautiful and could be considered as a beauty. However, compared to his wives, Li Fei and Kuer, he was still lacking by more than just a little. It's senior sister Wen Yan. Senior sister Wen Yan. As Duan Ling Tian studied the female true disciple in front of him, the voices of Tao venerables rang in his ears again. These greetings came from the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Wen Yan? Upon hearing this name, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He found it familiar as though he had heard this name before. Wen Yan ignored the respectful greetings of the Saint Lan's disciples. She raised her head haughtily as she walked toward a counter in the Fire Remuneration Palace. I remember now. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally remembered who he had heard the name Wen Yan from. It was Lu Yun who had mentioned this name a month ago. Due to this reason, it left a deep impression on him. The reason it left a deep impression on him was, naturally, because of the words Lu Yun had said to him. It said that after the saint girl was brought back, senior sister Ru Yen hid her in her residence. It was only 2 to 3 years later that Wen Yan discovered this matter. After Wen Yan discovered that senior sister Ru Yen had secretly hidden the saint girl, she went to the enforcement hall to report it. For this reason, senior sister Ru Yen, the saint girl, and the saint girl's 2-year-old daughter were all taken away by the enforcement hall. They're still imprisoned in the enforcement hall even now. Kerr and his daughter were taken away and imprisoned by the enforcement hall because of the true disciple, Wen Yan, who went to the enforcement hall to report it. She's Wen Yan? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he stepped forward and appeared in front of Wen Yen, who was walking forward with her head held high. He blocked her path. Wen Yen was, naturally, taken aback by the sudden appearance of someone blocking her path. She instinctively came to a halt. Chapter 2015. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap reverberated in the fire remuneration palace that had fallen silent due to Duan Lingtian blocking Wen Yan's path. It was so sudden that it caught everyone by surprise. Oh, you? Gasp, 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 gasp. As the sound of the slap reverberated in the fire remuneration palace, the sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the air. When the group of Saint Lan disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian again, shock and disbelief could be seen in their eyes. Heavens! What did they just see? Not only did Duan Ling Tian block Wen Yan's path, but he even slapped her. At this moment, the people present on the scene could not help but feel chills running up their spines when they saw half of Wen Yan's face was swollen. Although Wen Yan was a female true disciple, her strength was not weak at all. Even among the 170 over true disciples of the Zoroastrianism, Wen Yan's strength could be ranked in the top 10. She was ranked 9th on the Zoroastrianism's true ranking. However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian, a guy who had just become a true disciple, a guy who was not even ranked on the true ranking, had not only blocked Wen Yan's path to provoke her, but he had even slapped her in front of so many people? Is he seeking death? At this moment, this was the only thought left in many Saint Land disciples' minds. On the other side, Wen Yan was completely dumbfounded when she was stopped by someone for no reason and was slapped in the face. Due to this reason, she did not react in time. When the sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the air, Wen Yan finally regained her senses. When she regained her senses, her face was completely distorted. Half of her swollen face looked extremely hideous. Many Saint Land disciples present on the scene could not help but shake their heads when they saw this. Why did they not notice such an ugly side of Wen Yan in the past? Why you dare to hit me? Wen Yan's face was distorted as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Apart from the boundless rage in her eyes, there was also a trace of undetectable fear. It was also because of this trace of fear that she did not immediately attack the person in front of her. Based on Wen Yan's current reaction, it could be seen that she was a person who knew how to endure silently. For example, when she reported Ker's sister, Gan Ruyen, to the Holy Land's Enforcement Hall, she had endured silently for a long time before exploding. Zoroastrianism had a total of more than 170 direct disciples. Among them, there were no more than 20 female true disciples. Among the 170 true disciples of Zoroastrianism, only 2 female true disciples were ranked in the top 10 of the true disciple ranking. In addition to Wen Yan, the other person was Gan Ruyen, who had brought Ker back to Zoroastrianism. She was also Ker's older sister. Gan Ruyen was ranked 7th on the true ranking. Whether it was in terms of appearance or strength, Gan Ruyen was superior to Wen Yan. In Zoroastrianism, Gan Ruyen was akin to a goddess. As long as Gan Ruyen was around, Wen Yan was destined to be a supporting character. For this reason, Wen Yan was extremely jealous of Gan Ruyen. Every time she faced Gan Ruyen, she would feel as though she was born in the same world as Gan Ruyen. Previously, she had found an opportunity to report Gan Ruyen to the Law Enforcement Hall and imprisoned her in the Law Enforcement Hall. However, at this moment, Wen Yan did not expect this. The seemingly unfamiliar young man in front of her, who was wearing the same true disciple's uniform as her, had blocked her path and publicly slapped her because she had reported Gan Ruyen. Why did I hit you? When Duan Lingtian saw Wen Yan did not hit him directly, he began to think more highly of her. When he heard Wen Yan's question through clenched teeth, he said nonchalantly, "There's no reason, I just don't like you. I just don't like you." Duan Lingtian's seemingly casual words caused the Fire Remuneration Palace to fall silent again. Everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace, including the few bronze flame elders, could not help but feel shocked when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Was Duan Lingtian not a little too valiant? He slapped Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Yet the reply he gave Wen Yen was, he didn't like her? Was he not deliberately looking for trouble? That's not right. There must be some enmity between Duan Lingtian and Wen Yen. Otherwise, why would he only like other people but not Wen Yen? Not only did she find Wen Yen an eyesore, she even blocked Wen Yan's path and slapped her. Naturally, there were many people in the Fire Remuneration Palace who knew what was going on. They did not believe Duan Lingtian's words at all. They were not the only ones who did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. Even Wen Yen did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. Who are you? This is the first time I've met you, and there's no enmity between us. Why are you humiliating me? Wen Yan's expression became even more distorted as her voice became deeper. Her suppressed anger seemed like it would erupt at any time. One could imagine how uncontrollable it would be once Wen Yen vented her anger. Humiliating you? Duan Lingtian glanced at Wen Yen indifferently and smiled disdainfully. Don't you think you're overestimating yourself? You. Faced with Duan Lingtian's disdain, Wen Yan's expression became even more distorted. Her eyes turned red as killing intent surged out of her body. Scram! Don't block my path! Duan Lingtian, who ignored the killing intent surging out of Wen Yen, suddenly shouted in a cold voice. It was obvious he wanted Wen Yen to scram and make way for him. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the sound of people inhaling sharply rose in the air again. After the sound of people inhaling sharply died down, many Saint Lan disciples began to whisper among themselves again. Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too valiant? Not only did he block senior sister Wen Yan's path, but he even slapped her. Now, he's even asking senior sister Wen Yan to scram and make way for him? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe he would dare to do this. Although senior sister Wen Yan and Yang Wen, who was killed by him, are both true disciples, senior sister Wen Yan isn't someone Yang Wen can compare to. Yang Wen didn't even enter the true ranking. Senior sister Wen Yan, on the other hand, is ranked 9th on the true ranking. Duan Lingtian actually dares to offend such a person? Where did he get his confidence from? Perhaps he really doesn't like senior sister Wen Yan and doesn't know senior sister Wen Yan's identity? You actually believe such nonsense? I don't dare to speak for other people, but ever since Duan Lingtian joined Zoroastrianism, he has never taken the initiative to cause any trouble. Chapter 2016. Wen Yen, are you sure? There's nothing wrong with your head? Duan Lingtian's cold voice suddenly reverberated in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Oh! At this moment, almost everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace could sense the tension between Duan Lingtian and Wen Yen. The tension in the air was so strong that it could explode at any time. When Wen Yen saw Duan Lingtian staring at her like an idiot and heard Duan Lingtian's words, she could not help but tremble violently. Immediately, Wen Yen was so enraged that her body began to tremble involuntarily. Her face became even more distorted as the cold light in her eyes reached its pinnacle. The fury in her heart continued to rise until it reached a critical point. Earlier, when Wen Yen found out the person in front of her was Duan Lingtian, her first thought was to make him suffer a fate worse than death and make him crawl out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. However, when she thought about it again, she felt it would be too easy for him. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology. Let me slap you 10 times. Otherwise, I'll make you crawl out of here today. And at this moment, she also said such a sentence. Duan Lingtian had slapped her in public. It was no different from humiliating her in public. She could almost foresee it. It would not take long for the entire Holy Land of Zoroastrianism, and even the four symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism to spread the news of her being humiliated by Duan Lingtian today. When she thought of this, she realized she could not let Duan Lingtian off so easily. For this reason, she suppressed the anger in her heart and did not rush to make a move. She wanted to make Duan Lingtian kowtow to her as an apology and slap him 10 times before she made a move on him. She wanted to make him suffer a fate worse than death and make him crawl out of the fire remuneration palace. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian would say something like this. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to say there was something wrong with her head. Moreover, he did not take her seriously at all. Wen Yan could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. Wen Yan suddenly let out an explosive roar. Her anger, which had already reached a critical point, was completely vented by this explosive roar. She could no longer control her anger. In the next moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared on her body and swept out like a hurricane. Many Saint Land disciples with a weaker cultivation base in the Fire Remuneration Palace felt pressured. This aura was Wen Yan's saint origin that was at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was on high alert. The Sun Saint energy in his body surged out through the 99 Saint veins and covered the surface of his body. His eyes were extremely cold as well. Just as Wen Yan's aura reached its peak and she was about to make her move, Duan Lingtian, a cold snort sounded from the inner hall of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured on Wen Yan's head, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Duan Palace. Duan Lingtian with Duan Lingtian. You're not allowed to act recklessly in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Following that, a cold and distant voice resonated from the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner palace. It was none other than the voice of the Fire Remuneration Palace's manager. The Fire Remuneration Palace's supervisor was also a Saint Land Silver Flame Elder. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, the supervisor was the only one who dared to speak to Wen Yan in such a manner. After all, although the few Bronze Flame Elders in the Fire Remuneration Palace were Zoroastrianism elders, they might not be a match for Wen Yan. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that they did not dare to criticize Wen Yan. I'll wait for you outside the Fire Remuneration Palace. If you're a man, don't be a coward. After taking a deep breath, Wen Yan glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before she turned around and walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was as though she was afraid Duan Lingtian would cower in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly before he said indifferently, "It's not up to you to judge whether I'm a man or not, Wen Yan. If an ordinary woman said this to me, I might say, 'Won't you know whether I'm a man or not after giving it a try?' However, I really can't bring myself to say that to you. Wen Yan, even if you strip naked and stand in front of me, I won't be interested at all." When Duan Lingtian learned from Lu Yun that Kerr and his daughter were in the enforcement hall because of Wen Yan's report, he was filled with rage. Moreover, he hated Wen Yan even though he did not know her at all. If it was not for Wen Yan's report, Kerr would not have been in such a dangerous situation where her life would be in danger at any time. For this reason, when he saw Wen Yan today, the rage in his heart had completely exploded. That was also the reason why he had blocked Wen Yan's path and given her a slap. Duan Lingtian asked himself. Ever since his soul had transmigrated to this world, due to the influence of his family and friends, his temper was no longer as cold as it was in his previous life. From the past until now, he rarely took the initiative to cause trouble. However, after learning about Wen Yan's identity today, he could no longer hold himself back and directly went up to her to give her a slap. A dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. Kerr was Duan Lingtian's reverse scale. For the sake of Kerr, even if he had to make the entire world his enemy, what did he, Duan Lingtian, have to fear? Gasp! 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 In the Fire Remuneration Palace, almost at the same time as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Even if you, Wen Yan, strip naked and stand in front of me, I won't be interested at all. To a woman, this was undoubtedly a ruthless sentence. This was because this sentence completely negated a woman's charm. No matter how strong a woman was, she would still want a man to acknowledge her charm. Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly negated Wen Yan's charm. Wen Yan, who had just arrived at the entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace, paused for a moment before she began to tremble violently. "I'll wait for you to come out," Wen Yan said coldly before she hastily walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was as though she was afraid she would not be able to hold herself back and attack Duan Lingtian if she continued to stay in the Fire Remuneration Palace. If that happened, the Fire Remuneration Palace's manager would definitely intervene. Although Wen Yan was confident in her strength, she was not so arrogant to think she was a match for the manager of the Fire Remuneration Palace. The manager of the Fire Remuneration Palace was not just a Saint Lan Silver Flame Elder of the Zoroastrianism. As the manager of the palace, this Silver Flame Elder was one of the strongest Silver Flame Elders in the Zoroastrianism. His cultivation base was at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Isn't Duan Lingtian too ruthless? After Wen Yan left, one of the Saint Lan disciples gasped as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. What enmity does Duan Lingtian have with senior sister Wen Yan? Not only did he slap senior sister Wen Yan in public, he even denied senior sister Wen Yan's charm as a woman. To a woman, such humiliation is absolutely worse than death. Ruthless. He's too ruthless. If I were senior sister Wen Yan, I would have already attacked him. Unless he hides in the Fire Remuneration Palace, senior sister Wen Yan won't let him go. Where did he get his confidence from? How dare he humiliate senior sister Wen Yan? Is he confident he's stronger than senior sister Wen Yan? Humph! Don't tell me he thinks senior sister Wen Yan is a pushover like Yangwen? Based on the Saint Lan disciples' discussion, none of them felt Duan Lingtian was a match for Wen Yan. After all, Wen Yan was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Wen Yan's strength was deeply rooted in their hearts. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian had killed the true disciple, Yangwen, he was still inferior to Wen Yan. Duan Lingtian, naturally, heard the whispers of the Saint Lan disciples. However, would he hide in the Fire Remuneration Palace and not leave because he was afraid of Wen Yan? Naturally, the answer was no. Duan Lingtian moved his body and walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. From the beginning until the end, he did not stop at all. It was as though there was nothing in the Fire Remuneration Palace that he was reluctant to leave. If he was afraid of Wen Yan, he would not have blocked her path and slapped her from the beginning. He actually left just like that? This, is he really not afraid of death? Death? Don't forget, as long as the rules of Zoroastrianism are still in place, even senior sister Wen Yan won't dare to cripple or kill Duan Lingtian. Although that's the case, based on senior sister Wen Yan's anger, even if Duan Lingtian doesn't die or become crippled, he'll at least be skinned alive. That's for sure. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's entrance, the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace immediately swarmed out as well. At this moment, only a few Bronze Flame Elders were left in the Fire Remuneration Palace. These few Fire Remuneration Palace's Bronze Flame Elders, who were on duty behind the counter, were actually itching to leave the Fire Remuneration Palace to join in the fun. However, they did not dare to leave the counter so easily due to their duties. I don't think there'll be anyone coming to the Fire Remuneration Palace for the time being. If all of you want to go out and have a look, go ahead. At this moment, a voice resonated from the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner hall again. It was the voice of the Fire Remuneration Palace's overseer. Upon hearing this, the few Fire Remuneration Palace's Bronze Flame Elders no longer hesitated and followed the group of Saint Lan disciples out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. All of them wanted to know, how would today's matter end? Naturally, deep down in their hearts, they were more inclined to support Wen Yan. After all, Wen Yan was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Her strength was widely acknowledged as well. Duan Lingtian was the first to walk out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. As soon as he walked out, he saw Wen Yen standing in the distance. Wen Yen was standing on an empty space in the central square as she stared at him coldly. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Wen Yen indifferently after he walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. Chapter 2017. Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. However, would Wen Yen allow him to leave? Naturally, the answer was no. Trying to run away? Wen Yan's eyes turned cold as she shouted coldly. At the same time, she moved and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. She blocked Duan Lingtian's path. This scene was very familiar to the group of Saint Lan disciples who had just walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. However, this time, the person who blocked Duan Lingtian's path had been swapped. When they were in the Fire Remuneration Palace, it was Duan Lingtian who blocked Wen Yan's path. However, it was Wen Yan who blocked Duan Lingtian's path now. Run away! When Duan Lingtian heard Wen Yan's cold voice and saw her blocking his path, he smiled disdainfully. Wen Yan, don't you think too highly of yourself? You're just a true disciple who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. You're not qualified to make me, Duan Lingtian, run away. When Wen Yan heard Duan Lingtian's words, she was enraged. The saint origin in her body roared as she prepared to make her move. Duan Lingtian continued to say, I'm going to the Palace of Death now. If you're brave enough, come with me to the Palace of Death and sign a death pact. I think the current you must be itching to kill me as well, right? In that case, I'll give you a chance to kill me. What do you think? Duan Lingtian suddenly changed the topic and said something that nobody expected. Duan Lingtian actually wanted to have a death duel with Wen Yan. Palace of Death? Death Pact? Duan Lingtian's voice was not soft. Apart from the group of Saint Lan disciples who had just walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace, the Saint Lan disciples in the central square immediately gathered in the direction of the Fire Remuneration Palace when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian is going to the Palace of Death again? Who's Duan Lingtian going to sign a death pact with? The group of Saint Lan's disciples who had gathered around the Fire Remuneration Palace only heard the second half of Duan Lingtian's sentence. Due to this reason, they did not know who Duan Lingtian intended to establish a death pact with. Isn't the person confronting Duan Lingtian's senior sister Wen Yan? It really is senior sister Wen Yan. Could it be that Duan Lingtian wants to enter the Hall of Life and Death with senior sister Wen Yan to establish a life and death contract? At the same time, many disciples who had just arrived also saw Wen Yan and recognized her. Wen Yan was one of the 2 most outstanding female true disciples among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. She was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Naturally, everyone in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism knew about her. Seeing Duan Lingtian confronting Wen Yan, the group of Holy Land's disciples who had just arrived were extremely puzzled. How did these 2 people get into a fight? After a while, many of the Saint Lan's disciples who had just walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace began to explain the situation. There must be some enmity between Duan Lingtian and senior sister Wen Yan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated senior sister Wen Yan in such a manner. I was wondering why there's a faint palm print on senior sister Wen Yan's face. As it turns out, it's the mark of being slapped by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is too valiant. Not only did he take the initiative to provoke senior sister Wen Yan, but he even threatened to establish a death pact with senior sister Wen Yan. Is he really that confident? He might just be deliberately mystifying things. Deliberately mystifying things? Previously, Yang Wen thought Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things when he challenged him to a death pact. However, what happened in the end? He's dead. Based on what you're saying, you think Duan Lingtian is confident he can kill senior sister Wen Yan, so he issued a death pact with senior sister Wen Yan. After learning about the ins and outs of the matter, the group of Saint Lan disciples began to discuss among themselves again. Based on their discussion, a small portion of them felt Duan Lingtian might really have the strength to kill Wen Yan. However, most of them did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Wen Yan at all. In fact, when they heard this, Wen Yan's strength was much more profound than Duan Lingtian's strength. I wonder if senior sister Wen Yan will agree to Duan Lingtian's death pact or not. I think so. After all, Duan Lingtian has humiliated her in public. With her temper, I'm sure she'll want to kill Duan Lingtian. Humph! If Duan Lingtian really dares to establish a death pact with senior sister Wen Yan, he'll definitely die today. Most of the Saint Lan disciples did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Suddenly, a Saint Lan disciple who had been paying attention to Wen Yan from the beginning said in a low voice, "Didn't all of you notice that senior sister Wen Yan's expression has turned slightly grave? It seems like she's still afraid of Duan Lingtian. She might not dare to accept the death pact with Duan Lingtian." As soon as the Saint Lan disciple finished speaking, all the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene shifted their attention to Wen Yan in unison. As expected, Wen Yan's expression turned grave when she heard Duan Lingtian's death pact. She did not respond to Duan Lingtian for a long time. Really? Senior sister Wen Yan is afraid? How's this possible? Senior sister Wen Yan is ranked 9th on the true ranking. Don't tell me she doesn't even have the courage to fight a death pact with Duan Lingtian. A new disciple? I wonder what senior sister Wen Yan is thinking. Perhaps she thinks it's a little risky to accept Duan Lingtian's death pact. Many Saint Lan disciples shook their heads. Their words were filled with disappointment. It was as the group of Saint Lan disciples had said. Wen Yan was truly afraid at this moment. When Duan Lingtian said he would go to the Palace of Death to sign the death pact with her, the first thing that came to her mind was Yangwon, who had died in Duan Lingtian's hands a month ago. She was very clear about the ins and outs of that matter. In the beginning, it was also Duan Lingtian who had issued the death pact with Yangwon. At that time, it was not only Yangwon, but the other Saint Lan disciples also thought Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying. They were certain Duan Lingtian was not a match for Yangwon. Due to this reason, after Duan Lingtian and Yangwon signed the death pact in the Palace of Death, not many people placed their bets on Duan Lingtian. Almost everyone placed their bets on Yangwon. They were certain Yangwon would be the one who would survive in the end. However, the outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Duan Lingtian had killed Yangwon. This new disciple, whom 90% of the Saint Lan disciples did not think highly of, had killed Yang, one who had become a true disciple a long time ago. Today, history was repeating itself. Duan Lingtian had issued the death pact again. However, his opponent this time was not Yangwon, but her, Wen Yan. Wen Yan was, naturally, confident in her own strength. However, Duan Lingtian was a mystery to her. Ever since Duan Lingtian entered Zoroastrianism, it had only taken less than a year for him to rise in the four symbol sanctums and enter the Saint Land. She was not certain if Duan Lingtian still had any trump cards up his sleeves when he killed Yangwon previously. Due to this reason, she did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's death pact. Everyone was afraid of death, and she was no exception. Once a person died, there would be nothing left. Why? You don't dare? When Duan Lingtian saw Wen Yan's expression had turned solemn and she did not respond to his words for a long time, he scoffed disdainfully. Since you don't dare, then scram as far as you can. A good dog doesn't block the way. Upon seeing this, many Saint Lan disciples could not help but shake their heads. I really don't know what senior sister Wen Yan is thinking. Why didn't she seize such a good opportunity? Perhaps senior sister Wen Yan is traumatized by Yang Wen's death. 9th on the true ranking. What a joke. If it was senior sister Ru Yan who's ranked 7th on the true ranking, she would definitely not be as cowardly as Wen Yan. Of course, senior sister Ru Yan has always been stronger than Wen Yan. Some Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves and mentioned Gan Ru Yan, who was ranked 7th on the true ranking. She was Ker's twin sister. Senior sister Wen Yan is still inferior to senior sister Ru Yan. Rumor has it that senior sister Ru Yen was imprisoned by the enforcement hall because when Yen reported her to the enforcement hall, it's obvious when Yen is abusing her position to get rid of senior sister Ru Yen through the enforcement hall. Is this rumor true? In any case, I think it's very believable. If that's the case, when Yen is too cunning, it's fine if she can't win against senior sister Ru Yen openly, but she's even using underhanded means to get senior sister Ru Yen into the enforcement hall. No matter how senior sister Ru Yen will be punished by the enforcement hall in the future, the only goddess in my heart is senior sister Ru Yen. As for Wen Yen, she'll never be able to compare to senior sister Ru Yen in my heart. Me too. When a Saint Lan disciple mentioned Gan Ru Yen, who was ranked 7th on the true ranking, the group of Saint Lan disciples present on the scene burst into an uproar again. Someone even revealed a piece of juicy news. Many Saint Lan disciples who were still addressing Wen Yen as senior sister just a moment ago suddenly addressed her by her name. Their respect for her had completely disappeared. All of a sudden, Wen Yen was pushed to the forefront of the storm. When Wen Yen heard the discussions of the Saint Lan disciples around her, she, who was already in a bad mood, flew into a rage again. "Shut up, all of you." All of a sudden, Wen Yen shouted coldly. Her cold gaze swept across the group of Saint Lan disciples in the surroundings, causing the disciples who were still discussing animatedly to fall silent. However, although these Saint Lan disciples had fallen silent, there was a hint of disdain in their eyes when they looked at Wen Yen. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Humph! Wen Yen, who was enraged by the disdainful gazes of the group of Saint Lan disciples, quickly turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and snorted coldly. "Duan Ling Tian, I don't want your life. I'll torture you slowly to vent the hatred in my heart." As soon as Wen Yen finished speaking, the saint origin in her body began to stir as a terrifying aura spread out from her body. If you don't dare to do it, just admit it. Why are you looking for an excuse? When the people saw this, they immediately looked up and saw Wen Yen hovering in the air. When Yen stood there, her face was as pale as a sheet. A hint of lingering fear could be seen in her eyes. At this moment, Wen Yen seemed to have forgotten to stop her bleeding. At this moment, Wen Yan's Holy Land disciple uniform had been cut open on the arm of her hand that was holding the sword, and it was covered in blood. It was obvious that she had suffered a serious injury. Otherwise, she would not be bleeding profusely like she was now. Half of her white robe was stained red with blood. At this moment, Wen Yen was glaring at Duan Ling Tian as she tried to stop her bleeding. There was only one thought left in her mind. Fortunately, I did not accept his death duel challenge. Even though she had concentrated all her attention on the sword, she still couldn't catch the slightest trace of it. The speed of the sword was so fast that it was terrifying. It was that strike that had easily knocked the 100 inscriptions saint's sword out of her hand. Moreover, it had brushed past her right arm, leaving behind a deep gash on it. If this is a death duel, that sword earlier is enough to take my life. Wen Yen did not doubt this at all. That sword was so fast that she could not catch the shadow of it at all. That sword was not something she could withstand at all. At the very least, it was not something she could withstand at this moment. Due to this reason, Wen Yen was glad she did not accept Duan Lingtian's death duel challenge. If it was a battle of life and death earlier, Duan Ling Tian's sword would not have merely slashed her arm and caused her to suffer a superficial wound. Instead, it would have slashed her throat, pierced between her brows, or pierced through her heart. Even until now, Wen Yen still broke out in cold sweat when she recalled the sword strike earlier. It was to the extent that her gaze when she looked at Duan Ling Tian was filled with terror and joy. "Why? Are you glad you didn't accept my death duel challenge?" Duan Ling Tian smirked when he saw Wen Yan's gaze. If Wen Yan had heard Duan Ling Tian's words before she witnessed the sword strike that Duan Ling Tian had executed earlier, she would definitely be furious and would not be willing to be outdone. However, at this moment, she kept her mouth shut and did not even dare to make a sound. However, the flames of hatred still burned in the depths of her eyes. She was only temporarily suppressing it. Although she knew she was no match for Duan Ling Tian, she did not let go of her hatred for Duan Ling Tian. She would never forget the humiliation she had received from Duan Ling Tian in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Endure. Right now, she had no choice but to endure. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian's figure moved and appeared in front of Wen Yan in just a blink of an eye. Wen Yan's expression changed drastically, but she did not dare to act rashly. Who knew if Duan Ling Tian would hurt and torture her if she moved? In Zoroastrianism, as long as one did not kill or cripple a fellow disciple, one would not violate the sex rules. Earlier, you said you wanted to torture me slowly? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at Wen Yan. It was as though he was talking about something unimportant. Upon hearing this, Wen Yan's expression changed drastically, but she did not reply. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap reverberated in the air. When Duan Ling Tian saw Wen Yan was ignoring him, he raised his hand and gave her a slap on the other side of her face. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the surrounding Saint Lan disciples could not help but gasp. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so valiant as to give Wen Yan another slap. After being slapped again, Wen Yan only felt dizzy and her vision blurred. When she regained her senses, her eyes shone with hatred as she glared at Duan Ling Tian. If looks could kill, Duan Ling Tian would have been killed by Wen Yan many times. What? You're still not convinced? Wen Yan's gaze made Duan Ling Tian extremely displeased. Coupled with the fact that Duan Ling Tian recalled his wife and daughter who were imprisoned by the enforcement hall because of Wen Yan's violation of the law, a fire rose in his heart again. Slap! This time, as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he gave Wen Yan another slap without waiting for her reply. Duan Ling Tian, you'll regret this. I guarantee you'll regret this. After being slapped twice by Duan Ling Tian under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 people in the central square, Wen Yan felt as though she had suffered the greatest humiliation in the world. She could no longer hold it in and cried out in a low voice. Regret? Why should I regret it? Duan Ling Tian sneered as he raised his hand and gave Wen Yan another slap, causing her head to tilt to the side. This time, Wen Yan had learned her lesson. She no longer turned around and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, if one looked closely, they would notice that Wen Yan's eyes were filled with hatred. Wen Yan's eyes, which were filled with endless hatred, seemed like they would pop out at any moment. Her body was extremely stiff, and at the same time, she was trembling violently. At this moment, Wen Yan's heart was filled with hatred and anger. However, she forcefully suppressed it. This was because she did not want to be slapped again. Scram! Duan Ling Tian felt bored when he saw Wen Yan admitting defeat. He shouted coldly as he prepared to leave. When Wen Yan heard Duan Ling Tian's words, she endured the humiliation and silently moved away under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The 9th on the true ranking is only SOSO. Before he left, Duan Ling Tian looked at Wen Yan coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. Wen Yan's body instantly stiffened again. It was only when Duan Ling Tian left that Wen Yan picked up her 100 inscriptions Saint's sword and hastily left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. She did not want to stay a moment longer after she had embarrassed herself so much. Duan Ling Tian, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I, Wen Yan, swear that if you don't die, Duan Ling Tian, I'm not human. I'm not human. As Wen Yan left, she was roaring in her heart. Her hatred and anger had reached its peak. After Duan Ling Tian and Wen Yan left, the group of Saint Lan disciples finally regained their senses. They looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Duan Ling Tian is actually so powerful? It's too terrifying. In just one blow, He struck Wen Yan's 100 inscriptions saint's sword out of her hand and injured her. If that sword was not aimed at Wen Yan's shoulder but her vitals, Wen Yan would have died. The Saint Lan disciples who did not kill were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian is really ruthless. He actually humiliated Wen Yan time and time again. Doesn't he know who Wen Yan's master and senior brother are? Some Saint Lan disciples said. Chapter 2019. After Duan Lingtian left the central square, he left the Saint Island. He had already achieved his purpose of coming to the Saint Island. 10 days later, I'll accept a mission to serve in the Saint Lan's enforcement hall. After leaving the Saint Island, Duan Lingtian had a preliminary plan in his heart. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about the opportunity to serve in the Saint Lan's enforcement hall, he felt excited again. This was because it meant he would have a chance to meet Kerr, his and Kerr's daughter. When Duan Lingtian thought about Kerr and his daughter, he could not help but think about Gan Ruyen, who was imprisoned in the Saint Lan's enforcement hall with Kerr and their daughter. Gan Ruyen was Kerr's twin sister. The reason she was imprisoned by the enforcement hall was because she was covering up for Kerr. However, now that Duan Lingtian knew the truth, although he did not hate Gan Ruyen, he did not thank her. In his opinion, if it was not for Gan Ruyen taking Kerr away, he would not have been separated from Kerr. Moreover, his and Kerr's daughter would not have seen him, her father, until now. When Duan Lingtian thought about his wife and daughter, his heart ached again. Kerr, that woman who caused you to be imprisoned in the Saint Lan's enforcement hall, I've already taught her a lesson. Unfortunately, she was too cautious and did not agree to the death duel that I proposed. Otherwise, she would have been dead by now. Although Duan Lingtian felt it was a pity, he also realized that Wen Yan was someone who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. If he could find an opportunity to get rid of such a person, it would be best to get rid of her as soon as possible. If he kept her alive, she would become a disaster sooner or later. However, it's not realistic to kill her in the Zoroastrianism, especially now that she has seen my strength. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. I can only hope that I can find an opportunity to kill her outside of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that Wen Yan's strength is indeed not bad. No wonder she's ranked 9th on the true ranking. Her strength is stronger than most powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Today, although Duan Lingtian had knocked the 100 inscriptions sacred sword out of Wen Yan's hand and injured her, she no longer had any thoughts of fighting him. However, that was because he had used the Jasper Immortal Sword. If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duan Lingtian knew that he was no match for Wen Yan. Based on Wen Yan's ferocious sword strike, Duan Lingtian realized how terrifying Wen Yan's strength was. An ordinary powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage could not compare to her. It's fortunate that no Silver Flame Elder was present at that time. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for me to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but rejoice inwardly. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace, he had called out to Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, to see if there were any Silver Flame Elders hiding in the dark. If there were, he would try his best to avoid their eyes. If there were no Silver Flame Elders, there was nothing for him to worry about. The group of Saint Lan disciples and a few Bronze Flame Elders present on the scene would not be able to see through the Jasper Celestial Sword that Duan Lingtian had activated using the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart. Before he made his move, Hualao had told him that there were no Silver Flame Elders watching the battle. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had completely let loose and used the Jasper Celestial Sword to knock Wen Yan's 100 inscriptions sacred sword out of her hand. Not only that, but he had also suppressed Wen Yan, causing her to no longer have any thoughts of fighting him. In the next 10 days, I'll focus on improving my divine ability. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to his residence. As soon as he entered his room, he immediately entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to comprehend the various divine abilities that he had mastered. Although he had already mastered these divine abilities, he had yet to master them. There was still a lot of room for improvement. If he could master them, he would be able to improve his strength by a large margin. 10 days in the outside world was equivalent to 100 days in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had plenty of time to comprehend these divine abilities. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. The news of him slapping Wen Yen a few times and suppressing her had spread like wildfire in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. It had shocked many of the Saint Land's elders and disciples. Who was Wen Yen? She was ranked 9th on the true ranking. She was one of the 2 most outstanding female true disciples among the younger generation of the Zoroastrianism. Apart from her strength, she was also a disciple of a Golden Flame elder. Before Duan Lingtian had appeared in the Zoroastrianism, Wen Yen had already become famous in the Zoroastrianism. At that time, almost everyone in the Zoroastrianism knew her name. As for Duan Lingtian, he was a new disciple who had joined the Zoroastrianism. It took him less than a year to rise from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums, to enter the Saint Land and become a disciple of the Saint Land. In less than a year, Duan Lingtian's name had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism. Since he had just arrived in the Zoroastrianism and had offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Lian, when he had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum until he killed the true disciple Yang Wen a month ago, Duan Lingtian had become famous. Hey, have you heard? Wen Yen, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking, was slapped by Duan Lingtian in the Fire Remuneration Palace today. That Duan Lingtian who killed the true disciple Yang Wen a month ago? Isn't he a little too bold? What happened in the end? Hee. I'm afraid you'd never expect Wen Yen to admit defeat in the end. From the beginning until the end, she was slapped 4 times by Duan Lingtian. In the end, she didn't even dare to make a sound. How could this be? Wen Yen is ranked 9th on the true ranking. How could she possibly endure being humiliated by Duan Lingtian? This is because Duan Lingtian managed to knock her 100 inscriptions Saint's sword out of her hand and injured her. Under such circumstances, she had no choice but to admit defeat when faced with Duan Lingtian, who's even more powerful than her. How's this possible? How can Duan Lingtian be so powerful? You don't believe me? You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.